Alright, there we go.
Journey now begins. The radio up and the windows down. Me and my squad will never back down. Gonna show the world how to get that gold. But first things first, baby, let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? Put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? To the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. We've come such a long way, and we had a real good run. And we're not going anywhere, baby. 'Cause we're having
Man, I'm trying to figure this out. Why is it doing this?
the windows down. Me and my friends gonna run this town. Time to make our mark, gotta get that gold. First things first, baby, let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? Put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? Put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Engine started, victory is on the road. This is my team's party, you're invited to the show. And we won't stop riding till the Pokédex is full. 'Cause you're never gonna do it if you do it all alone. Rock and roll into battle with a new friend. Every rally about to tackle.
OG up is on B stream? Yeah, I have it open too, but I haven't started yet, I think. Oh wait, they did start. Why are they so behind? Jesus Christ, okay, yo, wait, let me check this out then. Fuck this. It really is too bad that these guys don't put more effort into the second stream. I never played that game. Seen it, I never played it myself. Yeah, how's it going, Don? Not much, just chilling, watching the games. It's gonna be a long day though. They're going from top 16. Honestly, I'm a little like I kind of wish they formatted it a little bit differently. I think it's kind of silly that they make it so that day 3 is literally only the grand finals, which is basically just like, depending on how many games were played in that best of 5 series, it could go on for like an hour, maybe a little bit longer. Like, initially it starts off as top 32, well, like all 32 teams, then day 2 is top 16. I feel like they should, like, in the future, format it so it's top 8 instead for day 3. Instead of just the grand finals. Just to make it a little... Just to make it feel like a little bit more... Yeah, I know. It's not like it's the first time they've done this. It's always like this, but... I don't know, it seems a little weird to me. They do actually. I had it open, but then I accidentally closed it, so I don't have the link anymore. But, they use, challenge. Or challenge, whatever it's called. It's kind of funny because, in this team comp that Team X drafted for themselves, their only frontline, like, unless you consider Clefable, like a pseudo frontline, their only frontline is the Mammal Swine, but the Mammal Swine is so far behind in terms of experience that they can't even frontline because they're just starving. Like, you're going into the 4-minute mark and you're still a Pile Swine. They just leveled up right now. Unless they pop their Unite move within the next, like, 30 to 45 seconds, they're only going to get one Unite move off this entire game. Which is just really bad. Okay, there's the Mamo. There's the Mamo Unite move, so they did get it off. They need to ask more money from people who want to participate if they need to add a third day to a tournament. I think that they don't want to do that for people viewing. Well, they have like a schedule to maintain, especially because like they're at the venue, like whatever arena or venue they're hosting the event at. Not to mention they got to get everyone out by a certain time as well, so I imagine that's part of the reason why they do things the way they are. Oh! So Zacian actually used their Unite move to secure that Registeel, but that means they won't have it for Rayquaza. And I think they used the full charge as well. I don't think that was worth it. Oh my god. That is so unfortunate because Charizard was over the wall in their Unite move animation. They had no range damage because Latios was already dead, so nobody can actually hit the Charizard. Latios was also the first one dead, so that's kind of just like Monka. Monka, Christ.
I actually found out before broadcast, when you and I go up, production goes on break.
They're telling us they can show us what's going on right now on B stage.
Well, I can't believe they're not on break yet. They told me that when we go up, they don't even want to deal with it.
We're already
on the
in a
B
race.
stage right now. Team EX versus Juicers with 1:40 left. This is incredible. We now see them pushing forward. Juicers in a good position. Huge snipe shot. Flareons takes 2, and they're looking for Ray right here. Bad position for Team EX. Amazing for the Juicers. Ray is getting chipped down. It's at half right here, Doob Snacks.
Oh, they're moving in. Poor Clefable's going to try and make a miracle play here. The Zacian jumps in somehow, and I believe it's still secured by the Juicers, and now they're going to get the push through. It's nice to see Flareon.
They're covering,
I'll tell you what, I can tell you no one's more disappointed that Inteleon got nerfed than the Orange Juicers having maybe the best
Let's find this
Inteleon
browser
in the
out.
world on their squad. Points are now, as we always say apparently on broadcast, raining into that main goal zone.
Oh god, that's ugly.
460, and it looks like Juicers are going to be taking game number 1 against Team EX. I can't believe production's not on break. They told me they don't like us.
They don't. To be fair, they do not like us. If we're taking a look
That was
at
the first thing they said when I put my headset on this
Right,
morning.
good morning, we hate you.
We don't like you, we're going to break.
Look at the Pokemon that made it into this match here. Suicune, Ho-Oh on one side. We've got the Latios on the other side. Clefable, Zareen that's been looking incredibly strong. But the Buzzwole, unsurprisingly, finding its way into the game, and Charizard as well, as it's quickly panned over to Kratos. We can see them score.
Trying to figure something out really quickly.
Right?
Just bear with me.
Snorlax. Maybe they tried to take that away from
The mainstream is covering the OJ versus TMX game that just finished right now, so you're not really missing out on much.
They really wanted to take away from them. Either way, when I look at the lineup from the Juicers, I'm shocked that got through. How do all those teams get through?
Yeah, and that again shows signs of a developing meta within a tournament that goes over multiple days. Preconceived notions have been tested, some have been thrown out the window, some have been solidified, but the difference that is made here is how quickly you can adjust to the things you learned in day 1 to find success here in day 2.
Yeah, and now that day 2 has begun. I mean, you saw that game with the Juicers right there. Obviously, one more game, and Korea's chance at the Grand Finals is done. Let's talk about our drops here. Throughout the weekend, you earned some cool stuff just by watching us here on the mainstream for Pokemon Unite. A Murkrow Platinum Emblem, a Jersey Random Box, a rental license selection box, and this continues throughout the weekend. Tomorrow, there's more cool stuff that you earn, and we will not.
I mean, unless they own, the venue.
Pokemon Twitch stream where you will earn these additional rewards.
Yeah, I'm actually jumping into the stream itself right now so I can get that jersey box, because
Unless you own the venue you're hosting the event at,
Pokemon World's jersey.
that's pretty much normal.
You get the ability to get a couple of them, so you can choose and support a couple of your favorite regions, and it's one of
Because at the end of the day,
that they've started adding.
like
to
you're
the
paying,
because those jerseys every year
you're paying money
So,
for
and I'm sure you've noticed this
whatever allotted
when you go
time
back
you're
up to the main stage, you
renting
see
it out
live
for.
who's wearing all of those jerseys. Each region has its own color scheme, which is just awesome. Like Sopha's running around backstage here. She'll be doing a lot of interviews and a lot of interaction with the crowd and players. You'll see her. She's wearing the Brazil pink.
Which I believe is pink.
Yeah, Japan's red. NA is the blue, like that dark blue. It's just one of my favorite things. I think the jerseys every year are so good.
Yeah, they look terrific. I like how
Is Spriggles an ambassador? Yeah, he is.
Every region has been dedicated a color, which has been carried through over a couple years now. So you can even kind of theme other things to the colors, because if you qualify, you kind of already know what your color palette is. And we've seen some folks do that, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, and this is going to be such an exciting game. Obviously, our squad's getting ready. And I can't stress this enough, that every single match is... I mean, it is everything to these teams. There isn't an easy game in front of them. Yes, you have to be worried about the next team. Of course, your eyes are on Championship Sunday. But if you can't beat the team in front of you, you have no second chance. It is done. I've found that the single elim on these day twos is some of the most hyped competition that we have.
It goes without saying. Let's take a look at top Pokemon by encounter rate. I believe encounter rate encompasses both picks and bans here, and completely unsurprised to see those 4 Pokemon right at the top.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about Suicune, and I think for a little while, Japan was sleeping on this Pokemon, especially in some of their regional tournaments, but it's just absolutely unbelievable. The amount of stuns, slows, freezes, the Unite move, which is brutal. Like, this Pokemon is one of the best supports in the game as an all-rounder. Then you have Ho-Oh, recently buffed, and now it's just a menace. Latios is one of the more interesting ones, because you've seen some teams do well with it, and some teams really not take advantage of it. We just saw Team EX lose with it. I feel like this Pokemon is very shaky win rate-wise.
I agree, but again, the developing metagame, day one, it was seeing a lot of bans because of the fear of the strength that it does possess. On down the line here should be less surprising options. The Ho-Oh, not surprised there. Charizard has been catching a decent amount of bans because of its buffs that it got and how strong it can be. And then, of course, Galarian Rapidash, which is...
Oh, they're already playing game 2. How is it... Like, this is what I don't understand. How is the B stream so far ahead of the main stream? They're already in their second game, and these guys are still yapping. Jeez Louise, man. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna watch the B stream until like, the games actually start playing on the main stage. Okay, so we got Crustle, Eldegoss, Lucario, Latios, and Leafeon on the side of Juicers. Buzzwole, what EV is that? Oh, I'm assuming it's Umbreon. Blaziken, Suicune, and Rapidash on the side of Team X. Orange Juice are already up 1-0, and they're on game point right now. Keep in mind that these matches are all a best out of 3. However, there's no losers bracket. If you lose, you're just out. From my understanding, so... Yeah, this is already game point. Like, you do not want to start off your day to... like this, so hopefully Team X can bounce back and at least make the series a little bit more competitive. That is an interesting play. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the plan was there. Umbreon tried to go for the invade on the Leafeon, but... I mean, at level 6, you already have your Aerial Ace or the... I forget the name of the other move, but essentially your mobility on Leafeon, so... Not exactly sure what Umbreon's plan was there. The Latios only won 8 games? Yeah, so although Latios' win rate is not that great on the world stage, it's not that it's bad. I feel like the overall win rate of Latios is a little misleading when it comes to its value overall. Like it's a strong Pokemon and it's yeah, like it's a strong Pokemon and it does well, but coincidentally people are just losing with it a lot. And the thing is, like, since the beginning of the tournament, it's either been banned or picked. Pretty sure it has a 100% appearance rate in the form of bans or picks, so it's only natural that it's gonna pick up some losses. Because obviously, if picking Latios meant you're gonna get a free win, then obviously everyone would just pick it, or it'd just be banned 100% of the time, so you don't have to deal with it. Is just a solo key stomper? Most of the damage right there just actually came from Latios and its Dragon Pulse. Jesus. The fact that the Rapidash just ran, popped their Unite move, trapped the Latios, killed the Latios, then also still managed to get away in front of 3 people is actually just pretty nutty. Stinky games, stinky plays. How's it going, Benny? Well, at least the game's a lot closer compared to the first game. Did you miss a lot? No, this is only the second game. And the official broadcast, the main series, or the main stream, hasn't even played a single game. Like, this is the B stream, and they're already on game 2, while the main stream, these guys are still yapping. I don't know how. But I guess these guys really got a tight schedule. The production sucks. Yeah, I don't know, like... "35 seconds till Rayquaza spawns. 205 to 152. We got ourselves a 53-point lead. Alright, 10 seconds to Rayquaza spawns. Both teams are prepping, trying to get that positioning on the Rayquaza. Rapidash is playing around topside. Now they're repositioning. Good poke damage from the Suicune, landing the CC onto OG. This is going to be a little bit more difficult for Orange Juicers to play out this team fight. Their team, like, Latios needs to do stuff like that. Like, they need vision, and they need to get, like, Dragon Pulse poke damage before they just flat out just start engaging in a fight. The difference between last game and this game is Team X are actually ahead on levels, slightly. Not to mention, they have a more beefy team composition as well when it comes to just all-out brawling. Or just actually going for a flank. They gotta do not check that bush, for the love of God, brother. Okay, Umbreon should have been able to see them. Buzzwole is just forced to eject button immediately, or else they would have got caught out right there. Oh, Rapidash pops 89 move, lines 89 move on, trapping several people. Rapidash goes down, Latios. Oh, 3 members of OJ go down in the process. Very nice engage from the Rapidash, though. Uh-oh, if you're an OJ fan. Oh, that was scary. I don't know why it took as long as it did. Okay, Team X bringing it back. That's going to be... Well, the game's pretty much over. So the China Series 1-1, and now it's game point for both teams. Whoever wins that next match is continuing on in the tournament. That's it. And then whoever loses is just gonzo, finito, dunzo. Why does that Rapidash move remind me of Aurelia's ult? Because it does look very similar. Like Aurelia's Unite, it's like you pop Aurelia's Unite move and then you just like dash around with the Qs. Yeah, let's see if the main stage is playing any games yet. They have not started.
Bang! Secured by Team EX. We didn't get to see the draft, but I got to see the picks. Orange Juicers have a devastating lineup. I'm not shocked they lost. It's literally good.
The reverse of game one, right?
It's really rough for them, and I think they just got completely outdrafted in this game. And I gotta say,
what did they first pick?
Latios.
Yeah, I mean, Latios and what? Crustle?
I don't know. It's a great question. I think these Leafeon. It's got to be Leafeon, right?
You think? They first picked Crustle yesterday, though.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know, dude.
That's a really tough one. But you know, part of the draft process is where teams win or lose, right? And
Yes.
you look at that matchup, and I just think I do not know how they are going to pull out a victory right here. And obviously they could not. Easy for me to say in hindsight, of course. But a Pokemon that I do not think is stellar right now, that a lot of these top path players pick up, is Lucario. I'm sure they have great games on it. They've been playing it for 4 years, but it feels like almost what you go to when your strategy's been taken away. And it doesn't look great.
Without having seen the bans, so this is conjecture here, we've seen the Juicers get exposed by targeting OG. And if OG ended up on Lucario, leads me to believe that maybe the Zacian type of Pokemon got banned.
I have to assume so, right? As we're heading into it, Doob Snacks, High Five, Zeta on the main stage, 8-Pack East versus Japan. Here we go. The bands coming in. Suicune, Dodrio, Latios, and Ho-Oh. First pick over to High Five. A lot of teams, especially in this meta, consider this the most powerful.
All right, so okay, I'm just gonna pause it very quickly. So I saw a social media post from one of the people competing, and they're saying, okay, this is coming from someone from Team Talon. So the LAN cables don't work on Androids and iPhones, so you have to use their spare phones that they provide, and then it only goes up to a 30 FPS consistently. The LAN cable will have a sensitive wire. If you move a bit, then the Wi-Fi is lost. And then they're saying how one of their teammates' controllers got disconnected in the middle of the Rayquaza fight. So apparently they're dealing with some many technical issues.
Never be bad with the
Allegedly.
ability to transport the team all around the map.
Although the thing is, as someone that plays on the Nintendo Switch 1,
Yeah. High Five could grab Charizard.
30 FPS is pretty much what I get every single team fight. So
Year one.
Yes.
these guys have it good when they're able to play better with better frames than that.
Isolating Unite move like Zarina's, and a possible another isolating Unite move like Charizard, where you target someone with, in Char's case, a sure hit to take them up in the air. Is this
There was no
scary
doubt.
for Zeta
There
to
was
be
no
running
doubt.
dual Speedster Comfey? I mean, look, if it works, which it has,
I'm gonna go to the B
you
stream.
Absolutely.
I want to see who finishes. So they're already on their last match of the day, or like yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is the last match of the B stream. Orange Juicers versus Team EX. This is Korea versus North America. Best out of 3. They're both 1-1. Whoever wins this moves on to the next series, which is the quarters. And whoever loses just goes home. So this is a very important match. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see this on the live broadcast because they're playing a different series. But I'm going to skip the first match of that series and continue watching this. I think it's very important to see whether North America continues or not. This is North America's number 2 team from our respective region. Obviously, Luminosity being the number 1. So let's see who wins. Once again, so on the side of Orange Juicers, we got Ho-Oh rolling on that Sableye, Buzzwole, Mew, and Dodrio. On Team X, we got Mewtwo Y, Suicune, Serena, Clefable, and Lucario. I gotta say, though, on the side of the Orange Juicers, I'd be a little concerned going in towards the late game. Because I feel like they're gonna be lacking some damage, especially with the overall scaling of both teams, but we'll see if they're able to play accordingly to compensate for that potential draft issue. Okay, this top lane's not looking that great. We already have Lucario. Yeah. So once this match is done, I'm going to ping pong back and forth. But both Game 1 and Game 3 are overlapping with the same time. So I'm going to prioritize this match, and then once this is done, I'll go back to the main series game and see what's going on over there. Is Sableye buff that they use in Pro Play? No. OJ Roland is one of the few people that consistently likes to play Sableye. He's just a Sableye enthusiast. But it has not changed in recent memory, from my understanding. Ping Pong Cringe Cronge. Okay, so if you look on the side of Team X, we're going for some lane swaps. They're swapping around their bottom lane to the top lane, and now Lucario's going bottom. Ooh. Immediate full heal from the Dodrio. You can really see some of the complementation coming out from OJ right now. With the Mewtwo Y, Clefable, and even Lucario. Yes, doing damage, but at the same time also peeling for the Mewtwo Y. It's so hard for them to get on top of this Pokemon. I honestly think, just like on paper, they just outdrafted themselves. I didn't see the draft phase, so I can't really comment on like what it was like, what exactly they prioritize in terms of pick order. But their draft does not look good this game, and I'm not saying that just because I'm not saying that because they're losing right now. I'm just saying that because they're already struggling in the early game, which is where Buzzwole tends to like to shine a bit, but it doesn't necessarily scale amazingly well into the late game. Granted that you're doing poorly in the early game as well. Mewtwo Y, on the other hand, I mean, Mewtwo Y with the Clefable, you got the peeling, the CC from Suicune, all that utility. You got the sustain and utility from Clefable, and then you got some supplementary damage with Lucario and Serena as well. That being said, though, not to be a Debbie Downer, but we still have a relatively close game, 104 to 83 points. We got a 21-point lead on the side of Team X. Slight level advantages as well. We got 3 Unite moves on the side of Team X versus the 2 on OJ. Both objectives have been claimed, so essentially we're just... aggressive Unite move from the side of Team X, capitalizing and getting a kill on the Mew. Dodrio trying to get the high jump kick onto Suicune, but forced to run away because it's a 5 versus 3. Buzzwole making the rotation from top to bottom. Mew respawning and making their way back to the bottom lane. Very aggressive play from OG. Holy moly. This guy popped his eject button, smacked down Serena immediately full healed, and then they responded with the Queen's Ascendance, so... I don't know what OG was thinking there. He made that aggressive play with half HP. I don't know if he's like succumbing to the nerves of the Game 3 antics, but that was not a good play. And guys, sometimes you need to take risks, but other times you need to maintain your composure and make sure you don't throw unnecessarily. This is the last game. If you lose this, you're out of the tournament. You can't afford to be making plays like that, especially putting yourself further and further behind. Day 2 hype? Day 2 hype, guys. We're whittling down our top 16 teams to the top 2. 14 people will be out before the end of the day. Only 2 shall survive day 3. Or 2 day 3. Okay, 176 to 171. We have a 5-point difference. That's barely anything, but still a lead regardless. 4 minutes on the clock. We got 2 minutes until Rayquaza spawns. The Regieleki pressuring the top tier 2. Meanwhile, the rest of Team X kind of resetting and beginning to farm their side of the map. No objectives on the board, so you have a little bit of downtime. Ho and Mew owing for the aggressive invade. Mewtwo with the Unite move. Suicune following up as well with the CC. 2 kills on the side of Team X. I just don't understand the OJ mentality here. They just seem to be crumbling under the pressure, going aggressive with 3 members of their team on the opposite side of the map. Uno reverse card on the side of Team X. Now they're the ones going for a collective death squad invade. Despite the fact that the points have not changed since the last 2 minutes, it just looks like a one-sided game. It looked like Serena... Okay, meanwhile in the top lane, Buzzwole gets KO'd by the Lucario and Suicune. Flamethrower from the Ho-Oh, applying the pressure to the Serena. Serena goes down to the Ho-Oh. It looks like Team X tried to set up for a play in the bottom side of the map. Unfortunately... it didn't work out the way they had originally probably intended. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Suicune and Lucario posturing around the top side, also getting that Regieleki as well. 5 seconds till Rayquaza spawns. Still a 5-point difference in the favor of Team X. Regieleki has been claimed. That's going to pressure the top tier 2. What time did they one end yesterday? Yesterday ended... I want to say like 11 o'clock. Okay, there's a Solar Beam from Mew landing on the 3 members. Sableye popping their Unite move and trying to send Mewtwo back to base and save themselves, but they get 1v1 by the Mega Mewtwo. Mewtwo pops their Unite move. Serena. Oh, Mew popped their Unite move to recall. OG caught in between a rock and a hard place, and a 3v1 forced just gets annihilated. Okay, there's the resurrection from the Ho-Oh. OG's back on the board. Solar Beam landing onto 3. Nice poke damage from the Mew. Okay, we have 2 Unite moves on both sides. The Dodrio and Buzzwole both have Unite moves. Suicune and Clefable has theirs. Serena trying to get on top of that Mew. Sableye goes down once again. Dodrio pops her Unite move. There's a Suicune Unite move. Side Strike landing onto Dodrio, but they just barely stay alive. OG pops her Unite move onto Mewtwo Y, but just in the middle of 4 people, just not enough damage and just not enough support from the rest of their team. Serena Grassy Glades Tropical kicks over the wall. Oh no. This might be all she wrote for... Look at the Rayquaza! Oh my god, who is this camera person, man? Jesus Christ. That's it. OG's out. OJ is out. That's going to be Korea advancing to the quarterfinals, and North America's number 2 is gone. If you're an OJ fan and you put them in your predictions, unfortunately, that is going to be it. See you next year. OJ, see you next year. Maybe. Who knows? It is... LG is NA's last hope. 4 out of the 5 teams of North America's representatives, 4 teams are out. Orange Juicers are out. Was Rapidash banned? I didn't see the draft base. I could probably rewind it. Hold on. Really quickly. Okay, so OJ picked up the Ho first pick, and yes, Rapidash was banned. Serena and Suicune. Mew and Buzzwole were their second rotations of picks. Mewtwo Y and the Clefable. Yeah, I mean, like, I think what ended up happening is Orange Juicers ended up tunneling on their comfort picks, but overall, they don't complement each other. Like, it's bad enough that they had a relatively poor start, but they had no late game, realistically. Like, OG had a tough early game. Roland is always playing Sableye whenever he gets the chance just because he really likes that Pokemon. Flareon's Mew, like, I don't want to say, like, Mew is definitely not a bad Pokemon by any means, but as a attacker to fill that quote-unquote carry role, Mew has kind of fallen out of favor, unless you're just really confident that you can just, you know, assert your skill diff against the other team. Dodrio's kind of fine, but at the same time, it was just a rough team comp to deal with. Like, you have so much damage on the side of Team X, not to mention like 3 all-rounders that are relatively beefy. Clefable on its own is basically a pseudo frontline as well, despite the fact that it's a support. And the Mewtwo Y is just Mewtwo Y. Lots of the Asian teams like to play this Pokemon, and it is a late game monster in some scenarios. Who do you think is winning World Championships? I predicted LG. So my predictions were LG number 1. I think it was Reject number 2 and Zeta number 3. Or it was either Zeta number 2 and then Reject number 3, or Reject number 2 and then Zeta number 3. I think I might be messing around with those two.
Here.
Yeah, you know things did not go well for the Juicers when you take a look at Kratos having 0 KOs. It's a shocking number to see from a player like that. So obviously things went really poorly for them in that draft. It feels like the game number 1 that we saw, Juicers were absolutely on fire. Game 2, the draft didn't go well for them at all. And game 3, it looks like they just didn't have a lot of options. Team EX is one of those teams that I feel like is overlooked. Korea as a region has been a little overlooked, I feel like, in the championship series, even though they've had great performances.
I think this tournament is going to be a wake-up call for a lot of the NA teams. I think a lot of the NA teams going into this World Championship probably overestimated how good they thought they were, as well as maybe even underestimating a lot of the other regions. But at the end of the day, like, you go into the World Championship, and if you don't perform, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Like, three of the NA teams were out day 1. Then NA's number 2 already out in the first. They like, technically it's top 16, so technically it's not even quarterfinals.
With Flareon's especially, who's a secure monster, and one of the games we just watched, he's secured as well, as we go into the final minute of a game that's pretty much all but decided at this point. The Ray Shields are with Zeta Division. The lead is now over 5.
Yeah, Zeta! Come on! Finish my prediction for me. You gotta make number 2, man, or number 3 at least. Zeta, I need you to fulfill the Chen prophecy. Fulfill your prophecy. Guys, I need to get that. I need to get them to get their dubs.
A little bit of dancing going on as these teams are mainly taking this time, Doobsnacks, to get ready for their next game. Obviously, Zeta feeling quite good about that performance. And on the other side, High Five needs to recalibrate. I think they had a lot of great answers to Zeta. It could have been, as you said, just an issue of execution because they had the tools in their toolbox. But I also think, sometimes you just got to take away a strategy that a team dominates with. It's just
is this the main stage? It is the main stage, yeah.
Maybe steal it.
But unfortunately, game 1 on the main stage was overlapping with game 3 on the B stream. So I watched the final match of the OJ series, and then now I'm going back to the main stage.
I look cute. Okay, thank you.
You look cute. Good for you, man. You did good today.
They are slow. They are very slow.
Nice to get a text.
Yeah,
Hey, what a sweet text from the audience. As we get ready for our next one here, I do think High Five, if they draft the same, you could see a totally different game, but when Xingdi does 20,000 damage and Vitopo does 100,000 damage, that is almost double the damage. We'll have the stats team check it. I would change it. Please take it away from them. Just take it.
Yeah, that's an awesome sign.
Love it.
That's terrific. Okay, so you're in the camp of Ban Comfe.
Or Zork.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're advocating a little bit before for Comfe. Something that is within High Five's strategy pool that we've seen them use is actually a Comfe-based strategy themselves.
Great.
So, it's one of those things you ban by...
Just imagine if this was on PC as well.
And executing a similar style of...
If it was on PC, you'd have more players.
Using it as one of your building blocks here as we go into the replay here of Game 1, which was honestly just a highlight reel of Vitopa.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before. This combination is so powerful that we've seen teams win the World Championships with it. We've seen Luminosity win their World Championships with a combination like this. And it has to be shut down in some way. Lots of tools from High Five, but those are all getting shattered here by Zeta in every moment throughout this match. Catching this Zarina early means it doesn't get to do anything in this fight. Charizard with the Unite move, and then the immediate, dash away there from the Zoroark.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The Charizard Unite is great for isolation, but it almost needs to be the 1-2 punch with Zarina, even maybe Espeon, because the escapability that Zoroark has is unparalleled. 18 knockouts, get out of here. Day 2 at Worlds, 18 knockouts.
Crazy.
Slide. My brother was sliding.
So good. Yeah, it feels like you got to take it. Take a look at the item setup. It's always fun to kind of look at what these pro players want to run. trying to get as much attack as possible while also creating an opportunity for a little bit of defense there with the focus spin, just in case you get a little too low. The Comfey healing is able to push you a little bit, and then the focus span with those 3 big chunks of healing as well. Outside of that, they are stacking both with their attack weight and right there with the Excel Bracer every time they're picking up a KO and assist. Got that stacked pretty fast when you have 18 knockouts.
Yeah, and I mean, Vitopo's not hiding their hand here. Literally holding the plushies of at least one of the Pokemon we've seen them dominate
It
with
just
here.
holds Zora and Comfey right in the picture, like, this is what we're gonna do.
And if you recall, I mean, when we watched Zeta Division 2, remember when they were using that big Dragonite secure strategy? We know what Vitopo's about. He's like, I'm not hiding anything. You didn't have to go far to study me. Now show me that you can shut it down, and not a lot of teams have. Certainly not High Five in Game 1.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm loving seeing Zeta playing like this.
I mean, technically you can play Pokemon Unite on desktop already if you use BlueStacks. But the thing is, like, number one, you're like, because it's not officially supported, you're at risk of getting yourself banned. Number two, if you were ever to consider going pro or like competitively, you wouldn't be able to do like use that game or like play the game on PC on your emulated version anyways, because it would be prohibited, because they only allow you to play on Switch and mobile devices, because that's what the intended platforms are.
For these Japanese teams is if they run into each other, it becomes that situation where inter-region play seems
So there's not really much point. Like, if you're the only way it would make sense is if you only plan on playing casually. That's it.
Outplayed by maybe something along the lines of like Insomnia and Phalanx, right? Because they know each other just more intimately, which means their adjustments are maybe micro, but have a huge difference.
Well, you talked a little earlier about how the Juicers, who we just saw unfortunately get eliminated on our B stage, the Juicers play so well into LG. They're one of the best teams to face off against LG. They would kind of love to run into another team from NA because they know all of their strategies and they can play around it. However, and just like you were saying, the same thing for Japan.
Gargantuan on this screen, by the way. Look how cute he looks. He's so cute. So shoot him a text.
Stop texting me. What? Another text?
I see his phone. It hasn't lit up at once. No one is texting him. So 555.
How you guys doing? How's it going, Ozzy?
It goes right to.
Just chilling, man. Waiting for the games to start. Well, continue, I should say.
That's way too many numbers. 55 Cowboy. 555 Cowboy. That's too many letters. Jesus, numbers.
Hopefully you're doing well yourself.
We don't wear glasses like Zoink.
Oh, yo, Ozzy, I kind of gave in to some pressure, and I ended up pulling for Hyselin.
You know how there's like the other guys?
The good news is, despite the fact that I'm poor on Stellar Jades,
we're always ready.
Except we don't get a movie deal, we do this.
Yeah.
And just pollute all of your all screen.
no, I don't. I don't even know why I pulled for her. That's the thing. I just did it on a whim. The good news is, despite the fact that I am poor on Stellar Jades and I'm not swiping my credit card, I was able to get her on 4 pulls. So it's not that bad. I don't even have a DOT team. I don't have Hua Hua. I don't have Kafka. I don't have Black Swan. Maybe I'll throw her onto my Acheron team. I think that's what I'll do. I'll throw her onto my Acheron team.
Obviously, we're starting with an absolute barn burner, which is High Five Zeta Division. Zeta up 1 game right now. Taking a look at this here, Team EX Juicers. Team EX, it's not updated yet because it just happened, but they went 2-1.
But I'm saving everything else. Every single thing I get is going towards Evernight. I'm getting Evernight. I saw her. I saw the animations. I want her.
Against QT Dig. A few games that are not on our main stage, Doomsex. Now
I got Hyacinth, Black Swan, Acheron, E1 Kafka.
Stamina Peru on our B stage as well. And then we have Cakelock Paper Rex on our B stage. The rest of them are going to be on our main stage here. And then throughout the day, every single game, quarterfinals, semifinals.
I'll get them eventually. My fingers are crossed. I hope that they release more characters for the
Championship Sunday.
what just looking at
Yeah,
the top
preservation done
TPX
hung.
obviously knows they have moved on. They better get their butts in seats and be watching this high five Zeta division match, because whoever wins is who they're squaring off against, and this is an easy way to download some information and kind of feeling out this team and what they're looking like here in day 2. So I expect them to be somewhere close, taking a look at that. So many good matches. I can't wait to watch Santos Laguna, who had a great day yesterday, looked incredibly solid.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean,
Thoughts on
what's
Latias?
up on Aegis Flame?
Probably one of the worst
They
debuting
were
supports
electric yesterday, pun intended, because that
in
Zoro
Unite's
pull, I screamed in the green room.
We were
I
yelling.
came unglued.
history.
The other games, like
It
we're
is
excited about what's
a very underwhelming support.
Okay, everyone, kind of.
Yeah, LG versus Nouns if they both win their series.
I don't know what their deal is, but I don't like their energy. Let me tell you, in the green room, we are screaming as this match is going on, seeing these picks from Aegis Flames. I cannot wait to see that game. I feel like after day 1, there are some teams that, I mean, the stonks on them are way down. Right? They're really deflated. You see teams like LG having such a difficult, such a difficult day in day 1. You see a team like Juicers have a rocky day, and now they're not moving forward here in day 2. You see Zeta get taken to task by Aegis Flames, but then there are those stories. Aegis Flames coming out looking amazing. High Five looking amazing. Now being put to their paces against Zeta. So we've got a crazy day ahead of us. Anything can happen. Even though we have 4.
Oh my god, you're still yapping, bro. If I go to this stream, is it... Oh, you're lucky. You're so lucky.
I agree completely. Production just got into my ear. HR needs to talk to us, so we're going to throw it a break.
We're going to throw it a break?
Yeah, we have to go talk to HR. Apparently, the catering thing really went sideways.
Yeah,
for
it
us.
sounds
Whoops.
like what it would be for us.
Okay,
All right, we will be
back.
right back here in a moment. Are we going?
They're going to an intermission? I thought this was the intermission. What do you mean? What do you mean? Brother! 6 minutes? Oh my Lord Jesus Christ. That is correct. Nouns is the only EU team left. They are EU's last hope. And LG is NA's last hope. The region with the most teams currently still in the tournament is Japan. Japan with 4, I think. And then I think it's Korea next with 2.
Oh, it has to be the legendary Jigglypuff.
I saw High Five in Zeta's first match. It was painful. I didn't get to see it just because
the bird just looks amazing. So yes, I feel very privileged. What about yours?
the EU or NA will be out next round guaranteed. Yes, next round. So next round guaranteed. But there's a yeah. So if they both win, guaranteed one of them will be out next round. However, there's a chance none of them make it to the next round if they were to both lose, though. So there's a reality that they both lose and they don't even make qualifiers or sorry quarters.
And Denali, I think that the rodent types of Pokemon are also in my heart. We love the Pikachus, but to me, it's the Dedenne. I love the Dedenne. It's round. It holds its own tail. It's the most adorable little thing, and I kind of look.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. While we have a small technical issue on the main stage like we talked about earlier, Doomsnacks, we have games on our B stage happening right now, and we are jumping into it. Paper Rex, Cake-A-Lock, this is their first match, first draft right here. You can take a look at the bands. We see the Hoopa, we see the Suicune, Ho-Oh, and Charizard.
We're going to quickly swap those team names at the bottom of your screen there, make sure those are lined up. Cake-A-Lock is on your left here. SCG, SGC, one of the worst names to try and say in the game here, looking to select their Pokemon. We haven't seen much select their Pokemon. We haven't seen much All Creamy. Blacklight for Cake-A-Lock picking that Pokemon up. Thoughts on All Creamy?
Yeah, it's had an interesting weekend, right? I think a patch ago...
Oh, okay. So we got the El Latios, Clefable and Umbreon, and El Creamy and Blastoise. Buzzwole counter for the Blastoise and Mewtwo Y, Snorlax and Garchomp, and the last pick is going to be our Lord and Savior, the guy who likes to chase dog bones, Zacian.
Doesn't really make it through to some of these games.
Yeah, uniquely, the support options in this game aren't really catching bans anymore. I mean, I say that Hoopa has, but more broadly. So the strength level has to be incredibly high for it to kind of be able to break into a game right now.
Yeah. And we're coming back.
Honestly, I think
obviously
the right side team came... The team with the Umbreon and Clefable, I think they came out ahead on the draft. Just on paper, though. Draft is half the battle, but the other half is playing the game and executing their strategy better than the other team.
That sister stream, we want to make sure that all of these games are shown.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you have both of those tabs open at home, that you're watching both, because especially in the early stages of this day, you really don't want to miss any of this action. All of these matchups are incredible, and honestly, you know, bummed that we have a delay on main stage. Psyched that you and I are getting to witness some of these things as they transpire.
Fully agree. We leave this studio last night and we are tasked with the awful job of trying to figure out which games we see out of the 8 on our main stage. There was a lot of fighting. Zoinks got particularly heated at one point.
First.
Now we actually get to see a lot of...
I was going first.
So mad about Zoinks. Calm down. Cake-A-Lock, Paper Rex. Cake-A-Lock, your purple team, Paper Rex, your orange team again. We are watching this that is happening on our B stage right now, but this is all part of our single elimination bracket. A best of 3 separates one of these teams from heading home and the other team from moving forward towards our grand finals.
Quickly, I mean, another Blastoise here not filling the defender role. Going to be an attack Stoise. Going to be trying to deal damage is Sunsage as they're putting pressure on Solo. Half of their HP bar is gone. Rebong's working on the other side, trying to evolve into Umbreon, who's another Pokemon that slowly has been on the rise this weekend.
You know, this is an interesting one, Doomsnacks, because we've got a little new school in Latios, Alchemy, and some very old picks in Garchomp, Blastoise, Snorlax here. On the other side, this feels like a team composition that would have done well throughout almost the entire season.
I always mispronounce purple team's name.
Which is really, really nice, but Zacian,
Cake-A-Lock?
Mewtwo, and
Cake-A-Lock? Cake-A-Lock?
One of the Pokemon that maybe since its nerf of taking away less shields with its Unite move has actually finally come back down to earth from being one of the best defenders of all time.
We're taking a look at talking about this other defender. Blastoise does have the defender background, playing in a more offensive role here. However, it needs to get going to be able to make an impact, because it's not worth anything right now as a 4-little war turtle. It needs to start scaling.
Yeah, and look at this here. Rebong's using that foul play to actually peel away from that fight in a great way. I love seeing that combination. As soon as you clip one Pokemon, you get that extra dash, moving it into the Gabite right there as they're pushing forward, trying to steal some of this. They bring Buzzwole with them a little bit, which might not be good as they are picked up.
Looking
to see if they can grab.
Nice. Oh, no!
They got the
Bro.
also picked up that
I don't want to say Buzzwole third imposter then killed their support, but I don't think you want to bring the Gabite to the level 3 Clefairy that's 3 levels down. Technically 4 now, but 3 at the time when they died.
Yeah, I mean, your allies are in a great spot. It's a nice little speed boost also. Little move speed
See,
boost.
here's the problem, guys.
Which is really cool. And you can see
When you're playing...
areas where We saw this
when you're
yesterday
playing an
with
early game
Fire.
Pokemon and you're already
Set up
down
the
2 levels on your
Go
opposing
back, you know,
on your
yourself
opposing lane
delicious
partner,
dollop. Right now, we are actually seeing a different
and
build here from the
and that
Blastoise
person
we saw
scales
yesterday.
better
We
than
saw
you do going into
Spin
late game,
Pump,
you already
this
got a
is
problem.
Spin Water Spout.
Going straight back in. Good pressure.
But
uh,
that's why
by,
you have a team
Kickalot,
diff,
but quickly met and
4-man
countered by
rotation to the
Paper
top
Rex.
lane,
We're gonna
and
see
we
PG
got a
reset
kill
on this
onto
Zacian,
the
as
Gabite.
Paper Rex is feeling and looking pretty decent despite being down on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they're
But,
down
like,
the
seriously, though.
scoreboard, but that's Zacian level 9 already.
Despite the fact that
Very,
Gabite
very
dead,
scary here. And they are mobilized.
despite the fact that
Before we
Gabite
get down to
died,
the
and there's
bottom,
still
both teams would
a
actually
full level ahead of
want to win
Buzzwole. Technically, it was
despite,
2 up until the point they just leveled up right now.
CGG on the Latios right there.
Be a little
Just making sure
scared.
that they can get strong and on
Mewtwo Y with the secure on the Regirock.
Great foul
Ooh.
play reposition on Nadiza. The Snorlax goes down, and Mark God gets themselves pinned down against the wall as well. Still just a Gabite, which is just bad news for Kickalot at this point, because Paper Rex is slowly starting to pull ahead on this experience lead.
I'm not going to question the Blastoise because we questioned it yesterday and then we're immediately embarrassed with how well Blastoise did.
Yeah, Tamarine's Blastoise was a cut above with those Hydro Typhoons.
But I got to question the Blastoise a little bit just so I can be wrong again. I'm kind of surprised to see Spin Spout right here. I definitely think you can carry with it. It can be very strong. I don't know that there's much I want to Spin Spout into on the other side, but I also... I don't remember their item setup. Maybe they have like a really nice curse play. They're going to move in and disrupt the entire team around Clefable. So I'm ready to be wrong about Blastoise.
Blastoise also historically punished by...
Ooh, nice Unite move from the Blastoise, but the problem is there's no follow-up damage. Garchomp goes down. El Creamy Unite move, not enough to sustain the rest of the team.
Despite maybe one of the best Hydro Typhoons.
That's a 5 for 3, 5 for 4 in favor of Paper Rex, and they didn't lose a single member on their team.
Cut that cake up.
There we go.
It's going to be a 15-point overcap on the top lane, 142 to 89.
At the start of this match.
Oh,
Controlling
boy.
the fight, even with that beautiful Typhoon, like you said, just could not shut them down. The level lead really helped them right there.
And I did say before the game even started that Paper Rex, I felt like they had the better draft, and right now, they won the drafting phase, but they're also winning in-game as well.
It is here to scale just like
The
this.
question is, can they continue their momentum and close the game out for their first dub?
To be the most fun thing in some matches, you know, takes a long time to get going, and then at some point, you are the strongest thing that has ever existed. It's tricky for sure, and a lot of these teams are doing a great job shutting it down.
Great job by Rebongs, always kind of repositioning and trying to get Nadiza in a position where they can't leverage a good block. Now, Zunzage is trying to step forward, and a good heavy slam combination. We have to move forward, and we have the Garchomp Unite coming out.
Ooh,
But
Snorlax with the secure onto the Registeel.
because it's the
Two members down the side of Paper Rex. It's a 5 versus 3. They're pressuring the bottom tier 1. 30-point score on the side of Garchomp. 142 to 119. Latios scores as well, taking the point lead on the side of Kickalot. 159 to 142. We got a 17-point lead on the side of Kickalot now. So after the dust settles, they get a couple of kills, they get the objective, and they reclaim the point lead. Big plays on the side of their team. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in the game. They have a small window to potentially make one final play before Rayquaza spawns.
Dragon Claw combo trying to steal away some of this so it's not taken by Paper Rex. Paper Rex here has an opportunity to push with this. It's a little scary, but they are presenting some aggression at this tier 2.
Oh, the Regieleki just walks for free. Unfortunate, and that just allows Paper Rex to take the lead again. 227 to 159. Huge blunder on the side of Kickalot, considering multiple members of the team were postured around the top lane.
N-box Pokemon that they're trying to build are finally ready for that final level, and we'll see how Paper Rex can fight and try and win this game.
Yeah, and here we go. Kickalot looking to make a siege happen on this goal zone. Big, heavy slam. Latios right there gets 2 with the Luster Purge, and now they are peeling back. Nice little push right there, evening up the score quite a bit, 209 to 227. Still a tier 1 up, however, on the side of Cakelot.
Why was no one defending against that? I think they got distracted. It's hard to say. There were multiple people there, though.
I don't know if it was you or maybe it was Zoinks, as we were talking about.
I don't know. I think what happened was, despite the fact there were many people there, nobody aggroed the Regieleki, so I just walked for free. Like, people seem to forget that even if you're standing there, if you don't aggro the Regieleki, it'll just keep on walking, despite the fact that you may be in the vicinity.
And taken a catch on Nadizov, they could have gotten it. Because that's where Rebounds has been the whole time, right? Focusing on their opposing defender. Mewtwo is there, putting in some decent damage, just pressing down Cakelot. Really just
Okay, 3 seconds until the Rayquaza spawns, 227 to 209.
Yeah, they don't. So Cakelot's going to have, a decent position as far
18-point lead in favor of Paper Rex. A small lead, but a lead is a lead at the end of the day.
I don't think they're too scared of it, though. Garchomp, a huge playmaker. They're kind of threatening with Blastoise right here. The Heavy Slam can move in at any moment, right into the Dragon combo. They do find the Latios, though, and they're going for it right now.
Rebounds immediately popping the Unite move. There we have the big towering cake out of Cakelot, and it's going to see if everybody's going to eat up here. His HT is getting the pressure put on, and they finally go down, but it's to the other way for Cakelot. The Kate is...
And that's the Buzzwole counterpick to the Blastoise. Buzzwole just grabs the Blastoise as soon as they start the rapid spin animation. They just don't get their damage output out.
Right there, the Alchemy not able to sustain them. The cake was in fact alive.
Still small point lead in favor of Paper Rex. The game's not over by any means. The game is close enough to the point where neither team necessarily needs Rayquaza.
With all the Unite moves gone, I mean, it really could go either way. You still have a Dragon Claw combo. You have great healing on both sides. You have the, put up and smack down there by the Buzzwole. This really could go either way. If Latios can get a few super strong chips, I think Cakelot can take it, but they're going to need to hit him.
Oh, great engage. Rapid spin, Water Spout right on top of the team. And that was a big Heavy Slam follow-up to get the knockout on Clefable. And that's going to be the difference in this
Good
fight.
grab by the Buzzwole. Side strike lands onto the Garchomp. Garchomp goes down.
Nadizov's taking over, and they are starting to fall on Paper Rex, getting absolutely shredded by the team that makes...
Oh, what is Zacian doing? He's so slow. I thought he was recalling the entire time.
Big scores right there.
Huge blunder the side of Paper Rex and the Zacian.
We talked about this late game scaling composition. The match went on long.
Oh no.
Latios starts hitting those Dragon Pulses. You saw it just shred through Paper Rex like a thin substance, like paper.
That was not pleasant to watch. My God. The Zacian was sitting in the bush. I thought they were gonna recall in advance, but like either fight or recall, but they didn't do either properly. I feel like they postured to look at the Rayquaza, and they're like, you know what? I think I'm gonna maybe try to sneak the Rayquaza, but then when everyone died, that's when they realized, okay, I can't do Rayquaza anymore. And then it's like, brother, the game's over. Your entire team's dead. That was painful to watch. I'm sorry. That was just kind of like, ugh. That was like a horror movie in real time. Look, see, even okay, by the way, guys, do not get fooled by these streams. We just watched this match, by the way. This is the B stream. So now they're playing game 1 of Paper Rex versus Cakelot, because they're probably going through technical difficulties. This production is failing. Oh, wait, no, wait. Sorry, my mistake, I think. Maybe it's me. No, wait, no, never mind. They did play that match. Why are we featuring that? What's the point of 2 streams if you're playing the same match?
Has to put down on the whole squad. Once it got blinked out of existence,
it was over.
That was the tide-turning move, and well executed by Cakelot.
I totally agree with you. As soon as I saw Latios KOs the Clefable there with that Dragon Pulse pop up on screen. I knew it was over for them, right? Their ship was sinking to the bottom of whatever a deep trench would be.
Davy Jones, locker.
They took them down to...
Okay, somehow the B stream is playing game number 2 before the main stream, and the main stream was playing this match before. I'm so confused. Your schedule is all over the place, guys. Make up your minds. Latios first pick on the side of Solo. I'm unbeatable, Pokemon. Blastoise and Umbreon picked on the side of Kakalak. So they did take away the Umbreon this time around, and sticking with the Blastoise, Armarouge and Clefable, or Armarouge being hovered. Oh! So I like the Buzzwole pick when you know the enemy team is picking Blastoise. Buzzwole is a pretty solid counter for that pick. Raichu is being played a lot more consistently lately. In the last couple of matches that were streamed yesterday, we had an increase in Raichu pick rate towards the end of day 1. Ooh, a Talonflame, okay. Looking to try to dive that backline, Raichu and Latios. We'll see if it pays off.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championships.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here. It is overwhelming in the best ways.
What has been
We'll be right back in 5 minutes. Alright, game point for Kakalak. Ooh, you know what I just realized right now? Both these teams are Asia Pacific West, and you have to... In order for one of these teams to advance, they have to knock out their regional buddy representative. There can only be one Asia Pacific West team, and that could potentially be Kakalak by the end of this match. But, we'll see. Okay, so we got Latios and Snorlax bottom lane, Buzzwole and Hoopa top lane, Raichu in the jungle, Talonflame in the jungle with Armarouge and Clefairy bottom lane. Oh, wait, sorry, Umbreon. This is also going to be a carry Stoys, guys. So that is the... Okay, first Altaria spawning in 5 seconds. Looks like we got another rotation from the Armarouge going top lane, a little late. Ooh, Fletchinder gets absolutely melted by the Buzzwole and the Raichu. Raichu scores 23, Hoopa scores Oh, Buzzle scores 23. This is not looking good for the Talonflame right now. Level 5, under-leveled, getting invaded by the enemy jungle and support. 5 seconds till center Altaria spawns, and keep in mind, Raichu hasn't even gone for the second jungle rotation at all. Fletchender still level 6, hasn't hit that Talonflame power spike. Raichu going back towards their jungle. Level 8, possibly level 9 by the end of this jungle clear. 48 seconds till top objective and bottom objective spawn. Squirtle also getting bullied in the top lane. Level 7 Buzzwole to level 4 Squirtle. Kakarot this game are just looking disorganized and just starving for experience across multiple lanes. Heavy Slime onto the Umbreon, gets away with the Snarl foul play. Ooh, aggressive Heavy Slam from the Snorlax, whiffs under the 2. Eject button fly. Umbreon secures the objective. A nice leash from the purple team to give that objective away to Kakarot. What was looking like a very one-sided game allows Kakarot to just pull the rug under the feet from that bottom lane Raichu and Latios. Unfortunate. Okay, Hyperspace Highway connecting the bomb to the top. Raichu goes to the top lane. Buzzle breaks the top tier 1 in order to allow the Regieleki to pressure the top tier 2. Looks like Regieleki's going to go uncontested. 166 to 46. We got a 120 point favor in favor of Paper Rex. Heavy Slam onto the Clefable. The Regieleki is pressuring the top tier 2. Keep in mind, 40 Night Moves available on the side of Kakarot. Raichu trying to put down the pressure, zoning them out as well. Heavy Slam from the Snorlax, doesn't connect with any target. Hyperspace Hulk allows the Snorlax to reset and come back to the front line. How's everyone doing? We're kind of just chilling. The broadcasts seem a little disorganized today, I will say that. Pretty much a little over an hour into the stream, at least on the side of, you know, since when they started, and they've only played one match on the live broadcast. Or actually, sorry, maybe 2. And then I'm kind of just ping-ponging between the B stream and the A stream, or the B stream and the main stage stream. Just because I'm trying to prioritize some matches over the others. But yeah, right now, there's a little bit of trouble in paradise on the side of the technical aspect. The Hoopa Unbound connects the bottom team to the Registeel. 5 versus 4. Registeel goes over to the Raichu. Umbreon goes down. Clefable goes down as well. Talonflame rotating to the bottom, but too little too late. 3 members on the side of Kakarot go down. Blastoise goes down as well. 4 members down on the side of Kakarot. Talonflame tries to go aggressive, but they get punished. Triple kill for the Latios, and that is just unfortunate. Talonflame was not there at all. The team on the side of Kakarot were just out of position, outnumbered, and just were not ready for the Hoopa Unbound to allow them to just play around that bomb lane objective. Okay, 3 members on the side of Paper Rex secure the Regieleki. And it doesn't look like too much is going on right here. Hoopa's just having a field day, walking around some bushes. Raichu defending the top tier 1. Clefable looking to rotate down to the bomb lane. Fly from Talonflame connects with the Snorlax, but that Unite move was definitely questionable at best, but they'll definitely be able to get that back for Rayquaza. 176 to 46 points, 130 point lead in favor of Paper Rex. Keep in mind, game point for Kakarot. If they win, they will knock out Paper Rex, and they would advance to the quarters. This is a must-win situation for Paper Rex. They need to win this match in order to keep their dreams of progressing alive in the tournament. 40 seconds until Rayquaza spawns, 5 seconds till bottom Reggie spawns. Looks like Kakarot are going to forego that bottom lane objective and trade for the top lane goal. Hyperspace hole connecting from the bomb goal to the top tier 1, but no one takes the portal. Smart decision. 5 members on the side of Kakarot already posturing and ready for this top. Looks like they're not done yet. Kakarot scoring more points in the top tier 2. 232 to 176, and they've taken the lead. 5 seconds till Rayquaza spawns. Kakarot a little disorganized, split up across the map. They don't have vision of all the members of Kakarot. Talonflame looking to rotate from the bottom to the center of the map. Blastoise also regrouping with their team. Talonflame with the aggressive Unite move onto the Raichu. It connects. Rayquaza's already at less than half HP, at 40%. 20. Wow. The rippity flippity dip, and I just don't think Paper Rex were prepared for the what looked like a very messy team fight just converted into a rip of the Rayquaza. By the time the team fight even began, it was already at less than half HP, and then Talonflame just from downtown pops their Unite move, knocks away the Raichu, forces them to eject one out of the pit, secures it with a fly. Oh boy. Talonflame, Blastoise, and Clefable all looking to back cap on the home goal, looking to forego and give up this bottom tier 2. 3 scores on the side of Kakarot. They're going to reset and play defense on the home goal. This is a last-ditch effort. 30 seconds. Heavy Slam landing onto multiple members. Block trying to zone them off the pad. There's the Talonflame Unite move connected with 2 people. There's the fly from Talonflame landing onto 2, securing the kill on Snorlax. Oh, it's over. It is over. Kakarot have proved today that they're the superior Asia Pacific West team, and they knock out their fellow representative from their respective region. Paper Rex are going home, Kakarot going to the quarterfinals, and that's going to be a 2-0 series for Kakarot. They're moving on to the quarters to await their next opponent, and poor Paper Rex folded and crumbled in front of their regional representative. Oh boy. I will say this though. A lot of the games that I've been seeing are turning into Rayquaza flips, which I'm not necessarily a fan of. You guys remember the update that they implemented not that long ago? It was fairly recent, but not super recent either. They buffed the HP on Rayquaza. The reason why they did that is because they wanted people to stop ripping Rayquaza, but that's why I said it only really matters in solo queue, because when you are playing a collective, playing as a collective entity, as a team, that 10% doesn't make much of a difference, because literally, when you have like 9 to 10 people flipping Rayquaza, trying to secure it back and forth, like they're DPSing and all trying to collectively just secure it for their team. It's like, it doesn't really matter. There's so much damage that 10% doesn't even feel like it made a difference at all.
To cobble together themselves a Zora, Comfy,
Ooh, Zeta Division versus High Five. We're finally getting into Game 2 of this series that's been ongoing for the last, 30 minutes.
They're going to try to steal this for their own. obviously, even if they're not as proficient as the other side, they would be taking away one of their best weapons. However, they don't do it.
Okay.
Blaziken, Ho-Oh. Okay.
So Zeta Division on the button here. They have the opportunity to take that combo if they'd like. High Five trying to eke more value, right? Get other high octane picks so they can maybe nab it later.
Okay, so Serena was first ban, Dodrio second ban, third ban Latios, fourth ban Buzzwole, first pick Suicune, and we got a Blaziken lock-in and Ho on the side of High Five. Garchomp and Leafeon locked in on the side of Zeta Division.
They have 2 picks left. We're going to see how High Five wants to play this right here. Charizard is on the table. They go for the Snorlax.
Okay, Snorlax locked in. And Charizard locked in on the side of Xingdi as well. So we're going to round out the team of Zeta Division with a Zoroark Comfey.
And Zeta grabs Zoro Comfey in their final 2.
Okay, High Five. You let them have it.
Yep.
You let them have it from bell to bell. So how are you going to react? And they lock in Mewtwo.
Mewtwo Y. I like this. I actually do think Mewtwo Y is a great counter to some of this, right? You know.
So High Five locking in and rounding out their team with the Mewtwo Y pick.
And then as soon as the fight breaks out in a huge way and everyone's clustered up.
What's up with the items? It's because they're trading Pokemon. That's why.
Everywhere it has a stun.
I would imagine so.
They have the tools to make it happen. However, last match, they were not able to do it with a lot of similar tools.
I think you can make an argument that their tools last match or last game were better than the ones they have right here.
Yeah.
So a lot of eggs in the Charizard basket. They had Charizard last time, and it didn't really materialize in a way that had any impact. So if they let Vitopo have the first half of the game like they did in game 1, then none of this is going to matter.
We're going to see. We're going to see what they can do. I would be very wary of allowing Zeta Division
I'm just
to
gonna
have this play once again. But clearly, High Five is aware of their strategy, and they want to play that. They are telling them to pick it, and they want to go up against it. They're not attempting to stop them in any way. So we're going to have to see what that looks like here as we head into.
I mean, Zoroark Comfey is a.
See the big stage here.
In terms of, like, they synergize really well, but at the same time, it's a hit or miss combo. It's either they do well or they don't do well. But you can see Comfey and Zoroark clearing the jungle together. Zoroark not the greatest at solo clearing, so they got the help of that support to just clear a bit faster. And of course, leashing experience through the XP share. Oh, giving the red buff over to Comfey. Mewtwo, Y, and Ho secure the kill on the Eevee down the bottom lane as well.
Try and slow things down. Try and give your Charizard a chance here. Because if they let Vitopo go unshackled, they're going to take over.
Right there, Tomato almost getting close to a KO on the Mewtwo. However, the attack there targeting.
Here comes Zoroark.
Instead of that Mewtwo, we have
Zoroark.
already. Comfey actually making their way down, and it looks like they're going to meet up. Grab them, bring them along for the ride. It's like me and Gottlieb in the car yesterday. Come on, buddy. Let's go down to the bottom path.
Beep, beep, Spraggles in a car.
Beep, beep, I'm in a car. Hi.
Tomato taking a ton of damage here. The Sweet is playing on the backside. Rom getting a quick knockout on the Ho-Oh. And Zeta Division already kind of feels like they're picking up right where they left off in game 1.
Fully, yeah. We have some points, right, from High Five, but Vitopo is already doing Vitopo things with the Comfey.
How many Blissies are slow, bro? Blissies are on and up. I don't think I've seen a slow bro at all, personally. Like, I can't comment on the matches I haven't seen, especially the ones that didn't make it to the live broadcast. But from what I remember, I don't think I saw a single Slowbro picked in any of the live matches, or like the live stream matches, I should say.
Flamethrower becomes incredibly strong with all of these attack weight stacks.
That's also very surprising to me, considering lots of people are playing Latios, lots of people are playing Zacian as well.
Can't figure it out.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's quite tough.
They're like, they just feel a hair.
I think a lot of people are sleeping on the Slowbro pick. You got a front line, you got some CC, or, you know, depending on whether you go Scald or Surf. You got some utility in the form of your Unite move.
7 GB. I mean, and they're just starting to snowball this lead already.
Yeah, and here we have the fight in the bottom path. Almost level 9. Ready to move in for this engagement. Ho-Oh kind of pushing forward right here. All of this could go the way of Zeta, but instead they're looking to pick up some KOs, and they do, continuing the pressure. In the top path, however, we have the counter punch from High Five. Instead of engaging with the Zoroark, they are actually trying to make a fight of their own, but here comes Zeta.
Yeah, the Topo on the backside going straight after 9-4. 9-4 is gone.
Oh, aggressive play from the Zoroark Comfy. Triple kill from the Zoroark. Pops her Unite move in the middle of 3 and just gets the damage down. Ay, ay, ay. And that is the Zoroark Comfy combo. Absolutely just oppressive in the early game.
They asked Zeta to pick these Pokemon, so they're getting their matchup. Now they need to deliver on this. Obviously, Blaziken takes a while to get online. It is now 9, which is huge for High Five, right? Charizard also needs its 9. But while this is happening, Zoroark already level 11. Another easy objective over to the side of Zeta.
I mean, Rom is going to be a problem. Because Garchomp is now a problem. Like, High Five just doesn't have enough in the tank. They're so focused on Patopo that they're looking at getting nickeled and dimed by everybody else. And that's when the big dollar bills...
The fact that Zoroark is just diving the Flux Zone, getting a kill in between 4 people, and still making it out is a crime. That being said, the rest of their team... Oh my god.
Charizard peeling back the other way. They finally pick up one. Garchomp takes him down with the Dragon Claw. Here comes Vitopo once again, and the pressure just stays on. They can't stop Zeta.
It's a mess. It's an absolute mess.
Doomsdax is disgusted right now.
It's not good. It's not good. Like I said in the draft screen, the argument I was making is this draft at a High Five is arguably worse than the one that they had before to deal with this Zoroark, and that is bearing fruit right now. Because
why does Comfy keep healing Zoro while Zoro's full HP? Because you go now in this game, you go from 100% to 200% HP. Okay, Vitopo hiding in the pixel bush.
High Five does have the ability to revive with Ho-Oh right now, so if they expend a lot of resources on the side of Zeta, they might actually be able to make something happen. Vitopo deciding to peel away from this engagement. High Five showing some signs of life here. Char not yet ready with the Unite move. Here comes Vitopo once again.
Flowery Fields forever, enough to top off Vitopo, and here comes the rest of the squad. Tome engages.
There's the whole Unite move, resurrecting too. Snorlax with the Unite move to sustain and zone as well. Flamethrower from the hole, putting the pressure on the Suicune. Blaziken goes in, pops the overheat, very quick charge. Flare Blitz from the Charizard. Connects with the Suicune, but Ho secures the kill actually. 5 seconds till the objective spawns.
Create a position around this Registeel. Regieleki moving top. We actually have a little something going on here from High Five. They get the secure. They're looking towards this tier 1. Ho-Oh in the top path trying to deal with his Reggie. However, 3 members of Zeta are moving up to the top path. Garchomp Unite move right up into the air from the Charizard with the counter here. And they're trying to make something happen, but Garchomp actually ripping through them.
I mean, okay, the way that what Zeta Division was doing right there is the Garchomp heavy engages so that they can't base and let Vitopo smash through the top path.
200 points on the dot in favor of Zeta Division. They are looking extremely strong right now.
And Vitopo cleaning up the trash in the top path. Holy, Zeta Division is miles ahead right now.
They are cooking right now. I mean, this is so
I would have to see again. I didn't see what items Comfy was using.
Solid level-wise at level 13. Vitopo almost at 15. We're 14 and a half here at 3 minutes. We can easily see at level 15 Zoroark for Rayquaza on the side of Zeta Division. Moving back in for another fight. The Emerald 2-step trying to pick up a KO right here. Charizard getting frozen, but able to peel back towards this goal zone. I don't know if Zeta wants to continue a fight.
Ooh, Leafeon gets caught out.
Vitopo actually hang out. They're going to try and flank this Charizard and Xingdi here. They're going to go straight in. They realize that they've been exposed. Blaziken is going to try to...
Oh, the Comfy detached from the Zoroark. They tried to reattach, but they got CC'd mid-animation. And they got punished for it. Oh my god. The Uber X driver Zorak just decided later, Gator. They couldn't stick around, and also the Zorak misplayed as well. They tried to go aggressive, full heal preemptively to make sure that they don't get CC during their combo, but they whiffed their combo.
Overextend in that moment. I'm not saying things are great for High Five by any means right here, but I think they kind of...
Okay, 14. Oh, aggressive play. Forced to the seismic toss from the Charizard, grabs the Garchomp mid Unite move animation. 291 to 91, 90.
Oh, Rom is down. Rom is gone. Zeta Division fumbling the bag at the 1 yard line, and now it's
High Five are going for the dub right now. Suicune, Zorak, and Comfy playing point guard. There's the feint onto the Charizard, secures the kill. Rayquaza at half. 40%. There's a resurrection from Ho. Zorak has the Unite move as well. There's the feint. Comfy secures the kill to Blaziken, but Mewtwo secures it. Oh, that's a heartbreaker right there. The game is not over, though. The game is not over.
But here we go. The shields are broke. Wait, they're all gone. They took them all down. Zorak Comfy peels and scores 4-11-91. I don't think there's a single shield left unless that Snorlax is holding 50 with a shield right now. But I would think if they were, someone would be around them protecting them. No! High Five has nothing. They won Ray, but they lost.
High Five lost every single one of their shields. No one has a shield to score. They have to collectively push together and try to make something happen. But even then, Zeta Division could just go run it down. They know that High Five need to go for a counter push. The rest of the team can just trade points.
This is wild. I can't breathe. Here we go. Moving towards this tier 2 goal zone. We have High Five, multiple members of Zeta also moving towards their home base. It looks like it's all over, but we have 30 seconds left. They're trying to start a fight right here that could possibly be a game-winning fight. They get one, another KO. 25 seconds left. Points are going in. 595 to 335. They're heading towards this home goal zone, but here comes Vitopo to defend.
They have to go through. They have to try and start a score. Flowery Fields forever, and it's Vitopo.
That's going to be it. Zeta Division come out on top and eliminate High Five, the Asia Pacific East team from Worlds. They shall fulfill the Chant prophecy. They're going to come in number 2. Zeta, I believe. Fulfill my prediction. Fulfill it. But make sure you guys lose to LG, though.
This is the match High Five asked for.
Good job, Tomato. Good job, Tomato. I believe in you.
No secret that Vitopo wants that Comfy collar, and they want to run around the map causing absolute havoc. They let them do it 2 times.
So guys, I know, guys, my predictions, I know what's up. I know what's up. Ooh, Reject versus the Latin American team coming up soon. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm just pulling up the schedule for a Unite thing. I have to go on Twitter to pull up the schedule, but the thing is, because it's on Twitter and Twitter's so degenerate now, like, at the risk of seeing something inappropriate on my homepage, because now it's literally just fucking OnlyFans shit that's being recommended, it's like, I have to hide this stuff. Like, guys, I don't give a shit what you guys do with your time and your life, but like I don't care. Okay, we're good. So we got, so it's number 2. It's okay. So Insomnia versus Peru Unite or Reject versus Santos Lagunas. Either way, there's 2 Latin America teams versus Japan. It's not even recommended to me. It's literally just like people paying to promote their shit and it just comes on Twitter. Like literally the only people I follow are literally people involved in Pokemon and like people I knew from back in the day. But then like I don't like literally I don't even I don't know. It's just Twitter. Okay, yeah, let's watch the main stage because I want to watch Reject play.
I'll meet the casters a bit more. So, hello, first question. As always, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Sylveon is my favorite because she is the cutest.
Bro, you guys are lying to me. It's supposed to be
I
Reject.
think it's maybe the cutest, but it's still a fantastic answer. My favorite Pokemon, I said the previous one is Banette, but if I had to pick a second one, I'm gonna go with Gengar this time. Yeah. Yeah, this time I gotta go with it. Okay, so for the next question, Kello, you've gotten the chance to do a few of these World Championship broadcasts. What is your favorite memory from any Pokemon World Championship?
That is a really tricky question because there is so much to choose from, but I think it's just seeing the stage for the first time. All of the little details, I feel like there's so much to see and pick out, but obviously the matches. I mean, they're always so fire. So, as I said, it's hard to choose just one, okay?
Exactly. No, that's so fair. I think both of us are choosing this World Championship might be the best one that we've ever seen. We'll see, we'll see. Now, another question that we wanted to ask every single Pokemon Unite caster is, what Pokemon do we think we want added into Pokemon Unite? There's already 70-some Pokemon, but what's another one you want in the game?
I would love to see Totodile. So that is another one of my favorites because we cannot just have one, but I would absolutely love to see Totodile just running around, chomping everything.
Yeah, okay, good. A very good chompy boy. I love that. Last time I said Dunstorm. This time I'm going to go with my favorite Pokemon. I want to see Banette in Pokemon Unite. So bad. Speedster Banette, please. I'll do anything. Okay, final question. Kelly, we got a really fun tournament happening already while you were all watching this. So, what Pokemon do we think is going to be seen the most in the tournament? That's including both bans and picks.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I think Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is either going to get banned or it's either going to get picked up if it doesn't end up getting banned. So that's my highest encounter.
That's a great answer. I'm going with the same one. I also think it's going to be...
The game's already starting. These guys are... Okay, so we got Santos Laguna versus Reject. Reject is the Japanese team that took down Luminosity Gaming 2-0 yesterday. They are the #1 seed from their group H or F, whatever group they were in. So let's just see if they're able to recreate their success from yesterday and make a clean sweep of Santos Laguna to make it to the quarterfinals. Or did LG make it? Yes, they did. They did make it, but they came out #2 in their group. They'll be playing later today. Okay, so Santos Laguna, let's see what they can do. This is the Spanish team with Zalkira and Enisus. Alright. We got Charizard first ban, followed by the Latios, followed by Zacian, followed by Serena. Suicune first pick, followed by the Mewtwo and Snorlax pick. Armarouge and Blaziken follows up the Suicune. Blissey and Aegislash, sorry, I brain farted there. Aegislash. Buzzle and Clefable to round out the team, and then a Scizor, but imagine that would most likely be Scyther? For some kill pressure, but not 100% sure. Alright, let's see what this goes. Alright, we got the Blaziken jungle, Buzzwole and Clefable in the top lane, Suicune and Armarouge in the bottom lane. Armarouge in the lane is an interesting pick. You don't see that too often. Aegislash top lane against the Buzzwole. Clefairy waddling to the goal, trying to get their experience and... Oh, okay. Are they stacking? Or are they just trying to get their Clefable as fast as possible? Ooh! Not the start you want to have against Reject, but... Yeah. Aegislash goes down. And we got our level 4 Clefable already in the top lane, so that's going to be a little bit of a... problem. Oh, and we got the pause. Technical difficulties, please stand by. I'll keep this tabbed and I'll ping pong back to the main broadcast and see what's going on over here.
It has been a bit of a day here so far, but Danalee, how are you feeling?
Look, I'm hyped because we probably have one of the best potential underdog matches that is just about to kick off. And, you know, I agree with Bridget. Aegis Flames, they surprised us yesterday. And they could be another team to surprise us if they knock out...
How many pause will we have today? Over, under?
It is the Pokemon World
It's
Championship.
pause central, man. Pause everywhere. Pause here, pause there, pause everywhere. Technical difficulty here, technical difficulty over there. Intermission here. Another intermission over there. Yappuccino there. Like, bro, it's cooked.
We have Team EX being able to defeat Orange Juice's 2-1, so they are moving on through, and they're actually going to go up against Zeta Division, who have defeated High Five 2-0.
Everyone gets a pause.
Complete there, Danalee.
Yep, and then as you can see towards the bottom, we had Kakalog eliminating Paper Rex 2-0 in that matchup, which I think for a lot of people was a big surprise. Yes, we knew Kakalog was a very formidable team, but to 2-0 Paper Rex, that's a statement in itself. So Kakalog, they're going to have to figure out who their opponent is going to be. It'll be the winner between Rejects and Santos Laguna, which is going to be happening later today. So very, very exciting times here, Kels, because we're basically trying to funnel our teams down to our final two for Championship Sunday. And the question I think we're all kind of wondering is, who are the top two teams right here for Pokemon Unite?
Uh-oh.
I mean, the fact that we started at 27 teams yesterday for our group stage down to the top 16, and we only end up remaining with 2 at the end to go on to tomorrow, and then obviously, well, it's one.
We got a pause and Yappuccino. Take your pick, guys.
Champion here at the Pokemon World Championships of Pokemon Unite, okay?
Absolutely, but we still gotta chop the teams down. We still gotta figure out who's gonna be the best.
Oh wait, no, they're playing. I was gonna roll my bat. Okay, hold on.
In this best of 3 series, and the question is it going to be Aegis Flames?
Yeah, I heard the sound effects. I heard the sound effects. Hold on. Is solo queue an option? It's never an option. Yeah, I'm an old man. I got the gremlin posture. Wow, Aegislash getting punished once again. Buzzwole going aggressive with the superpower, grabs the sword, lands onto the Blissey, double kill. 2 versus 1 and gets a double kill. Buzzwole on top, and Aegislash is crumbling under the pressure. Santos Laguna having a tough uphill battle with this. Once again with that superpower, grabbing onto the sword, landing onto the Bunnelby, and just absolutely destroying them. They're ready to see the base once again with the way they're playing. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, not exactly sure who Clefable is moonlighting when they're at full HP. But meanwhile, in the top lane, once again, Haruto just asserting dominance in this top lane, showing this sword who's boss. Another solo kill. Both objectives spawning in the top and the bottom lane. Reggie Rock already at less than half HP, 40%. And secured by the Scyther. So it is the Scyther, by the way. Side strike body blocked by the Clefable. Buzzwole came down. Misses the superpower. There's the follow me onto the Scyther. Gets this brief stun. Fire spin from the Armor Rouge. Haruto going extremely aggressive onto the enemy team in the middle of their flux zone. Might be overestimating how fed they actually are. The rest of the team is posturing back and forth. There's Buck. Why are we looking at the Blaziken farming? There's a team fight happening in the bottom. Who's this camera person? My Lord Jesus Christ, man. You got a team fight happening in front of your eyes, and then this guy's just like, you know what? I don't want to watch the team fight anymore. Let's go watch the Blaziken in a 1v0 farming the Indini. Oh my god, so exciting. Fire these camera people right now. Fired. Okay, Regieleki secured by the Blaziken. Regieleki gonna pressure that top tier 2. Clefable just trying to be a nuisance and distract the Scyther. Eject button from the Blaziken over the wall to safety. Buzzwole once again trying to play very aggressive. Caught in the middle of 3 people. Forced to Unite move. Lights on the Blissey. 1 HP and a dream. Haruto survives. And that's a 2-0 in favor of Reject. 198 to 26 points. That's a 172-point difference at the half-game mark. Okay, Reggie Rock is on the board. The rest of Santos Laguna rotating down to the bottom lane. We got a 5 versus 4. Clefable is in the top lane. Sidestrike landing, does not get the CC. Armor Rouge goes down to the Scyther. Scyther pops her Unite move. Gets a double kill. Sidestrike landing on the Blaziken. Gets a little bit of poke damage. Gets the CC knock up. Heavy slam. Nice zoning from the Snorlax. Prevents Blaziken from getting into the range of the Reggie Rock. 219 to 26. Clefable slightly expanding their point lead, but in favor of 2 kills and the objective as well. Nice kill secure from the Blaziken onto the Snorlax. 2 minutes until the Rayquaza spawns. Almost a 200-point difference in favor of Reject. 15 seconds till the Regieleki spawns. Once again, well, not exactly. You know, I'm a little speechless, but okay. Aegislash is not having a good day, guys. Like, I think they're lagging. All right, definitely lagging. Oh! Mewtwo not respecting the superpower from the Buzzwole. Grabs the Snorlax despite the fact they're in their Unite move animation. Still able to grab and smack down the frickin' Mewtwo Y into the ground. Aegislash once again dying to the Buzzwole. Snorlax goes down. 3 kills in favor of Reject. They're still trying to pressure the top tier 2. Regieleki gets destroyed, but they're still able to score. 312 to 26 points. Oh boy. In order for Santos Laguna to come back into this game, they're going to either need to win a clean team fight or get that Rayquaza in some shape or form. 23 seconds till Rayquaza spawns. This is not looking good. Almost down 300 points. Almost. Despite the fact the point lead is significantly in favor of Team Reject, Santos Laguna are still able to keep the levels relatively close. 2 minutes on the board. Rayquaza's up. Santos Laguna going for that back half in the top tier 1. Reject not in position to defend this goal. Scyther actually recalls and is going down to the bomb line, trying to reposition and go for a potential flank. Nice body block from the Clefable to protect that Blaziken from getting side-striked. 35 seconds have elapsed, still almost 200 points down. Not exactly sure what Scyther is doing. They're already level 15. They have their Unite move. Looks like they're farming their jungle. Okay, 55 seconds left in the game. Santos, they're gonna have to pull the trigger. They're going into the pit. They're pulling the Rayquaza. Rayquaza's at less than half. 40%. Oh! And that is a heartbreaker. Despite the fact Reject were just dominating the entire game, Santos Laguna flipped the script, go into the pit, force the Rayquaza, and win the Rayquaza. That's a 5-man ace in favor of Santos Laguna. Latin America saying, not today, guys. Not today. We're not going home without a fight. They take game number 1. 10 seconds left in the game. 522 to 312. And that's going to be an over 200-point difference in favor of Santos Laguna. When in doubt, guys. When in doubt, believe in Rayquaza and the heart of the cards. You go into that Rayquaza pit, you 50-50. You always believe when Rayquaza's up. Alright, let me see what's going on the other side.
Jumping into that battle of the rain, you two, why popping that Unite, having that little mini sun, trying to set things up here with the Buzzball going in for the Unite. 2 Blaziken has gone. Santos, they've got their team and they also get the Rayquaza. They've got the shields, and look who's left to defend. Nobody's home.
No one is home. No one is here to defend. All of
It's the same game. It's the same game. They're going through their technical difficulties.
They're all still on cooldown. That's a game number 1 locked in for Santos Laguna against Reject as well, putting them just 1 game away from advancing in the competition. And for Reject, now you're in a desperate situation because you have to win the next 2 games. Otherwise, you're at risk of being eliminated from the competition.
I guess that's the risk when it comes to day 2. It is single elimination, so every game makes a difference. But otherwise, that feature stage there, we will have the next matches all set up for you on that main stage very, very shortly. But I guess in terms of what we just saw from that match, Suicune, that is something that we saw a lot of yesterday. What are your thoughts on this Pokemon?
I think, obviously, I think a lot of us know that Suicune is an absolute menace to play up against. The constant freeze, especially if you get those multi-Pokemon freezes, which we constantly saw.
Fresh drops for Pokemon Go. You are eligible to get the world's 25 jersey select box. Oh my goodness, guys, I gotta get my jersey.
In the matches. Okay, that one's a tough one because there are a few Pokemon fulfilling several roles here.
That's a game changer? Oh yeah, it is.
There's a lot of questions. I think in the case of trying to secure objectives, I think Blaziken is still king for this. We haven't really seen any other Pokemon really outcompete that Blaziken pick.
Zarina.
Blaziken would still outperform Serena. Serena, I have to say, probably like,
Feel like
it's a popular Pokemon, but it's not as popular as certain other ones at the moment. But I think
different
it's a star.
objectives.
Yes.
I guess when we look at Zarina, it's more about those team fights and that sustain, whereas
Initiation.
Blaziken is there more for that trusty secure
Yeah.
with that overheat. But even then, going in with those engages and that poke damage to finish him off with the Focus Blast. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see how that next one ends up panning out and who actually ends up continuing on through to those semi-finals. There's still a lot more matches to come here at the Pokemon World Championships, but, well, we'll have to see.
I mean, we're waiting for this next matchup. I want to hear your thoughts, Kel, on the upcoming matchup, right? So Aegis Flames up against Insomnia. I think I kind of shared my opinions on these two teams. Who do you feel like is the team that has the upper hand in this matchup?
Oh, game number 2. I hear it.
Considering the
You guys can wait for the match. I'm going ahead to watch. Game number 2. Santos Laguna Latin American North team versus Team Reject. Debatably Japan's #1 team, arguably. Suffered a heartbreak of a loss in that last match, losing the Rayquaza in a 50-50 scrappy team fight and a last-ditch effort from Santos Laguna. They were in the driver's seat majority of the match. However, when push came to shove, they crumbled under the might of Rayquaza. Charizard ban, Latios ban, Zacian ban, and then Serena ban. So it looks like, Haruto is not going to be playing that Serena anytime soon. Tamarin with the first pick, Suicune. Snorlax and Mewtwo Y on the side of Santos Laguna. Clefable and Armor Rouge picked up by the side of Reject. Aegislash and Blissey locked in the side of Santos Laguna. And then Reject gonna round out their team with a Buzzwole and maybe an Absol? No, the Leafeon. Well, all things considering, Haruto put up an impressive showing on that Buzzwole last game. However, it just wasn't enough to close out the match. And it looks like, I believe it's the same team comps from the prior match, if I'm not mistaken. So that is going to be a sight there for that kill pressure. We'll see. We'll have to see what happens. Gamers around the world, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. Okay, well, 15 seconds. They're going to load into the match. Salty run back? Yo, they're going to run it back. They're going to be like, you know what? You thought you were losing last game? Well, we're going to make sure you lose twice as hard. Except for they're actually going to win this time. Yeah, Mufasa on the Aegislash is definitely something I am very reluctant to see, considering that last game was just not pleasant to watch on their part. They were just dying nonstop. They spent probably more time dead than actually play. Oh, administrative pause immediately when the game starts. Looks like we got some technical difficulties. We'll come back to that shortly.
It comes down to the utility of its Unite move. We ended up seeing it in a previous set. To be able to rejuvenate your allies when they're down, that can come in such handy during those big team fights to bring them in and then finish the job.
We've seen it a few times as well, and it's not a case of the Ho-Oh waiting for the entire team to get knocked down, then coming to save the day with the giant team revive. But we've seen games where Ho-Oh will revive a single ally just so that they can have that 5v5 happen in the Rayquaza pits. Now, top Pokemon by ban rate. Now, these are probably the most popular Pokemon that are currently being banned at the moment, and I think, not surprising to anybody, Latios. This is the most recent Pokemon, aside from Latias, that was added into the game, but is now available in the competitive scene. We have seen this Pokemon have moments where it shines, but at the same time, it's not a Pokemon that has that 100% win rate whenever you pick it up. We have seen some teams pick it and it just doesn't work out for them.
I think that's the thing. It's such a late game Pokemon. It really need to rely on your allies in that early game to actually get online and power up that Eos energy. Otherwise, we do have some more Pokemon familiar up here. We had the Snorlax and the Blaziken showing up. But there we go. I said Zarina, highest win rate there, 15.
Okay, unpause. Let the game continue. Okay, Reject versus Santos Laguna, Latin America North versus Japan. Game number 2, game point for Santos Laguna. If they win this, they'll send Japan's #1 team home. Was it luck or was it all skill? Let's find out. Alright. Mewtwo Y and Snorlax versus the Charcadet and the Suicune in the bottom lane. That is also the Armarouge, to be technical. Leafeon and Scyther in the jungle, and Buzzwole and Clefairy or Clefable versus Aegislash and Blissey in the top lane. Let's see if Mufasa can have a better showing in this top lane than the previous game. Considering they haven't died, they're already off to a better start. Early game rotation from the Scyther, trying to punish that Buzzwole. Buzzwole playing very aggressive, trying to get the damage down. Overestimating their damage, but Leafeon comes in from the jungle. Oh! Leafeon deciding not to go after the Scyther and decides to turn for the Aegislash. Not sure if I agree with that play. The Scyther is definitely worth more overall in terms of value, and I'm pretty certain that they could have gotten that kill. But I think they decided to go for the safer option to guarantee a kill rather than not risk potentially even dying, for that matter. Leafeon going for the solo invade on the Scyther. Mewtwo Y going for the rotation and the collapse on the Leafeon. Looks like Leafeon is aware of this and is deciding to... No, Mewtwo Y, they're still going for the collapse. Psystrike onto the Leafeon. They get knocked up. Suicune there to retaliate. Aegislash going aggressive on the Suicune. Does not have the follow-up damage, getting CC'd as well by the Whirlpool. That is a very long time to be waiting in that bush. Any sus? Oh! The E decides to overestimate their damage. Decides to go aggressive. Sacred Swords. And then gets smacked down by the Buzzwole. Followed by the Superpower. There's the Leafeon. Unite Move pops. Blows up the Scyther. Trades the Buzzwole for the Jungler. Double kill for the Leafeon. They're going to also get that point scored. 34 points scored on the side of the Leafeon, trying to get that Unite energy back as well as their stacks. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Armarouge, Suicune, and Clefable trying to pull this Regirock. Scyther secures the Regirock, and that is a very unfortunate attempt at the objective. Scyther goes down to the Suicune, so they get punished for their overaggression. There's a block from Snorlax. Looks like they're going to be able to... There's the Blissus instance, followed by the... Oh! Followed by the Buzzwole Unite onto the Blissey. Nukes the support. Okay. Well, in contrast to game number 1, Santos Lagunas are doing slightly better. They're able to keep the points closer. Aegis Slash has died significantly less, and the top lane as well. Clefable in the middle of 4 people, distracting the enemy team from making any proactive plays. Buzzwole and Armor Rouge trying to destroy that Regieleki. 10 seconds till the bottom objective spawns. Clefable, Armor Rouge, and Buzzwole looking to rotate down to the bottom lane. Leafeon goes down in the 1v1. Scyther pops their Unite move and just assassinates them. That's going to be Regirock secured by the Mewtwo Y. We have a 5 versus 4. Leafeon still down for the count. Armor Rouge just goes down instantly. Mewtwo pops their Unite move, getting that damage and that CC down on multiple members of the team. Overall, that's a triple kill for Scyther, and overall that's a 5-0 in favor of Santos Laguna. They get the objective, they get the scores, and they get the kills. Oh, but Leafeon claps back. Solo kill onto the Scyther, getting that comeback experience. Much needed experience going over to the enemy jungler. Okay, 255 to 156. That's a 99-point difference in favor of Santos Laguna. So they, for the first time in this entire series, they managed to accumulate a point lead. 23 seconds until the top objective spawns. A minute and a half until Rayquaza spawns. Leafeon going for a potential backcap, trying to get that Unite energy and close the point difference. Aegis Slash just getting caught out of position. In the middle of 4 people. Meanwhile, Leafeon gets collapsed on by the enemy team and they pay with their lives. That's a 1-in-1 exchange. Okay, 255 to 202. We have the 53-point lead in favor of Santos Laguna. 30 seconds until Rayquaza spawns. Regieleki crash in the top tier 2. There might be the potential to go for a backcap, but it doesn't look like they're gonna take the risk. They know they have a small lead. They're looking to get positioning on Rayquaza. Both teams already posturing around Rayquaza. Reject not wanting to have the same mistake happen again. This is it. The last 2 minutes of the game. This can determine whether their hopes and dreams of progressing stay alive or if they go home. Side strike onto the Buzzwole, also getting blocked by the Snorlax. There's the suit. Blitz Assist is already being used. Buzzwole goes down to the Scyther. 3 members of Reject go down. Santos Laguna 5 versus 2. Armor Rouge trying to stay alive in the middle of 2 people. Clefable also trying to distract the rest of the team. Scyther and Mewtwo Y are pulling the Rayquaza off screen. They're trying their best to go for the secure. That's going to be it. Santos Laguna, Latin American North actually knock out the Japanese #1 team. Reject are going home. I did not have this on my bingo card. My predictions are shot and cooked. But Reject are going home. They're not going to be even making it to the quarterfinals. And Latin America North showing up today. Whether you want to call it a skill difference or luck, they prove that they are the better team in this series. And they take out Reject. Holy moly. Well, now we got ourselves a tournament. Reject, the team that took down Luminosity Gaming 0-2, fall to the Latin American Northern players. And just like that, they're off to the airport. Latin American North, Santos Laguna are making it to the quarterfinals while they await their next opponents. Wah, wah, wah. Oof. Oof.
The Aegis Flames dealing with the Venusaur, you're either just going to have to win these fights outright, or you...
Well, we got Insomnia, the Japanese counterparts, over here in the mainstream versus Aegis Flames. Brazilian team versus Japan. Let's see if the Brazilianers... the Brazilians can knock out another Japanese representative team from the tournament, or will their luck run out in this series?
And things are starting to go a little sideways here, Kels.
Yeah, we're starting to get that ball rolling. Insomnia have successfully broken both of those tier 1 pads, and that is really going to hinder the maneuverability that we're relying on from that hyperspace hole of the Hooper. They no longer can teleport as quickly there, closer to those objectives.
And you can just see how scared Aegis Flames is to move around the map as well. They're doing their best to collect experience from wild Pokemon, but the moment they get a little bit too close to Insomnia, you can really tell that they just don't want to have anything to do with the enemy team. Just collect that experience and basically survive up until that late game. But is Insomnia going to really let them do that? Because you see Slime here, he's challenging Mets, and his health does go down to half, but unfortunately the Aegis Slash, he's run out of damage, he misses there, and now he is going to be chased, slowly whittled down. The rest of the team, though, battling out with that Charizard. They do pick up that Mewtwo, and they get another one as well. The Eldegoss goes down. 2 knockouts there, but at the cost of what? Aegis Flames losing half their team themselves.
Yeah, there's just fights left, right, and center here as we have another member of Aegis Flames.
Oh, Buzzwell on a one-man mission. Quadra kill for Buzzwell. Getting the kill on that Piloswine allows them to get the bug boost, or the battle boost, and the movement speed. Chases down the Charizard and just smacks him down to the ground.
This is a big, thick Pokemon. You cannot afford to let that Venusaur literally run away with this game because of it, just how incredibly tanky and how much of a nuisance this Pokemon is, especially once it has access to both of its plus moves. It heals so much. It does so much damage as well. There's very little on the side of Aegis Flames that you can really do against the Venusaur unless you basically 5 versus 1. And this Mamo forced to use its Unite move, otherwise it was going to get picked off. We do have the Reggie Alecki moving in that top lane, and it's going to be a 1-for-1, so they do get that Venusaur. Huge pickoff, especially being a level 12 Pokemon. Mistakes being made.
I think that is the answer. Try and catch that Venusaur all alone and just go and collapse on it. Otherwise, we do have a collapse towards this tier 2, but 2 members of Insomnia are here to defend. Matties isn't giving up. They're going to dive on in, try to slash them down. Are they going to be successful? The answer is no. And now Reggie Alecki is able to be dealt with, but look at this. We have 4 members of Aegis Flames trying to pressure the bottom pack.
What are they doing?
And we already see the Leafeon going down.
I'm not exactly sure why Aegis Slash is trying to 1v2 the Buzzwole that killed 4 of your teammates basically by themselves, and the Mewtwo Y. And then meanwhile, the rest of the team is trying to dive the Petal Dance Venusaur on the tier 1 goal.
Be able to still have that victory within grasp. But it does come down to these next couple of fights here. Is it a case of them just basically...
Aegis Flames, the dark horse pick from Brazil, trying to go for the miraculous run in the tournament, but...
does get caught out. Armthrust trying to lead them away from that bottom goal zone. He will go down, but now they have to deal with 5 players.
Yeah, this seems to be Insomnia's strat here. Just stick together, be protected by that Petal Dance, rely on that stun from Luna on that Mewtwo, and even that hindrance and displacement that Buzzwole is going to bring to the table. But we do have 10 seconds left until this basement Reggie does spawn. 4 members of Insomnia are ready to...
Alright, 35 seconds until the Rayquaza spawns. Looks like it's going to be an uncontested Reggie in the bottom lane for Insomnia, and Aegis Flames are trading that bottom Regi Ice, or Reg Ice, to get that Regieleki. 190 to 143. Keep in mind that Aegis Flames do have a Hoopa, so a back cap is within their options.
But you can see both teams, they are prepping themselves.
5 seconds till Rayquaza spawns. Leafeon potentially waiting for the double multiplier after the 2-minute mark. And there they go. Double multiplier kicks in. They score 88 points, break the top tier 2. Insomnia trying to go aggressive, knowing that Leafeon isn't in position. Very aggressive play from Aegislash, going into 4 people by themselves. There's the wide guard, gets blown up immediately. Charizard forced the Unite move and go aggressive on the Venusaur, but they don't have the damage. So much sustain coming out from the Venusaur. Rayquaza's at less than half, it's at 40%. Leafeon still has the Unite move, by the way.
Is there a target that they can go for that Unite move on? But everyone is just far too healthy. Charizard doesn't even have access to the Unite move either, so really, all they can do is just chip away with some fire.
Oh! Leafeon with the Unite move steal secures the Rayquaza in front of 4 people. 3-member go down to the side of Insomnia. Brazil pull the Uno reverse and steal the Rayquaza. Triple kill for Charizard. Japanese teams in shambles today. Holy moly.
And, well, there goes another 100, Danalee. There goes another 100.
In that home base. Another little micro dump from Aegis. Pushing that top originally with the Leafeon to score them the points to set them in the lead. Forcing Insomnia to take that Rayquaza, and the fact that it's now been denied, the only way for Insomnia to come back, you've got to somehow wipe Aegis Flames within the next 5 seconds, and you're going to have to somehow score 500 points, which with 20 seconds left to go, Cal, I just don't see that happening, unfortunately, and you get a huge Leafeon Unite. Aegis Flames about to lock in game number 1 of this best-of-3 series against Insomnia.
Remember, guys, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. You could be winning 80% of the game, but if you lose the Rayquaza in the final 20%, then it's just over. Ay, that is unfortunate.
The Hooper having their Unite move, it looked a little bit dicey heading on into that team fight, but they somehow made it happen with a huge secure on that Rayquaza.
So it was, you can clearly tell that there was a plan to this, right? Because the moment they broke that top goal zone, that set them in the lead. And all of a sudden, they realized that, okay, we're in the lead now. Insomnia has to take that Rayquaza.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like it was such a smart move that they kind of let Insomnia think they were going to be able to take it for free. But then all of a sudden, you have that Leafeon come out of nowhere with the huge Unite move to swipe that away. And basically setting themselves into that very dominant position and just basically taking the game from that moment on. So Insomnia, I think they're probably regretting the fact that they did not deal with that Regieleki originally in that top lane. If they kind of dealt with that and got rid of it, they would have still have had that lead in the game, and they wouldn't have had to feel so pressured to take that Rayquaza.
I think that's the difficult calls that members have to make. Do you go and risk it for the biscuit there? And, well, I guess it was a risk that seemed like it faltered, but I mean, timing ended up really coming down as Insomnia, as I mentioned, there was multiple members of Aegis Flames knocked on out from this snowball comp.
The snowball comp, as great as it is, you know, at the end of the day, Rayquaza can really just turn this kind of lineup on its head. Because
wait, time to look at the B stream. Hold on. Are we missing anything? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, so we have 2 of our quarterfinals best of 3 series already decided. So it's going to be Team X versus Zeta Division, Kakalok versus Santos Laguna, and we're still waiting. We're still waiting for Nouns and Luminosity to play. But we're going to be seeing these on stream as well, so they're supposed to be on the main broadcast, if I'm not mistaken.
Team, and it was very interesting as well because the first game there was a bit of a lead that we saw coming from Reject in the early game, but then just the micro and the way that Santos Laguna were playing in those team fights was definitely spot on. And for game 2, I saw this beautiful play on Rayquaza, final stretch, and just giving the highlight to the defender and the supporter, for me in particular, because we see them as the Snorlax using a beautiful block to get away the Buswell from the pit. On top of that, you had supporter Blissey on the other side of the pit as well, making sure the enemies was completely isolated and separated from where the fight was supposed to be. So beautiful plays from Santos Laguna and an amazing way to advance into this bracket today. Now, thank you so much, Kelly. Back to you.
Thank you so much, for that update on that previous match. But as we can see, Santos Laguna are going to progress on through to the quarterfinals, going to take on Kakalok next. But it is single elimination here for day 2 of the World Championships, which means we have to say goodbye to Reject.
Not just Reject, in case people don't know, we also have an update with the brackets. So we've already said goodbye to Reject, Paper Rex, High Five. We're going to be saying goodbye to so many more teams, but so many big names are already out of the running, Kells. And between these 2 teams, you know, looking at how things currently are, with Insomnia being behind, they might be the next team to be knocked out if they can't win the next 2 games.
Yeah, it is a best of 3 after all, so we'll have to see whether Insomnia can lock on down and take it 2-1 against Aegis Flames. But we do have our 4 bands locked on in. Zero Aura taken away from Mats once again. Too much of a threat. Along with that Ho-Oh, Aegis Flames has decided to knock away that Latios because they are in that.
Who's playing? Peru and Stamina
I
versus...
do like the poach coming in from Matt. So he's got the Buzzwole in his possession this time. Sniping that away.
Wow, we gotta see this one, man.
Really great, because at least
Yeah, we gotta find out if Japan's losing another representative to
Buzzwole
the
and
other regions.
matchup anymore, which is probably one of the worst matchups in that top lane, hands down. But this does mean that Insomnia, they are going to go back for that Blaziken. We didn't see this Pokemon in our first matchup, and this one can be a bit of a nuisance as well because
You rooting for any team?
feed the Blaziken. Blaziken.
Oh.
It is a terrible.
I personally don't have a... I don't have a personal preference, but
Okay.
I want LG, Zeta, and... I want LG and Zeta to win to fill out my prediction.
I'm really interested to see.
I only want them to win for my bingo card.
With it. Thing that they have to worry about.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't really care if they win or not, besides that reason though.
Those late scalers, but well, this is another Pokemon we haven't really seen very often. Cerulege.
Yeah, so Cerulege is making a slight comeback, I feel, right? Because there was a time and place where this Pokemon was the in thing. It got hit with a couple of nerfs, kind of fell off in terms of popularity, but it is coming back. I have to say, I feel like this is a Pokemon I see quite a lot in like the Brazil and Latam region. They really like to play this Pokemon. So to have this here, I hope Insomnia is ready to deal with this because Cerulege has just not been played in Japan recently. This is I guess like a forgotten Pokemon after the original Cerulege moment meta. So I hope they're ready to deal with this, but the thing is like S-Slime, Gengar. I don't know if you want to be dealing with a Cerulege.
Well, I guess that's a benefit with the Cerulege. If they do end up going with that Phantom Force moveset, they're able to go invulnerable as they dive underground. And even then, with its Unite move, if Aegis Flames are caught on out, Insomnia caught on out as a bunch, that Revenant Rend can shred on through.
So it kind of counters that group up play. That way we're so used to seeing on the side of Insomnia. So maybe Insomnia now suddenly have to make a huge adjustment just because this Pokemon has officially hit the field. We are going to be running into our lanes here, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be a central lane Mew on the side of Insomnia. It is not a laning Mew.
No, Central Lane Mew, it looks like they're only going to take one buff. Actually, never mind, it ended up going to that Gossifleur. As we pivot up to the top half, it is a lane Ghastly. This is quite ghastly indeed.
Very odd, I think, as some people would say. But, I mean, S-Slimy
Well,
is up here by himself, so he's just going to try and soak up as much experience
that's
as possible.
kind of
And
spicy.
what is the goal here for S-Slime? Like, is he going to be running around trying to go for those cheeky pickoffs? Is he maybe trying to go for his own little side quest as everyone's going for those 5-on-5 battles? Or in the case of Insomnia, it will be 4 versus 5. Because unfortunately for Gengar, not a Pokemon that thrives in those big team fights. You kind of want to be on the edge and just sort of harass that one person who is a little bit too far from their teammates.
Well, one thing they are running is those special attack specs, so they need to try and get those online first. But we do have Eldegoss getting caught on out as 4 members of Insomnia are looking to push this bottom pad. Charmander ends up getting knocked out, leaving an opening for Insomnia to go and empty out all their pockets and get in those stacks that they need.
I do like that they rotated the Haunter down here to at least get that 1 stack in. So I think this was the right move, especially with only 1 Pokemon being down bottom there for Aegis Flames. But I do think we're going to be going back to our lane rotation. Cerulege has fully evolved in that top lane, though, so they do need to be very mindful of that top lane for Insomnia, just to make sure nobody gets caught, because you don't want to feed the Cerulege. If anything, you kind of want to put a sign in front of it. Do not feed.
A big warning sign there as we can see them going and shredding down that Suicune. The freeze was just not enough, and Duzabomb is on a roll, but they end up getting surfed, T-bone back sideways and get knocked out themselves, which means Insomnia are able to soak up all of those birds for themselves.
Very good collapse coming in from Insomnia. They did group up for those eliminations, and I think Aegis Flames may be getting a little bit too confident in that central area fight because they didn't really have everyone there. They were a little bit scattered. So maybe Aegis Flames getting a little bit too confident in that central area. They do have to remember Insomnia love to play grouped up as that giant snowball. They love to play together. So Aegis Flames, if they can recognize this, if they can group up and try and fight up against what Insomnia have, they should have a pretty decent chance at taking this game back, which that's not how you take the game back, Aegis Flames. You gotta get the knockout yourselves.
You gotta
Oh, man.
Bottom pad, even though it was a massive overdunk, it is still going to create this space for Insomnia to go and secure this basement Reggie. Sun trying to defend, but unable to stop Anthrax, who's able to get in those 30 points. And now Aegis Flames are at that 100-point mark, looking to shred up this Reggie Alecki, which will be heading towards tier 2 because Insomnia are nowhere in sight.
I have to say, this game is incredibly messy from both teams. We're not seeing these like very crystal clear executed moves. We're seeing a lot of random skirmishes across the map, random knockouts. So I think both teams...
Early Insomnia rotations are wild.
They can and can't.
Yeah, they sent 4 people bottom. They did like a half-clear jungle. They gave the blue buff to Eldegoss. Let top lane Ghastly take their red buff. Then they delayed their Baltoys. It was very weird.
Elder gone in a second. No, able to get out of there. And the freeze! Setting things up for the team. This is something we spoke about earlier today, Kels. That freeze from that Suicune. You just need a fraction of a second to turn a game around.
Turn a great game around as we have Blaziken being able to pick up 2 KOs. But that Pilo Swine is going to be able to still get in these dunks in that bottom tier 2 pad. Luna getting themselves a 2 KO streak. Gengar trying to take down this Cerulege, but is unsuccessful to the time being as they escape through that hyperspace hop.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And actually, Mew getting punished by the Hooper there. Fantastic play coming out from Aegis Flames to get that pick off. But yeah, S-Slime, just a slight misclick, unfortunately. Just wasn't able to land that full combo. Would have been fantastic if it did connect, but you know, sometimes it's just, you kind of aim in the wrong direction. You know, you get out-juked. It's just the nature of Pokemon.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago, though.
Very, very close, though, Kel.
That was like several months ago. A lot can change in that time frame.
That are currently behind, if they want to catch up, they just have to score 5 points somehow, some way. But they're holding on to too many points. And the Mammoth Swine going to go for the Unite, trying to set up, only catching out that Blaziken. But I think the team, after realizing it was just the one Pokemon, they just scatter.
Yeah, they're going to scatter. They're not going to go and commit. But one thing we can see on the mini-map who is committing, that Cerealich getting in a 40 dunk. Zunzun is getting chucked and tossed around by this Buzzwole. But Buzzwole ends up getting frozen.
Oh.
Zunzun really
Oh, nice plays.
Escaping the grasp of Mats right there.
Unfortunately for Mats, I think he's about to get collapsed upon by 4 players. A revenge knockout there from Insomnia. They say, you take our Suicune, we're going to take you back. And the transition immediately into Reggie's steal. The stun is there. Hooper wanting to go for the steal, but no, the Gengar with the secure. So S-Slime going to be helping the team pick up the experience and that buff as well. Probably discouraging Aegis Flames from wanting to engage for those next couple of minutes, especially with a buff like that. You don't really want to underestimate the firepower that's going to be coming out of Insomnia for the next couple minutes. Just having a look at the levels though, Kels. Is it still very much winnable here for Aegis Flames?
Oh, well, we'll answer that very shortly as we have a push onto this bottom tier 1 pad as Hooper has decided to go in with that hyperspace hole, but a good response from Insomnia to retreat Sun and leave that Blaziken to go and deal with that Reggie Alecki on their own, which means Aegis Flames weren't able to get any dunks in, and Uzakazu's now going to take the opportunity to go in and get in 41 points in that top half.
Oh, Mets taking some big damage there from the Blaziken. Unfortunately, just didn't have the distance originally to catch the Blaziken. Is going to fight the wild Pokemon, but I think that was the right move there for the Blaziken. Could have gone for the knockout, but would have unfortunately been knocked out himself if he'd done so. Lots of self-restraint. You know, we're at World Tier. You can't really go for those fancy knockouts. Sometimes you just have to let them go. Otherwise, you do get punished. But we still have another minute and 15 seconds to go here, Kels. Last moment to pick up that experience before that Rayquaza is coming up onto the field. Just going over what we have. Who do you feel is going to have the easier time around the Ray pick?
Despite the questionable team comp from Insomnia, they do have the level advantage overall.
Try and get a catch out. Obviously, we do have these late scalers there. Insomnia looking quite scary with that Gengar hitting that level 14 mark. Blaziken also with that level 13. On the other side, Aegis Flames, well, now they have 2 because Charizard has just ticked on over. So, as we mentioned, anything can happen as we have witnessed so many times in a game of Pokemon Unite. It's really just going to come down to not only these big decisions, but these micro decisions.
Oh, big happy moment here for Aegis Flames. It's just a Regice. No attack buff, no defense buff, especially with the 20 seconds left before we go into that final stretch, folks. But we do have a Reggie Alecki bouncing up in that top lane, so that's probably going to be waltzing in. We don't see any Insomnia players in position to intercept that, so that is going to be going in.
Okay. Aegis Flames game point. The Regieleki crash top tier 2. They also have a Hoopa if they want to go back half. 3 people sitting in the Pixel Brush in the jungle for a potential pick.
But here's the difficult part here for Aegis.
Nice Solar Beam from the Mew to scope out the area. Charizard going for the back half. That's going to be 100 points. They take the point lead, 242 to 305.
They are the ones in the lead for points.
I feel like we're having deja vu here with Aegis Flames getting that dunk, and now
Nice Solar Beam from Mew to poke out the enemy team.
Decided not to panic just yet. Instead, they are utilizing that Mew to poke on out. We do have Cerealich caught all alone, which means they end up getting punished. And now this is Insomnia's chance to rip the Rayquaza. But the thing is, are they able to get the secure if they are able to rip it in time?
Well, Insomnia certainly can. They've got 2 Pokemon that can go for that secure, but on the side of Aegis Flames, with who's left on their lineup, they can't really out-secure Insomnia unless they knock out those key targets, the Blaziken and that Gengar. Already that Charizard.
Aggressive Unite move from Charizard. Rayquaza's already at less than half. Gengar's pulling it with their Hex and Sludge Bomb. Mew gets it. Oh my.
Aegis Flames, though, wanting to chase down that Suicune. They want to minimize as much
If this is Santos Laguna's only play in their playbook, then they're going to have some tough times ahead. At the very least, this time around, Insomnia don't get
Looks, oh wait, Eltagos getting another 58, which means they have just secured themselves another match against Aegis Flames.
They keep their tournament dream alive here. Insomnia not wanting to fall. They want to continue their tournament journey here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships.
Oh, sorry.
So
My brain is not braining right now.
so close. And they did so many things right.
I forgot that I watched them last match.
As well. They got rid of that Blaziken right around that Rayquaza pit. But unfortunately, Mew, also another fantastic Pokemon that can fall back, that you can fall back to if you need that Secura. So
I think on that note, Luna was a key player during that Rayquaza fight. The way they were poking at the tall grass, chipping away slowly at Aegis Flames really benefited them. Obviously, we ended up having Aegis Flames benefiting from that Regieleki, but Insomnia, they may have made that mistake once in that first match by not securing that Rayquaza, but they weren't going to let that mistake happen again.
I mean, they had multiple Pokemon that they could have fallen back to. But Aegis Flames, I mean, they were so close to making that 2-0, right? Closing out the dream, 2-0, moving on. But Insomnia are now starting to adapt. And now is the question of what's going to be happening in that third matchup. Are we going to be seeing some changes in drafted Pokemon? Are we maybe going to be seeing a different play style happening from these two teams? Because now
Tournament lives are on the line.
Tournament lives are on the line. There's another word for this, but it's kind of gone, unfortunately, because my coffee, I think, is starting to run out. It's a moment. That's probably the closest I'm going to get at this point in time. But we do have to give a big mention here for Luna. MVP saved the game for Insomnia with his E.
Yeah, it ended up getting that Secura and that Rayquaza, but as I said, such a pivotal Pokemon to have to get that poke damage and just find out where Aegis Flames were hiding in that tall grass and chip away. So being able to get 73k damage just from all of that poke.
I have to say, Luna did play a really fantastic game, right? He wasn't just playing as the damage dealer, the central laner for the team, but there were multiple times where we did see Luna. He was stalling, he was chasing, he was securing, he was basically playing every single role on the team, really trying to just sort of keep them in that running for that matchup. And so I kind of wonder, is this maybe now a Pokemon that has to be banned? Like, is Luna maybe too flexible on the Mew? Like, can they afford to play another game versus his Mew? Because I feel like he just played too many roles too well. Like, Mew is not that classic attacker where you're just there to do damage, you're just there to melt health bars. No, there's a lot of utility that's also tied into Mew's kit.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Yes, Solar Beam is such a good move come those Rayquaza fights, but
Surf
it's
is
also
so
the
good.
disruption. We saw it multiple times coming in and T-boning the team and just going and displacing and getting that damage, but also that light screen to go and create some space between them. But I don't know, personally, I don't think it is worthy of a ban. But
That was,
as we are heading
all these games are ending relatively the same way. With, like, when time's running out, and one team is losing by a significant margin, if they're not already backcapping, just assume they're probably gonna flip the Rayquaza. Good teams and great teams will understand that. Like, they'll understand their win card and lose card, but they also need to ensure that the objective is not being flipped so consistently.
But lots of bread and butters coming back for these two teams, right? Aegis Flames, they get that Buzzwole again. Matt's really great on that Pokemon, but Insomnia also picking up that Blaziken for themselves. Again, getting themselves a Pokemon that can secure those objectives. And what's missing on Aegis Flames side? A Secura. They need to pick a Pokemon that can compete with that Blaziken.
Well, there is still two more picks to go for Aegis Flames. We'll have to see what it is, but Psyduck. I did see Sun pivoting between either Hooper or Psyduck. Aegis Flames picking that Hooper previously, but looks like they're just going to stick with this yellow duck instead. But, well, we're talking about secure. How about potentially some Blissey egg secures? We always love the supportive secures.
Well,
or, I mean, Leafeon as well.
You've got two ways to secure, right? You can even team up the Blissey with that Leafeon if you really needed to. Bliss Assist onto that Leafeon. Leafeon goes for the Unite move. You've got two big moves that really work well with each other. So this is a way to kind of play the game, but then now Aegis Flames have kind of pigeonholed themselves into a composition that is going to struggle against Venusaur. And this is not the first time they've seen this. They've already encountered that Venusaur from Insomnia, and that was definitely a monster.
Oh, yeah, the snowball pump, just Insomnia running at them, and I guess for Aegis Flames, they don't really have that range damage to go and put
I think I'm gonna swap chairs.
that Venusaur. So really, in order to take it down, well, they're going to have to run through that pedal dance. We saw them successfully take it down by isolating it out, but it really comes down to where S-Slime is on the map at that time.
Yeah, there are options here for Aegis Flames, and I kind of feel like this might be the very likely scenario here. So because they picked up a very strong top laner here on the side of Mats, they can kind of leave the Buzzwole to his own devices in the top lane and rotate everybody else into that bottom lane to assist the Charmander lane. You want to do the best that you can to slow down S-Slime's progress on that Venusaur, because the slower this Pokemon comes online, the less effective it becomes the later the game goes. Like, the whole shtick of Venusaur, get as big as fast as you can. And once you're big enough, you basically just roll over everybody like the world's largest marble.
Oh gosh, we're having nightmares.
You think having a final objective like Quaza is good for pubs?
To this final game between Aegis Flames and Insomnia.
What's pubs? Or what is that short for?
Teams' tournament lives are on the line because it is single elimination here for day 2. We'll have to see, well, how this one fares out as 3 members are heading towards that top half.
Smart play here from Insomnia. So realizing that down bottom they will have to
Oh,
adjust
public
the
games?
lane. They say, okay,
Um,
top lane so that he is a much weaker Pokemon in the top lane, and then we're going to be putting pressure in that bottom lane instead. And unfortunately,
if you wanted my general opinion, I think Rayquaza is just unhealthy for the game. Because it's just a broken... It's a broken objective that just swings the game too much in either team's favor. If it were up to me, I would probably just remove it from the game.
I think that's the benefit of Leafeon, obviously being able to evolve at level 4, but they do want to play it safe for the time being. But it looks like it's going to be a 4v4 up in that top path, as we do have some pushes back and forth. Combustion and Chansey ends up getting traded on off, and now it's only Anthrax trying to defend this, able to grab a berry, but looks like they're just going to have to let this Aeos energy into this top half.
I love this play from Insomnia. Instead of actually just leaving the Venusaur in that bottom lane, they said, okay, we're going to have the Psyduck down there. You can grab that experience. Venusaur can help. Venusaur can deal out damage. And they just rolled through that top lane. So not only did their Venusaur score, you got some really good experience as well. And after that, level 6, going to go into the central area. Should be enough to evolve into that Venusaur in just a second. Yeah, after that, sure, things might be going a little bit scary in that top lane. But I mean, Ivysaur not hindered at all, and now a Venusaur with the petal dance, and especially with this early in the game, this is a huge problem for Aegis Flames.
Oh, but Combustion ends up getting taken down as Venusaur is just trying to take down all members coming from all corners. Leafeon able to dodge out of the way and is running for their lives there, trying to get back to safety behind that Buzzwole. So no KOs for Venusaur with that chase.
Not yet, but this is...
Aegis Flames are gonna have a problem with this Venusaur. Because they have Burst, but they don't have, like... All their damage is in the form of initial burst, but when it comes to DPS, it's like... It's on the low end. Look at that! Even with the Leafeon Unite move, they tried to explode the Venusaur and there's just too much sustain. I think the biggest issue that, like, the issue that Aegis Flames are going to have going into the later stages of this game is they're just not going to have enough damage to deal with all the threats. Like, you got a Mewtwo Y that is going to be a priority, and it's not even like, it's not even support Mewtwo Y with the XP share, like, they're going for the carry. You got Blaziken. Then of course you have a monster of self-sustaining, which is the Venusaur, and an Eldegoss for utility and sustain, plus a Psyduck.
Experience elsewhere, because if you're just going to be giving yourselves away to a Venusaur who is
I just think right now, unless they're able to get a pick on someone on the enemy team, right now they're just at a disadvantageous situation.
You can already tell Insomnia, they kind of want their central area back, but it does come at a bit of a cost. They do lose that Eldegoss, and that's going to be some experience there to Mets, but Aegis Flames, it's a tough mid-game. They can come out of this, but they have to be very calculative of how they do this next fight against Insomnia.
Well, calculating that Unite move onto that Venusaur, trying to burn them down, but they're unable to as they are still sustaining. Urbion is there to go and provide those pollen puffs, and now the tables have been turned. Aegis Flames have lost that match, that fight.
They just ran out of gas. We saw just then as well. They tried so hard to melt down.
I don't know what Charizard is doing. Charizard is literally trying to hold a 1v4 with no teammates in the vicinity. I know, like, I get it. You want to preserve your goal, but you're not holding a 1v4. There's no reality where that's going to happen, especially without Unite move. Like, that was a completely avoidable situation, and Charizard just got punished for that.
But the team is nearby. I don't know if they can take it down. It's up to Harpeld as well. All the stuns in the world is not enough to take down the Venusaur.
Insomnia's game plan here is just to stick together. Keep this Venusaur sustained with this shield from this Eldegoss along with the Pollen Puff, but even it's self-sustain as well, and it's pairing so well with the Mewtwo stuns. Otherwise, Insomnia, they've been able to secure this Regieleki. There's no tier 2 pad there anymore. Aegis Flames are aware, only securing themselves a Reg Ice, but Insomnia, I guess, they're just going to use that Regieleki.
What's even worse is that they're already falling behind, but they don't have the tools to pull Rayquaza reliably. They don't have DPS, they don't have range.
Forced to use the Unite move at the 4-minute mark. Will do some damage, but already down to half health and already afraid of that Venusaur, who's basically taken no damage. Leafeon Unite as well with assist to connect onto the Venusaur, and they just don't have the damage again in the back lines. They have lost 2 Pokemon. That Leafeon goes down, and the Blissey went down earlier as well. Oh my gosh, S-Slime, a raid boss in this game. And Aegis Flames, they're just not equipped to deal with this Pokemon yet.
No, Venusaur is super duper scary right now. Being that level 13 has that extra range on that pedal dance. So Aegis Flames, they don't really have the range to deal with it. They need to try and get this Buzzwole to grab them and just collapse on them. But the thing is, they've tried time and time again, but Insomnia, they're just there for the backup.
Look, they realize this is how their lineup works. You just hide behind that Venusaur because the pedal dance radius is enormous. The Venusaur is going to be practically unknockoutable at this point of time because, again, we mentioned this earlier on, I believe in the first matchup that we saw that Venusaur thrives in matches where there is no burst damage that can knock it out in one go. And just looking at what Aegis Flames has, they don't have the damage to do that. They actually need to combine 3 Pokemon to get rid of that Venusaur. But even then, they don't do enough burst damage in a fraction of a second to get rid of the core Pokemon that basically makes up this draft for Insomnia, which is that Venusaur. So, plan B. What is that plan B? Do they maybe, instead of trying to target the Venusaur, try and get the rest of the team? Try, if possible, ignore the Venusaur, clean up the rest of the team, and come back for the Venusaur? But even if we try to do that, do they have the damage?
This is not good. Not only is there a Regieleki pressuring the home goal right before Rayquaza, they need to defend this. I normally don't like they're actually. Oh boy.
Positioning from Insomnia coming from the backside, and wait, Regieleki ends up crashing into the home base, and we have Aegis Flames aware of this. They're going to go in for the rip and the ray, but we don't have the Charizard. Right, we're talking about Blissey secures Well, this is Aegis Flame's chance to try and make a comeback.
They have lost
Oh my god.
shield, but we're getting some counter ducks coming in there from Insomnia, so I guess it's going to be a race here, ladies and gentlemen. Insomnia with 5.
It's not over. It's not over.
Aegis Flames up to 300.
Okay, they got 2 shields. Charizard still has a shield as well.
In their pocket.
They need to
There's no shield on the Boswell. There is
Snorlax and one of them need to double score on that home goal.
Blissey. Does Leafeon have the shield? Because what's most important now is who has the shield, who can quick score. You don't want to burn those shields if possible. Snorlax comes in, the score is there, 427 to 5.
One more score. One more score will do it.
In the
Oh my god.
They're leading by 2 points, and now Insomnia are the ones to be behind.
It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. They're playing defense now.
So Insomnia are aware.
Charizard, buddy.
Person push down in this bottom path. We can see that Venusaur trying to make it across to the finish line, but another thing they have to get through is this obstacle that Snorlax brings. Another dunk by the Charizard. The gap has widened 581 to 523. 30 seconds to go. Both teams have all of their Pokemon here ready to defend. Bliss assist onto Met, who catches out that Blaziken. Blaziken trying to juke and drive. Manages to score the points. 581 to 563. 32 points are in. They need to score more. They're still behind. 10 more points to go. 573. Still not enough. 581 is the score. Insomnia. They don't.
Oh my god.
Aegis Flames will take the match. Holy macaroni. What a finishing two. That
Oh my god.
putting up a
Yo, give that Blissey a raise, man. Just save the game.
giving it up and giving it their all, and you can see Aegis Flames celebrating 500 to 81 to 575 in the end. That you could see at the moment, people are probably wondering.
Oh man.
They don't know how small that gap was, but the defense from Aegis Flames, the happiness, Surf as well, celebrating with the team, a much-deserved victory for Aegis Flames, and unfortunately for our fans supporting Insomnia.
Well,
they are
Japan
of the tournament.
just lost another representative.
Big surprises yesterday for day one, being able to take down Zeta Division, and now they have just taken.
Damn, Latin America and Brazil pulling up and just taking out the Asian gamers, man.
So, as we mentioned, you just cannot underestimate this team, just bringing so much flair and fire to the match. Honestly, I feel a little bit like.
No, 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 no. It's not gone. I never had Insomnia for my top pick. I can still clear my predictions. Who's my top pick? LG. LG's my number one. Do 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 do. Is that NA bias or your logical pick? No, that's just my logical pick. But, like, I'll be honest though. If I saw LG play versus Reject, and I were to, like, if I could have chose my prediction after that series, I don't think I would have put LG at number one. But then Reject also lost, so I don't know. It's turning into a weird tournament, guys. I don't know. But the thing, these Rayquaza flips are actually starting to trigger. I'm sorry, like these Rayquaza flips are triggering me, man. I'm sorry. I feel like we're back in like the early seasons of the Pokemon Unite, when flipping the objective is just gonna solve all your problems. Well, with Aegis Flames knocking out Insomnia, we're waiting on this. Oh, we're finally going to get to see Nouns and Luminosity play. Those are the next. We're EU's last hope and North America's last hope following afterwards. So it's gonna be Nouns first, and then LG afterwards. This is the last match, and then we get to see the others.
How is it faring out? Aegis Flames obviously continuing on through. Well, who do they potentially go up against? Oh, there we go. Stamina Esports.
Oh, wait, let me. Whoops.
Have yet still.
Okay, let me see this. Hold on. Okay, so Team X versus Zeta Division. Catalog versus Santos Laguna. Nouns and Talon are gonna play, and then QT Dig versus Luminosity. So there's a world where we have EU versus NA. There's a reality where they just get knocked out right now. But we'll see. Okay, game number 3 between Stamina Esports and Peru. They're already 1-1 apiece. Game point. Whoever wins this moves on to the quarterfinals to face Aegis Flames, and the loser goes home. Okay. So we had the Leafeon jungle, clearing one half of their jungle and leaving the other half for the Armor Rouge to pick up. Because obviously evolutions don't need that much experience. They power spike at level 4, and they're more level efficient as well. Armor Rouge already on the board for Peru, down in the bottom lane. Nice superpower from Buzzle, grabbing the enemy jungler. 2025 being Latin America's year for Worlds would be interesting. At least it's not one-sided. You know, it was looking like a Japanese-dominated day 2, but then 2 of them just got knocked out. So now we have 2 left, I think. Insomnia deserved to win that. I'm actually so sad. It is what it is. That is not a good play. I know it's a 2 versus 1, but they're overestimating how much damage they can do to a Buzzle that also has the Unite move. That was a level 7 Serena, level 8 Absol. They're losing both sides of the map at the same time. And keep in mind, they're also losing top lane at a numbers disadvantageous situation. Like, stamina not having a good start so far. Like, because Buzzle is able to win the 1v2 in the literal sense, that just allows Peru to just play so confident in the bottom lane because they have the numbers advantage down there. Oh my god. And they're doing math too. I think they got a 35-point overcap there. 290 to 58. We have a 232-point difference in favor of Peru. And it's not even halfway into the game yet. Ay, ay, ay. I have to keep an eye on the main broadcast because I don't want to miss EU's matches as well. Okay, so we're chilling. This is a 5 versus 4. They know Dodrio's in the top lane, so Peru can play aggressive before Dodrio makes the rotation. And even then, they're still in a good spot in a 5v5 regardless. Buzzle actually goes down to Absol, so that's some good comeback experience. Other guys popping their Ignite move as well. Gets the sustain off on multiple members. They trade 1 for 1. Saria popped the Queen's Ascendance onto... Who did they use it on? I couldn't even see. A nice hyperspace hold from the Hoopa to reset everyone back to base. That is the last Regilucky of the game. The one thing I will say is, after a couple of these exchanges, Absol was able to get the comeback experience they needed. But Absol on their own, I don't think they're going to be able to completely flip the script on this game. They don't have any range to pull Rayquaza. Their front line is lacking at best with the Crustle and even Hoopa and Ban, if you even want to include that in the mix. Alright, game point, 325 to 110, a whopping 200 and 15-point lead in favor of Peru. 1 minute, 50 seconds left on the clock. Rayquaza's up on the board. Dodrio looks to be farming some more EOS energy down in their side of the map. They also have a Hoopa, so keep that in mind. They might go for a potential backhand play. This is a very aggressive from the Serena. They want to play this a little bit slower if possible. They don't necessarily need the Rayquaza if Dodrio is able to maneuver properly with the use of that Hoopa. Okay, so this is the Serena back half. They still have the Hoopa. 150-point difference. It's not the biggest lead in the world. You don't necessarily need Rayquaza. You can still go for some cheeky back half plays. Dodrio is going to go for a back half as well. That 100 points still won't be enough. It'd still be down by 5. Leafeon's going for the defense as well. There's the Hoopa unbound. Dodrio goes down to the Leafeon in a 1v1. Oh man, Dodrio misplayed that, and the Hoopa on Portal was just... It's over. Peru's got this. That's going to be it. Latin America South takes it and knock out Stamina Esports. Stamina goes home. Peru goes on to the quarterfinals. Peru's going to be facing Aegis Flames for a chance at the semifinals later today. We'll be seeing those matches after LG and Nouns play their top 16. But man, that was not a good play from Dodrio.
Score would get them to 300 points, but it's simply not gonna be enough. Peru from Latin America South is gonna hold on to their lead in this game number 3 and not.
They're watching the same game too.
Out of the tournament. So LATAM
Okay,
South
I'm just gonna get a quick snack, guys. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, alright? But you're not missing out on much. Obviously, I'll be in time for the matches, and we're just waiting for Nouns to start. Dodrio player gonna get chewed out? Bro, they're gonna get... the team's gonna disband, man.
The second to last one. The next one is going to be the Nouns match, where it's going to be Nouns going up against Talon. And then, of course, our match that we're going to be watching very soon is going to be, and we can see the updated results right here. Ours is going to be the Luminosity versus QT Dig. But if you just look at regions right now, we can see it. I mean, look, Peru is there with LATAM South, who's Aegis Flames with Brazil, Team EX for Korea, Zeta for Japan, Kate Kalok, I forget which, APEC West, that's what it is. And then Santos Laguna with LATAM North. So we actually have a full split. If theoretically, either one from Nouns will be a different region, and then if Luminosity beats QT Dig, that will be another region. Otherwise, Japan will be our first repeat.
Yeah, and these two matches that are yet to be played out in the top 16 are setting up some last hopes of a few of these regions. Currently, Luminosity Gaming from North America is the last hope for that region. Talon for APAC East is going to be the last hope there. Announced Esports, the only EU representative making it into day 2, began this event as the last hope for Europe. So a lot on the line for these teams. Of course, you know, personal pride, team pride, but at the World Championships, there is that added element of your regional representation.
Right, it is huge, and sometimes it's funny because you'll see these teams that fight against each other for an entire season, and suddenly they go to Worlds, and they're like, all right, well, we're going to cheer each other on because now we want our region to do oh, I can't believe we got this. I cannot believe that.
Okay, so we should fill in a little bit of context here. Yeah, so Japan was feeling pretty confident after that win over Luminosity Gaming the previous night before. Overlord, though, ever confident, was not swayed by this tweet from Pavone, instead responding saying, enjoy your last win. Little did we know, that tweet was a bit more prophetic than I think anybody expected. Is yes, Reject losing 2-0 earlier on today in the bracket means that Luminosity Gaming's Overlord's words did come true.
I have returned.
Let's you know, highlight some niceness as well. I believe Slash.
Oh, wait, they're playing already?
Saying, like, yes, Reject. We've always said that that Japan is, in our opinion, the best region in the world.
Damn, will this be
But I think Slash is saying one of the players
a one-sided stomp?
in the world that was on their
That is the question. $1 million question of the day. Which LG is going to show up today? Guys, I have you as my number one. I believe you guys can come back. You're in a funk. You know, you guys got O2'd yesterday. Shake it off. Walk it off. You get killed,
No matter what happens, something always happens with them.
you run it back
They've
again.
got some accolades under their belt, but they always find themselves.
What are you snacking on? Nothing.
This is a team,
Right now.
obviously a two-time world champion. It feels like we don't even need to do the full introduction for this squad for basically
What was that
anybody
tweet?
watching. But normally, when we see this team
What's
on
the
World
tweet?
Championship stage, it's a much different
Wait,
look.
I didn't see. What happened?
Flawless from start to finish. These teams, but this Luminosity Gaming squad is going into day 2 with a much different look of momentum, taking a loss just at the end.
What'd I miss? I was gone for like 2 minutes, guys. What'd I
This
miss?
matchup for quite some time, but now they get their chance to start our round of 16 against QT Dig after taking a loss yesterday. The Team Reject from Japan are gonna have to go up against yet another squad from that same region.
And QT Dig, a really interesting team in the fact that we've had a chance to see so much of every other Japanese team. So much, or at least the players that comprise them. There have been some shifts over the course of the season, but extremely familiar. And this is a team of players that are considerably more fresh to us, especially in the West. You know, they weren't part of the, like...
Oh, is it okay? Is it the tweet from yesterday where Overlord said, "Enjoy your last win"?
But they obviously
Was that it, or is it something else?
10,000 times more than they needed to, and they're here fighting now against Luminosity.
Yeah, qualifying for this in the 3rd place position at the PJCS, aka the Japanese Regional Competition. But let's get into this draft. It will be a Mewtwo Y-Band for QT Dig, something that Luminosity has not brought out too often. However, Curious does like those attacker-style Pokemon, specifically those auto-attackers. We've seen some interesting picks from that player throughout this event. Even a Lowland Raichu on stream, which is certainly not a common pick. But the only options not available to either team for this draft will be the Mewtwo Y, the Hoopa, Galarian Rapidash, as well as the Latios.
Some really big available.
Yeah, it was from yesterday.
You can see either the Ho-Oh or the, which is they're highlighting right now.
Right.
But that honestly isn't even necessarily the biggest. As we saw win rate earlier, highest in the entire tournament so far is Serena.
No, it's from yesterday. It's because I'll mute it for just a sec. So basically, Reject. So one of the team members from Reject. I don't know if it's like, so I don't know if it's bantering for fun or if it's legit like shit talking, but like one of the members from Reject, I think their name is like Pavone or some shit like that, called out LG and basically said like LOL 02 or 20 whatever, and then Overlord responded, you know, with that tweet, and then the funny thing is, they don't even get to see each other again because Reject got knocked out by the... Was it Aegis Flames? Or... Oh, sorry, but the Latin American team. Latin American.
All the supports in the game right now, it could be a difficult thing to task. Curios is going to kind of play this counter melee
So now it's just funny because they were talking their shit and then they got eliminated by Latin America.
Right, so they are going to be flexing their comp on the side of QT Dig with a little bit more range and Teleon, which we did see work for Orange Juicers earlier in the one game that they were able to get it. And very interesting. I'm actually super surprised at this final pick from Luminosity. Not that it's a pick that I would not expect them to make, but alongside the rest of the comp, having it be just kind of a solo on your own type assassin without really truly any support in this entire comp, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think trainers made a lot of their name known for doing this exact thing, right? They are on this speedster without a whole lot of back.
Oh, yeah, no, I 100% agree.
You've seen previous.
I 100% agree. Like, you know what? Guys, I'll say this right now. You know what's missing from Pokemon Unite? Shit talking. Or like, you know, bantering back and forth. Like, not polite talking. I want some good old smack talk, some competitive drama. I want people roasting each other when they lose and like, you know, that's what's missing from the like, because the thing is, it's like, you know, it's Pokemon, so it's like, you know, some people are under this misconception that it's like for younger a younger demographic, but at the end of the day, it's just like, where, like, if you're, okay, you know what? Just using LG as an example, because LG is a 2-time world champion, I wish they would talk more shit about other teams, knowing that they're the best. Like, I don't want them to come off as egotistical, but at the same time, I want them to, like, drama farm. I want them to, like, say something that will kind of, like, get people motivated to play better.
Has the ability to escape. It still brings the range that only maybe, like, you know,
I don't know.
every other Pokemon in the game can.
I just think it's missing in Pokemon Unite because people are afraid of hurting each other's feelings.
It was considered one of the strongest, really, path Pokemon, right? It was able to secure so much early on in the game when it was still only a Sobble, and they did weaken it considerably in those early levels.
Yeah, it has made it a little bit more difficult to get up to that power level. Your early game, you do have elements of strength for sure,
Yeah,
but with
it's not
only
bad.
being able to store up one critical hit at a time, that actually has shifted the clear a little bit, which is really interesting. I know when Inteleon, before these nerfs, it was very interesting how you would play down the initial path of the game, skipping a lot of Pokemon, making sure you could stack up all 3 of those critical hit counters just to have a lot of early game pressure in the contestable wild Pokemon territory. Things are a little different nowadays, but we will still see some incredible play. We get into game number 1, QT Dig versus Luminosity Gaming in our round of 16 single elimination.
Time to see if anybody's going anywhere interesting. This arena will be in the center area. That is what I believe I expected once we saw the Zacian picked as well. But it's the world where it could have somehow gone top. We could have seen some weird switches. Slash can moving forward pretty far. Curios as well, trying to sneak away. One of these Indeedies, I'm not sure if they were able to grab it, but they are getting hurt really bad, trying to get out. They are going to go down.
Damn, already with the first blood.
Of the match. So we see the Armor and the Snorlax actually got a split pushing. Normally we do see those Pokemon combined because of Snorlax's incredible last hitting qualities, but just trying to get a little bit of scoring pressure and maybe punish this early path of the Sobble.
There are a lot of KOs altogether. Well, I should say there's a lot of aggression. More so than I kind of thought there was going to be in... How do I explain this? Like, in the path, only in the path, right? I do expect that if we're going to see a little bit more early aggression, it's going to be a lot of people kind of going for big flanks, and seeing this rotation down is going to be pretty big, as Bacon is going to be coming down to help on bottom for both sides now, as they're all challenging, just leaving their tops up there solo to try and farm. Charmeleon's going to have a little bit of a weakness up there, probably against the Zacian, who's already going to be strong, but a lot of focus here on bottom, although we are seeing a rotation top from that Zoroark.
Yeah, I think that was the big matchup on the bottom side, is trainer versus teacher, which is funny. But, of course, the level 5 of Zoroark being tremendously more powerful than the level 5 of Serena, because you're still stuck at that middle stage evolution. So trainer, knowing that the Serena will very likely be going towards the bottom path, makes it mandatory that they make that same rotation and try to keep just a leg up at any given time.
Wow, the freeze, actually freezing Zacian right there. Just to let Otter get out a little bit longer, delay them all a little bit more.
I don't get why people are doing that. Like, they're going for the invade, but, like, it's for, like, one Baltoy. Like, it's not even worth it. And then they end up dying, too.
All over the place. Teacher will be taking most of that experience from the center area, but I think we're going to start to split up again.
Like, unless they're doing it for...
Yeah, Overlord will get the evolution.
with the intention of, like, trying to pull people towards them and just getting vision. But, like, what do you get out of that? You waste, like, one person's time, you burn your eject button, you burn your focus spin, you don't really get much experience, and then you die for it as well.
It does look like we have a little bit of a trade in that sense.
Right, they really, ideally, QT would have loved to have shut down the Charizard a little bit more, but wow, look at this forward positioning. They're maybe going to try to go for this goal zone if they can. I don't know if they see full vision. They do, I think, commit now.
Oh wait, my snack is ready. Hold on. Sorry guys, I'll be back in like less than 1 minute. I'm gonna go really quickly.
But there's just so much damage altogether from the side of QT Dig. A little bit of a back cap, I believe, from Trainer in this other tier 1 goal zone. So they're going to get actually nearly as many points just from being able to delay longer.
Really good support defense around that goal zone as well. Slash making sure that they are timing their engages, utilizing their HP bar whenever Otter has their moves on cooldown. So Slash jumps in, buys as much time as they can, and Otter is going to double down with the Whirlpool and the Ice Beam immediately after. So buying as much possible times they can, and that's going to set themselves up for a big push here.
Oh my gosh, they're taking so much damage just from this Ho alone, though. Ho damage still impresses me. I'm still not expecting it to happen. Oh, big snipe shot, but it goes
All right, I'm back.
between the squishier targets, nearly takes out Slash.
I'm
and
back.
points, still leaving that tier 1 gold zone up, but only at 4, and that's going to mean that points are almost double for Luminosity at the current moment. We are going to see Regieleki be mostly soloed.
Charizard and Suicune, they are ban worthy. What do you mean? You only have so many bans though.
Try and push down this top tier 1 gold zone. It's already got a lot of points in it. 40, so that should be going down to 20 if it does go in.
Yeah, I think Luminosity Gaming pretty confident in their ability to defend this goal zone, so not favoring the Regieleki as much. If you watch Trainer LGC on the mini-map, they are one of the central area players that so frequently, after winning a team fight or even having a small exchange in one of the paths, is checking their own central area and the opposing team's central area, making sure they're aware of the timers on the spawning of the Acelgor or Escavalier, and always making themselves in an opportune situation to take one of those buffs if they have the option.
This has been a pretty delicate dance of a game, and right there, that was you're almost getting danced upon. Although we are going to see a push really far forward here. The Blissisons coming out just to try and save Hachi on that Inteleon. And
LG better win. I have them as my number 1. They better win.
as that kind of sort of forward defender at
If LG loses, I'm gonna cry. My predictions are over.
And LG doing a good job of not quite taking any losses in most of these situations. That's what I was kind of saying about this delicate dance, is that we've seen a lot of LG pushing and then backing up. And obviously they allow a few people to go down, especially with the EXP shares, but they haven't given up this EXP lead by allowing any of their big carries to be taken down.
It's just such a defensible composition. I mean, Snorlax's so good at preventing some of that. And then, of course, you have the Suicune to provide a bit of crowd control, and then that's kind of Armor's whole thing. So making a lot of sense there. There'll be a lot of damage from the Ho onto the Charizard, meaning they have to retreat and take both Citrus Berries, but ultimately meaning the Regirock will fall completely in favor of QT Dig.
But once again, you know, they didn't take any full losses right there. It was close, but they backed up exactly perfectly to not get KO'd when Overlord was extremely close. That would have been a huge amount of EXP. They are still going to continue to push, but a great push back so far from LG. They're standing a little bit more north up in this path. They look like they maybe could take a pretty quick rotation up into Regieleki, although it looks like maybe they... Oh yeah, there's a lot of experience on the way. They don't really need to try anything in the enemy center area quite yet, and that Regieleki's spawning.
Yeah, Luminosity with a sick lead right now, 213 points. QT Dig still have yet to eclipse that 100-point mark. And something you can always try to utilize to help in that fashion will be this Regieleki, but Luminosity Gaming have already started it. Otter playing interference, does get a freeze on Bacon, but QT Dig there in time to contest, but not in time to secure. Trainer picking that up with the Zoroark.
Trainer so low, though, is going to back up. It's actually going back in. You're going to be using the Unite.
Is this worth getting up for?
Still a pretty high health, though, on the side of QT Dig. They are backing up.
This game
with the damage assist at the moment.
It's pretty close.
This time, I remember the name of that Pokemon, as it's going to try to get this KO. It's actually pretty close. Let's go Slash.
I mean, results-wise in some of the previous sets, you'd probably be surprised. Latin America knocked out Japan's number 1. Latin America Latam knocked out Japan's number 1, and then Brazil knocked out the other Japanese team.
But I did like that play of Trainer jumping back in there. You were right, it was on pretty low HP, but gained the benefit of the buddy barrier from the Suicune Unite move. So Otter kind of replenishing a shield on top of the Zoroark, and they find the perfect opportunity.
It's just Luminosity and Nouns are the only teams left to play, and then you have your entire quarterfinals bracket.
Just barely for Luminosity. It's a little bit less than it was before, and this basement Reggie, this final basement Reggie could mean a lot. If anybody does take it, Overlord kind of the only one sitting down there looking for vision. That's a pretty scary Pokemon to be all alone down in the final moments before the final stretch. Reggie, oh, they actually go for a reset. I don't know if that's intentional, but that's going to slow them down a lot. Yeah. That's a kind of a cool strategy. I don't feel like I've ever seen that. Just in case you start that reset. Still, it's only going to slow them down. It's not going to stop them, as the Reggie Ice buff will go to the side of QT Dig, who is going to now have a level 13, which will even up at least one of the level 13s of Luminosity, and they've already pre-positioned so far forward. Oh, getting caught out in that tall grass.
Yeah, this is
I like that.
There for a second,
I like the overlay for that. You can see so much.
It's just really tough for QT Dig in these Inteleon compositions. It is so tough to play without positioning on the battlefield. And Inteleon, a Pokemon that really struggles to make space for itself. Instead, you're kind of just hoping the opposing team makes some kind of positioning mistake. Luminosity Gaming, though, not well known for making that specific error. And right now, they are holding down this Rayquaza pit in a very impressive defensive formation.
One huge thing here, though, is that all the poke damage from the Inteleon will be pretty permanent. There's no true healer on the other side. However, they're not really playing to that strength at the moment. They are kind of waiting, seeing if they can get some vision, I think, before they try these snipe shots. That's going to hit Kyrios really, really hard. Going for a second knockback, able to capture it as Unite's coming out from the Serena. They're burning on this Ray, going down to about half life. Unite coming out from Overlord as well. Burning down this arena so low, still with the Bliss Assistant staying alive. 2 members down for QT Dig. One's already coming back up. A trainer on the side of Luminosity is going to be going down. Rayquaza getting very low. They've got to deal with this snipe shot before it ends up getting this secure. It's already pre-aiming. A great block there from Otter.
Yeah, Otter was just such a fantastic shutdown. Luminosity Gaming putting on a clinic of how to position around this Rayquaza at any given time. And Inteleon is just caught out exactly where you need it to be. And I don't mean in a position where you could find it to KO it. I mean where you make the snipe shots rather irrelevant at any given time. Slash Otter taking turns, body blocking those shots. Overlord in charge of making sure that Rayquaza is brought down extremely low. Slash with some picture-perfect blocks to make sure anybody who did find a way to enter into that Rayquaza pit did not have enough chance, or did not have enough time or the opportunity to secure the Ray away from LG. They're going to be starting this matchup in a very, very strong fashion.
Just great coordination. Every bit about that final fight was well executed. Absolutely perfectly executed. Luminosity, honestly, this entire game looking to play pretty perfectly. I don't think they really allowed anything that looked like a mistake or anything that seemed like any sort of like incorrect positioning.
Yeah.
Every single bit of that just felt like it was in their control. They gave up very, very few KOs, and yeah, just beautiful play.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with a lot of aspects of LG. Obviously, I think that final fight was just, I mean, chef's kiss a little bit. However, I think the early game, Overlord walking away with a 2-level advantage before first Reggie's in a Charmander versus Zacian early game lane, that is extremely impressive. So, I mean, credit to the amazing play of Otter and Overlord together on that top side to really combine for such an
Save you some? It's done, man.
I think it's looking like
My snack is done.
in their favor. Draft was looking clean.
Just keep me going until it's time for lunch or dinner, whichever comes first.
That struggling position they were in going into the final stretch looked really difficult.
The thing for me, though, is that I don't feel like they necessarily had a bad draft or there was anything they couldn't answer. Like you said, really, truly, I think if we look at, I don't know, like every match that we've ever seen where it would be a Zacian versus a Charizard, right, or a Charmeleon at that point, it feels like the Charmeleon's going to get shut down from that early pressure. I'm not
No.
really do in a situation like that. Maybe Buzzwole to be.
Okay, I see. There's a lot of misunderstanding about that, by the way. Like, they didn't play great, but they didn't troll. If you're referring to the game where like you saw them like smiling and laughing a bunch on the player cams. If you're referring to that game, just as an example, they were already eliminated during that game. Like, they already lost their group, so they were just playing for fun. It didn't matter if they won that match or not. I think they would lose out on the tiebreaker. So that's why they didn't really care. Because it's like, the result wouldn't have changed anything. I wonder if it's a good move to 5-man score home goal if you have all 5 towers up and other team only has 1 tower.
Kind of funny because we are seeing a lot of times like no healer. Being able to choose it, of course, after the draft makes it all that much more important, and that was a perfect example there.
Depends on how far ahead you are.
Interesting first ban on the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, I believe they did this last game as well. So the history lesson done on QT Dig. I was curious if they were going to go after any specific member that QT Dig was able to pick up in their drafting phase, but this time just going to be sticking to same old, as QT Dig did pick the same side of the draft going into game number 2, and will be taking the Charizard away from Luminosity.
All right, that's a pretty heavy commitment for a first pick, but the Ho-Oh being gone is going to mean that we are going to have some different drafts overall. We'll see what ends up getting picked second. Ooh, the Blaziken. Blaziken, I feel like always goes under the radar. Always going to be one of the strongest Pokemon, one of the most impactful Pokemon.
Yeah.
But picking up pretty early, and definitely a strong pick that we've seen from Luminosity for years.
It also is kind of giving me the impression that Luminosity Gaming is very okay playing into a potential Serena. At this point, you have such an incredible Serena player in Overlord, as well as having a chance to ban that Pokemon away. They still feel confident in their drafting phase. They are going to be leaving that one on the table. Overlord instead choosing Blaziken, Slash, and Trainer, returning to their picks from that game number 1 into Zoroark and Snorlax.
I think the draft is looking great for Luminosity. It's very similar to what they had before, but just, I mean, at least as strong. The other side, though, it's still looking quite good. I still think the Zacian was a totally fine pick.
Yeah, totally.
Now we're going to be giving a little bit different of a matchup, most likely. But overall, I mean, Hoopa's great. Ooh, okay, interesting.
No, bro. Still no, bro. 0% pick rate.
Yeah,
Whopping 0%.
A frequent tournament at the very least. Only a pick rate of 6% in our event, and now Luminosity is picking their attacker Pokemon, and the Pokemon that I said I would like to be swapped out of QT Dig's hands is now going to be selected by Luminosity Gaming.
Wow.
So, Kyrios is going to be equipping the Inteleon. There is a few less Pokemon that are more able-bodied to body block this time around, like the last time they had the Suicune, the Snorlax, etc., and even the Armarouge.
Right.
In this situation, QT Dig do have the Trevenant to absorb some of those hits, but I think the Hoopa portals might be one of the more important factors to try to play around some of these snipe shots.
Right, yeah, I mean, all those Pokemon that were body blocking are still on the side of Luminosity.
Right,
so,
exactly, yeah.
So you don't have to worry about them on the other side. Plus, of course, we just know how strong Kyrios can be on, well, on every Pokemon, if I'm being honest. This season, I insert Pokemon name here, but especially on the Inteleon.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool to see him go back to. On the other side, though, I feel like they're going to have a little bit of
Where's
a
Sai?
game. Obviously, we did.
He's in the old man retirement home.
If you're going to pick something like Charizard, you are going to need to wait until a little bit later in the game for your full team's power, which Luminosity did great. But the problem is, if Luminosity, now has a stronger early game comp against a weaker early game comp, and they still play just as well in the early game, that might be tough to get going.
Yeah, they're going to have a few obstacles to overcome.
He's probably playing Towerborn right now. Towerborn, or Final Fantasy, or the other game I don't remember at the top of my head.
We're going into game number 2. Reminder, single elimination all day too long, meaning that QT Dig need to run 2 games in a row against Luminosity Gaming if they want to stay in this tournament. LG on match point.
Right, and of course, the North American last hope, so they definitely want to move forward, continuing to represent. Right now, though, it's looking like this is probably not going to be a path that's going to get too much done against each other. There's going to be, especially once we see the evolution of the Eevee, there's going to be some decently high damage, but I just feel like until at least we see some assists, we're probably not going to see some, well, I was going to say super aggression, however, just being able to run forward, help with maybe some of this clear slash actually getting out there pretty cleanly.
Yeah, taking a decent amount of damage, but they are going to stay in the fight. It's only a Phantom to kind of threaten them on the other side, so if they can set up for a big play, they'll do it. Trainer in position, but a couple of Pokemon on Luminosity Gaming side are going to fall, and Hachi picking up that KO streak of 2. That early game monster in Espeon already showing its face. Stored power, so powerful at chasing down these Pokemon no matter where they end up.
And something that we didn't really get a chance to talk about is Teacher going into that center.
Honestly, I would have liked to have seen a Fire Punch Flare Blitz against this team.
That was a little bit
I think it would have been
scary.
nice.
The first time that you're pushing down, you're going to be a little bit weaker than a level 5 Zoroark for sure. But they played it pretty safe. They made sure that they did not get caught out.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we do have Suisho going up against Overlord, and this time the levels are much more at parity.
Yes.
Zacian versus the Combustion at the moment is a lot closer, where they're taking a bunch of damage.
Oh, we have a Sacred Sword, Zacian. I just realized that right now. I think that's the first time I've seen it. This,
Blaziken and the Zacian go down. Hayatobi likely also to fall, putting Trainer at even higher KO amounts in this game. Never mind, Otter taking credit.
That took a really long time. That was a weirdly long time. But honestly, if you can hold on before you KO somebody, that just means they're back later, right? If they're not gaining anything.
oh, Teacher's also going Flamethrower Fire. Sorry, Flamethrower Flare Blitz, by the way.
Very sneaky this entire game. Very
So you got the long-range poke of Flamethrower, which they will apply to your basic attacks, or like your basic Fire Breath. And then you got some targeted CC as well. Plus a little bit of durability with that shield.
They don't have to worry about basically failing the early game, though. They've done a great job so far of staying pretty much at parity the entire way and being level 8, higher than anybody else in the game.
Pretty massive. Slash gonna push in, but we'll find a wood hammer Trevenant holding them in place. Trainer LGC taking a fight against the Station. Suisho defending this goal zone has the chance to portal down, but instead is gonna be receiving backup as QT Dig gets some scores, finally breaks the silence in terms of that on the bottom side, and has the opportunity to rotate to the top side and defend this goal zone.
Oh my gosh, so many Pokemon just appeared out of nowhere. What just happened? No, of course, that's the Hoopa. But that was certainly a jump scare for the side of Luminosity Gaming, as they are going to lose at least.
No goal hacker.
Bacon has been defending for 6 years on that pad, goes back through the portal. They're going to continue to survive as teachers.
Oh, that was close.
Reggie Alecki, so great defense enabled by the Hoopa. LG still pushing back, but immediately Trainer's going to be going down. Slash extremely low, trying to wall everybody back. Overlord low is going to back up. Curious backing up. These Hoopa portals have been everything.
They've been so phenomenal for QT Dig. It's been very, very impressive. They have held Luminosity Gaming to 0 points in this matchup, and the first set of objectives both fall in their favor as well. Reggie Alecki and that basement Reg Ice. So important for this team to be pulling ahead. Luminosity Gaming now in a very rare occasion of playing from behind.
Well, one thing that it has to be worried, has to be taken care of by QT Dig is the fact that there is so much secure on the side of Luminosity. We've seen the ability to kind of rip and flip in the previous game. But
Oh!
That was beautiful.
Nice cancel from Trainer right there. The Shadow Claw knocked up the...
So when we get later into the game, that could mean a lot.
It CC'd the Hoopa right as they were about to take the portal, so they didn't get to go out.
The poke game coming out from Luminosity, they're starting to do pretty well catching up in levels. We do still see Teacher 1 level higher than everybody else, but 3 level 10s on the side of LG.
Yeah, they're doing all right in terms of levels and experience. I think they have the opportunity very soon to swing a team fight in their favor. They're starting to get some Unite moves online. QT Dig already at that pace. Charizard Unite, Hoopa Unite, Trevin Unite, all of these phenomenal team fight opportunities for them to utilize. And Luminosity Gaming is going to have to be so careful and execute extremely well. Here's a Charizard Unite move already in a 1v1 as they found the Inteleon hiding in the tall grass.
Bro, this guy is just uniting on cooldown. Oh my lord.
All the way into QT Dig's center area. It's going to be a win there in that fight for QT Dig for sure. A few points in, 30. That's not a small amount, but
it's also the first time they scored.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Unfortunately, that's their first 30, as there's an attempt to get more points in up top. Bacon, once again, being this kind of bastion for the team of QT Dig, doing such an amazing job of surviving in all of these fights and really holding down this top path no matter what is happening.
Yeah, looks like these two players on kind of Reggie Alecki duty, a duo fight going on up there, but Suisho gets a ton of damage in. Slash takes so much, does have the Unite move to buy a little bit of time, is trying to get Overlord space for this overheat secure. It's pretty early, but all of that stored power damage landing into the Regirock kind of sets up Overlord perfectly, and Luminosity Gaming finally gets an objective in their favor.
Right, I mean, that's basically what I was saying earlier is once we get later into this game, they're secure. Once everybody's there, the coordination between is going to be very, very strong. So we've got to be careful at Bacon, though. Landing some nice wood hammers as LG starting to get pretty low. Unite coming out from Hoopa as they get frozen. They're going to be trying to chase Overlord all the way up. They will get that KO. The Teacher's going to hit level 12. Huge win in this team fight, I would say, for them. However, they're still there. It looks like maybe that was a little bit aggressive coming out from Hoopa. No, they're not going to quite go down. It's Trainer will be able to at least pick up 1 in the trade.
All right, the Phantom Force combination will send them all the way back to base with the portal. So Trainer only able to get 1. Zorak not able to find the Hoopa within that exchange, but it does look like Luminosity Gaming is going to be first to the Reggie Alecki as they arrive. Already start getting some damage done, and Slash and Otter there means that QT Dig is going to have a really hard time finding the space to even show up at the objective.
Well, Teacher is creating the space, burning a hole through their wall, quite literally, as the Unite's coming out at the 3-minute mark. Wow, immediate burn down. That's huge.
The Blaziken takes it.
That is a late Charizard Unite move, by the way. Depending on whether or like the problem with that is uniting at 3 minutes with Charizard, they're not gonna have their Unite move for Rayquaza right away. And because both goals are still up, there's even less farm than usual. If LG are keeping like track of the timer,
I know.
they could just force the objective.
Terrible play from Overlord.
The sooner the better.
Yeah. If we're gonna find something to critique, we'll do it.
Listen, I need. It's been a few years. I need to find.
Okay,
something.
Charizard's getting the top lane farm, the Indinis, and the Baltoy.
Really evening things up. QT doing an amazing job of, despite the fact that they gave up a lot of XP there, they're still
Let's keep
ahead.
track of when they get their Unite move.
We're watching that little score compilation as we're the only one level 14 in the entire game is still going to be Teacher. How they deal with Teacher is going to be the biggest part, I think, of this final team fight. Kyrios now is going to have the control of the poke. Oh my goodness, that was nearly a 1K. Oh my gosh, the entire backline is falling to water. That looks like it was a third hit as well.
I mean, one of the toughest things about playing that Hoopa is if you were incognito a moment ago, if that snapshot damage lands, you need to create a portal, which does show up on your opposing team's minimap. So all of a sudden, now we have kind of a major focus Pokemon of the other team to try to chase down. Bacon does grab Slash, but Block off cooldown is able to walk out of that danger zone.
Oh, Trevenant just got absolutely nuked right there.
They do have the point advantage. They know they have the point advantage.
They still got time though. The Trevenant's up in 5 seconds. They got a Hoopa Unite move. As long as Hoopa doesn't get picked off, they're fine. Zacian is about to get rolled by Zoroark.
In the center area, a nice snipe shot to hit. Kyrios, I really feel like carrying this game on his back, doing an amazing job landing every snipe shot.
And the difference between this Inteleon games 1 and 2 is Inteleon.
They don't necessarily need Rayquaza. That's the thing. Like, less than 100 point difference. It's not like, when the game is this close, you don't need Rayquaza to win the game. Especially when there's so little time left.
Amazing Espeon Unite trying to set up the rest of the team.
When Espeon allows them to go back through the portal, that's a really nice usage of the Unite. Kyrios United trying to get away in the back line, and unfortunately goes kind of back in, gets KO'd. Slash extremely low, Rayquaza about to get taken.
LG got it.
It's going to be LG able to take it. I'm not sure who even got that last hit, but probably Overlord. Yes, Overlord. The secure too strong. They forced
That was close. That was close. That was a lot closer than game number 1, that's for sure.
They had the backup there of Otter as well. And you don't need that many more points when you're already in the lead.
Oh, and that is
Well,
why you draft a Pokemon.
if Nouns win their series, we're going to have a North America #1 versus EU #1. But Nouns need to win in order to make that happen.
Ability to get that secure. A North America hometown crowd popping off for an LG win.
Hey, it's the last chance for North America, and that does confirm we have another region in our top 8. One more chance for us. I mean, still great stuff to QT Dig. They played extremely well, but that means we're down to one representative from Japan, one representative from North America, one representative from all of these regions. I mean, I'll list them all out, honestly, before we go to break, because it's crazy, but amazing stuff from Luminosity. This is looking better than they played yesterday, in my opinion.
So much so. I think they weren't pushed too hard in the drafting phase. I think they got a lot of the Pokemon they were looking for, felt very, very comfortable. But I think what looked so much better is just their incredible game plans around the Rayquaza battle. That final stretch in the 2 minutes looked so much cleaner than it did yesterday. I think that's where things kind of went wrong for them. On the other hand, it just today looked flawless. Very, very impressed with their gameplay. QT Dig will exit this tournament in a very impressive top 16 finish, making it out of groups no easy feat, especially out of the one in which they were in. Luminosity Gaming have earned a spot at minimum in top 8.
All right, yeah. I mean, honestly, the biggest strength in my eyes of Luminosity is when they know what their win condition is, they are very good at playing to that exact win condition.
All right, one more top 16 best of 3, and then we have our entire quarterfinals.
Chose this comp for, let's do exactly that. It works out perfectly. And once again, I mean, I got to give huge shout outs to, you can see a perfect KO snipe shot right there to Kyrios. Has been my favorite player maybe on the team for a while. Just able to really do his own thing no matter what. Yeah. And back up the rest of the team in such amazing ways while being a damage dealer. It's very, very nice to see, and such a big reason why they won this huge fight.
Oh, that last moment of the replay we just witnessed is one of my favorite parts of the defensive ability of Snorlax and Suicune together. You saw that Espeon Unite caught both of the Inteleon and the Blaziken midair. could be so dangerous in another situation, but an amazing power nap. Gets the crowd control, a Suicune follows up, slows down anyone's chase. Overlord going 2 for 2 on MVP awards. This time, blazing it with 53,000 damage. Slightly lower on that one, but a very impressive game. You took the big one. You knocked out the big green dragon.
Yeah, maybe the biggest one. But really good stuff. I do have to say, if there was one thing, I do think that LG got really free drafts in that set. There maybe were a few more things that we could have seen QTD try to take away from them, but they just, LG looked comfortable.
Yeah.
And they do play a kind of unique set of Pokemon, so a lot of times it is kind of hard to bound out everything that you want from them. You know, if you start prioritizing other things like the Zacian could have gone instead to them.
Yeah,
so
totally.
it's really, really tough to actually deal with that. But I mean, hey, great stuff to them once again. And you know, I'll list it out. Sorry, I've got the bracket down here in front of me because there's so many different regions, right? So we've got LATAM South, we've got Brazil. This is just within our top 8. We've got North America, we've got Korea, we've got Japan, we've got APAC West, and we've got LATAM North. I forgot which one I already said. So that is 7 regions out of our top 8, and we are guaranteed an 8th.
We are
so
guaranteed
a
an
100% split. 8 for 8 in our top 8. That is amazing.
It's incredible. Yeah, who knows what'll happen. I believe on the B stage we do have Nouns Esports competing against Talon. So, but you are right. No matter what happens in that matchup, 8 unique regions representing our top 8. Very, very wild. I mean, we have so much action today. These matches are so incredible. We've already got to witness some of the best Pokemon Unite that these World Championships falls have ever seen, and I've been really enjoying it so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, huge upsets today.
If NA gets taken out in NA, NA is cooked in Worlds.
A great showing from pretty much every team yesterday.
Zoink's jacket looks 3D.
Like where things were going to shake up and
It's very shiny.
Keep on going. Like, for example,
Very, very shiny. I will say that.
Having one team now, pretty surprising. But we're going to get a chance to talk to the team that now has eliminated.
Zugrug's back in Canada, man.
Jeez, we're going to go up to the stage.
First to airport, first back home.
Well, we got on stage Overlord for Luminosity Gaming. Give it up for them.
Bro, shit talk reject. Mention the tweet.
You just told me this match felt very.
Overlord, shit talk reject. They're out. You can shit talk them.
Yeah, it was very nerve-wracking. I think both games, normally requires a spawn to 2 minutes, but there was 1 minute left before the fight actually started, so everything's just kind of a little bit more intense because it's just the absolute final fight. There's no refight, no repush. Yeah, it's definitely pretty intense. So.
Well, I think what's intense as well is that you have found your ticket into quarterfinals already, the top 8. So advancing into the bracket is something that Luminosity is very much acquainted with. So how are you feeling in regards to the other teams that have already qualified into the quarterfinals already?
Yeah, I mean, there's only one team that I really wanted to get revenge on. But at this point, I don't really care who we beat. I just want to win.
You heard it here. He just wants to win, and we know that they can do it. They've done it before. Right. So, Overlord, in particular, about your journey in being, former world champions. Last year, we had a Japanese team take it, and you just beat a Japanese team. And the Japanese teams are just becoming scarce and scarce in this bracket. So, how is it to be a part of dethroning another one of those teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think Japan is probably the strongest region, so every win definitely feels really good. But I think there's still a very, very strong Japanese team left in this tournament, and hopefully we'll be able to play them. So.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to be on the bracket coming soon. So thank you so much, Overlord. Congratulations.
It was reject. He wanted revenge on reject, but they got kicked out before.
Thank you so much. Always great to hear from Overlord. Yes, unfortunately, the revenge they so sought after was taken away from them, so maybe Santos Laguna have picked up a curse on that side of the bracket.
Yeah, maybe. Is that how it works? That you just inherit it?
It's a monkey's paw situation.
Well, yeah. Well, just like every team that beats that team, or the team that beats them, just slowly picks up the curse until eventually Luminosity fights them, and then
an eye for an eye makes Luminosity mad. I don't know how the saying goes.
I'm pretty sure that's
fill me in with this tweet. What happened?
I'm pretty sure production said we had a bracket.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't from today. It was from last night. So basically, what happened? Reject and Luminosity were the final match of the day. Plus, they were it was their final group match, right? So Luminosity lost 2-0. Then after they lost, one of the members from Reject, the team that beat them, like made a tweet basically saying like, LOL 2-0. And then Overlord quoted it like, enjoy your last win. Then that team that beat them lost to a Latam team, Santos Laguna. See, it's right there at the bottom. But like Santos Laguna, they lost 2-0, and then they got eliminated from the tournament before Luminosity could face them again. And then Overlord, or not Overlord, but like Chris Heroes and a bunch of other people were like, this is what did they post? They just quoted they just screenshotted it and quoted basically saying like, ouch. Yeah, Overlord said, enjoy your last win. And then everyone's kind of just memeing about it.
Those teams that I was absolutely wrong about going into this tournament. I think last year I was so high on Korea as a region. I pivoted a little bit and I found out that was an error. So I'm going to stick to my ways of last year.
Was that on stream? The Reject one?
Yeah. No, like so.
Aegis Flames. I mean, Per Unite, one of the most storied teams, and if they can win this quarterfinal.
Okay, so like the beginning of the stream was just very weird because like you have the main stream and then you have like the B stream, right? And then of course like you're supposed to, like they had one schedule for the main stream and then another schedule for the B stream, but for like the first half, I don't know what was going on. They just weren't playing any games on the main stream. And then whenever they did play a game, they would show a game from the B stream that had already taken place. So it was just weird. It's like you watch it on the B stream, and it's like, oh, you watch it again on the main stream. It's like, why? Like, what's happening with like the mainstream schedule? I don't know. It was just confusing.
Your most underrated team from your rankings to their placement. And this year, I think for a lot of people, it is again Brazil. So that's something to really look out for. Now they've been underrated 2 years in a row, but we'll see if they can continue to
that other Latam team.
All right, we'll talk a lot more about
Oh, the biggest news though, with regards to stuff that's going on over there on the LAN event, so I don't know all the details. I'm kind of just following along from like the multiple tweets that people are posting. Like this is like coming from like the participants over there from different teams. Basically, there's like a lot of technical issues, but like their cable or whatever it is that they're using is not compatible with like Androids and like iPhones. So they're forcing people to they're forcing people that primarily play on mobile to use their rental stuff, but like it's such low quality that you're basically like capped out at like 30 FPS and like other shit, and now people are like complaining about it.
That is such a disadvantage. Well, I thought you were gonna say that they were forcing them to play on Switch or something. Wait, so I thought the rental, you say? Well, at least before, I don't know how it is now, but it used to be like you had to play on their device regardless. Like you couldn't play on iPhone. Like, it was all Androids. That's what I used to hear. At least the past world or the past monthlies, ICs and stuff.
Yeah. Where is it? I just saw that post. Let me look it up.
Someone in the chat post the bracket.
I can post it for you. Here. Oh, there's some more drama going on over here. Okay, so apparently there was a technical difficulty issue in the Talon versus Nouns first match. I think they might have been playing the B stream, and the technical difficulty whatever was going on went on for so long to the point where they actually allegedly, I don't know if this is confirmed or not, but allegedly gave the win to Nouns, and they didn't even finish playing the game.
That was Nouns versus who?
Talon. So like,
ay.
Yeah, so if it's true, then Nouns are already up 1-0 in their best of 3, and they only need one more to. No, I'm just gonna I'm gonna pull it up on Twitter because like, let me see, are they playing? Oh, let me get the bracket as well. Yeah, it's true. Nouns, like, I don't know if they remaked and they played off, but Nouns are up 1-0.
That's just happening, though.
Yeah, like, the tweets are posted, like, less than, like, 10 minutes ago.
Wow. It could be, I'll say this, because remember when Lutano had to go to the bathroom or something and they got like punished by not getting a ban on stage? You remember that year?
Yeah.
It might have been something. I mean, they're saying it's technical difficulties, but it could be, I don't know, that a player's not cooperating or something. I don't know. Like maybe that's why they got punished. Like we don't know the whole details. That's for the bracket. Stamina is out. Damn.
Yeah, they lost to Peru.
Wait, Stamina is... Oh, Frankenholmes. Okay, yeah. Kita is on Santos Laguna. The fact that they got 2-0, bro. That's crazy. The team that talks shit. Hey, that's the beauty of the game.
Okay, so let's see here.
Damn, Luminosity in Peru are on a collision course. Not even worried about Nouns, to be honest. If I were Luminosity.
I'm sure we're not the only team complaining about the phone and having to log into the original account instead of our own. So is this real because Talon can't use phone properly on stage? So basically, like, one of the biggest issues that these guys are having right now, like, besides the multiple technical difficulties with the equipment that is being provided, is that they're not allowed to use their own devices, and, like, people are also afraid to be extremely vocal about the issues that are ongoing because they don't want to get, like, because, like, these guys are active competitors that want to continue competing, so they're afraid that if they speak out too much, that they might get, like, penalized by, like, TPIC or whatever the hell it's called. Like, I literally saw a tweet about that, like, as well. But, so this is the picture that was being, posted on social. This is not even coming, like, this is, like, coming from spectators, like, watching.
13
so,
minutes.
Yeah, so there was a pause at the 8 minute and 14 second mark. So literally less than 2 minutes into the game. Technical issue. The pause was going on for 12 minutes and 59 seconds. I don't even know if it went on for longer than that, if I'm being honest. And then the continuation from this was they waited so long, Toon's screen went black. And at this point, it's 16 minutes and 43 seconds. They gave the win to Nouns, so it's 1-0.
That's what I mean. Like, it had to have been like the other team not cooperating, or just I don't know. I'm just assuming. Like, there's no reason to just I mean, maybe because they called the technical pause that they get.
Yeah. So it was them. But like, as for the reason why, I don't exactly know. And then this is a year's hard work has gone to waste. How many people can have this opportunity and time to practice and participate in the World Championship? If the official does not allow players to use their own mobile phones, why not stipulate from the beginning what type of mobile phone everyone should use? It would also be appropriate to prepare other brands of mobile phones on site. I don't know if my competition will continue, but I hope the Pokemon official will officially address these issues. Thank you for reading.
That's weird. I'm
And, like,
telling you,
it
it used to be that you had to play on their devices. How is it like they're not even ready for that?
Yeah, and like these, like all these things, they share a similar theme. Salonin, Salonin, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, and welcome back for 4 months. I appreciate that, gamer. Someone else from High Five. I was told that a spare smartphone is required on stage. This is worrisome and unfair for smartphone players. How on earth does that official team manage to do this? How can we compete with the Switch to it? So they're complaining like, because they're forced to be playing on like subpar mobile devices, like, you know, they're competing with people that are playing Switch 2s. And like, for me, I understand at the competitive level that makes a difference, but like at the same time, like, that's something I deal with on a day-to-day basis, so it's just like, it is what it is. But
yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on at Worlds. We'll go back to this. We'll revisit this after.
Yeah. That's interesting.
There's three sides to every story. Well, the thing is, when it comes to the people running the event, like TPCI or whoever's like whatever in charge, they very rarely comment on things like this. Like there have been so many times when situations like this occur and they don't necessarily vocalize like what's going on behind the scenes. Sorry, I got distracted. All because of the phone? Like I said, I don't know that. So, with regards to this specific situation that occurred, I don't know the exact details. I can only go off of the vague number of tweets, or like not vague, but like the few tweets that are coming from the players. Obviously, it's like the Talon team, so I'll keep looking into it on my end just to see like what's going on. But also, Talon is also the team that is playing right now are also catching a few strays, maybe, because of whatever issues they were encountering when they were playing. Apparently, that prompted a response from like the tournament organizers and made everyone that plays on my mobile use the same rental device. So, like, I don't know what they were using before, if, like, they're not even allowed to use their devices to begin with, so that's the part that kind of confuses me. Or maybe you know better than I would when it comes to that stuff, but... yeah, oh yeah, like someone from High Five is saying the entire Talon team should be banned and they should not be affecting the rest of the mobile players in the tournament.
Wild.
Noun's gonna lose this? I mean, even if they lose, they still gotta... They would have another chance to run it back and play again.
Not losers bracket, no?
No, it's single elimination. So if you lose, you're just out.
Then what do you mean they have another chance? You mean just in the best of 5?
No. They're up 1-0. I mean.
Ah, okay. Right, because of the stupid thing. Okay.
Yeah.
This is that one team.
Yeah, I like. They could avoid a lot of these problems by just allowing competitors to use their own devices. But like, I don't understand why they're afraid to do that, unless like what are they scared that someone's gonna be using like a jailbroken phone? Like, not that it would even matter that much. Like,
yeah. My game, I can just teleport with station or something. I don't know. That would be seen. That's so dumb. I don't know.
the fun they gave me literally brick mid battle shit just turned black while swiping bubbles. I am kind of curious as to what device they're using, if it's not like an Android or an iPhone.
Fucking Microsoft. Microsoft phone.
Okay, well, I'm gonna read you something, and then you tell me your thoughts on this after the game's over, because I find it's kind of funny, because it's true, but like, I don't want to sound insensitive when it's not even me saying it; it's just someone responding to one of the posts.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'll just wait till the last, like, after this is over, and then I'll get your opinion on something.
Yo, this camera person. Move to something else, man. Can't see.
Bro, I can't even see like half the team fight because they're only looking at one person. Bro, like,
yeah,
do you have like a crush on Ender? Like, move the camera, man.
Yeah, it was on Gatlu first, backcapping. Wow, we must see this backcap happen. Let's not watch everyone else's positioning. I swear, every year it gets worse. I don't know how, but it fucking gets worse.
Well, that settles it. You got Nouns versus LG. Nouns versus LG, the North America versus EU dream. Only one shall go forward. That's the one I'm most interested to see.
That's the rematch from First Worlds finalist.
Okay. So what I was gonna, I'll paraphrase it, but long story short, this is like one of the responses to like the competitive players, like talking about all these phone problems. All right. Like, so I sympathize with these people. Like, it sucks that they have to play on, like, subpar, you know, peripherals because, you know, you want to play with the best stuff to offer you, like, a good experience playing the game. But what are your thoughts when someone says something along the lines of, it's literally like the average person playing Unite since the beginning of the game. Like, you always had people playing on mobile, and you always had people playing on Nintendo Switch 1. Nintendo Switch players always had to play like this, and now the shoe's on the other foot when competitive players have to play at the same specs, if not worse, than Nintendo Switch 1 players.
So I thought of that when you were talking about it. I was like, but now they're kind of reset. Now it's backwards, right? Mobiles are a disadvantage, Switch 2 are an advantage. But I think the problem with that statement, and I get it, the problem is back in the day, Switch 1 players only they didn't have that choice. They didn't have a Switch 2 to play on. Mobile players do now. Like the choice is there. So that's the difference. Back in the day, Switch 1 players didn't have the choice. Now they do. But mobile players can choose to play on a bad phone or a good phone, and it's just they're just like denying that, you know, that access. So it sucks.
Thing is, it isn't over just yet because it is a best of 3 set after all, but that is definitely got to feel very, very good for them. I mean, one thing I want to point out as
What's that music?
we're getting these highlights prepared, the restraint during that race weighs a fight from both of those teams.
Mario Party ass
Didn't
music.
use those Unite moves, waited for the perfect opportunity. Now I feel like Team EX, the Ho-Oh, ended up diving in without much backup.
Could you stream it on Discord again, or is your computer not gonna be able to handle it?
Team fight and you're trying to go for that 2 to 3 player revive, some are how you lose games. Sometimes it really pays off to go for the single player revive. That might be a little bit further away, but at least you still equalize that game with 5 versus 5 team fights.
I guess that's the thing. There is an answer to each of the Pokemon in the roster, but we do need to highlight Rom from Zeta Division receiving that MVP award for this match on that Mewtwo Y, being able to be in that back line and just deal that continuous damage. They were able to reach 100k damage dealt that match.
And it's also quite impressive.
Alright, let's see here. So,
he's in a
the
match
brackets are
against Serena,
filled.
and so many
Backlog
times
versus
they're
Santos
going to
Laguna,
see
Team X
tied
versus Zeta,
right into
Nouns
the
versus
final
Luminosity,
try and
Peru
chase
versus
down the
Aegis
Rom
Flames.
always seems to be in such a great
It's gonna be
position
a fun
that,
one.
unfortunately for Serena, there's no real safe entry point to try and dive in for that cheeky knockout. And sometimes if it did happen, because we did see 1 or 2 knockouts
Top
there,
8.
he got punished. The Serena would
Top 8.
immediately get counter knocked.
We're whittling it down to
So,
top
I
2.
have to say, you know, Rom kind of made this game a little bit easier for his teammates, just based on his position, and
I'll
100%
be right
there
back.
has to be some level of communication to say that, hey guys, Serena is on top of me, I think we need to finish him off.
I think that's where the job of the supporter came in. The Clefable going in with that follow me to go and taunt that Zarina, and obviously going and healing up those members as well, allowing those attack damage carries in the back line to do their thing while being able to just sustain all that's coming towards them. That Moonlight was actually so effective during that match.
It's really effective in compositions. I think we mentioned this earlier as well. They had a pretty thick lineup. Lots of health bars, lots of big health bars. But that's what Clefable wants. You want to keep healing, and the more health you have, the more leeway you have in a lot of these team fights. It's not going
Bro,
to be
this is so sad.
You get one hit KO'd and that's going to be it. No, you
Hold
have
on.
an opportunity to get healed back up, and you can absorb a little bit more damage before you do potentially get knocked out. But game 2.
This is the game
gonna be a bit of a
where
change in EX. Now, I don't want them to
so this is the
change
game
it
that
because I
got
think what
the
they did
automatic
in number
point
one was
to
the correct play. They kept up in experience. Yes, they did let
Nouns.
control the game for a little bit, but I think
They
were
play
smart
less
in
than
doing
2
it.
minutes of the
They
game,
got
but
so
because the
EX and made them so threatening
the
from late
technical
game.
issue
But what
was
they did
like
was the late game.
17 minutes, they just gave
How
the automatic
to
DQ to
attack
freaking
division. I think that was where the mistake kind of
Talon, like for the first match. Oh my god,
Yes,
that's
where
crazy.
it really comes down to that Zarina pick, that lockdown maneuver to try and take down those that are a threat. But because Zeta Division, they had such a robust team, whether that Zarina Unite move can really break on through. But you know what? We do have our bands on in. 2 speedsters for Team EX, the Dodrio and the Zoroark. And Zeta Division have decided to go for that Latios and Charizard band this time as well.
I mean, Zeta's got the opening that they want. They still got Blaziken, they still got Suicune. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of EX going for this first pick Leafeon. I kind of feel like you could have left this first pick to a different Pokemon.
You
But
don't feel like it was as effective,
I
or
think
is it just because it's easily countered like we saw last match in terms of just picking more
I feel like
robust
it's...
Pokemon on the
There
side
are
of
probably
Zeta?
other Pokemon I'd consider in that first pick slot. Now, obviously, they're first picking it because they really want it for Liv. Like that's the only logical solution as to why they're going for the first pick. But personally, I kind of feel like you could change Leafeon out to someone different. I would like a proper...
Bro, everyone had issues,
But
man.
they are already
What I'm seeing on Twitter, all the mobile players have been having issues. Period.
Regular Mew, great.
It's
But
the
I felt
Switch
like
2
in that
era.
last game, you needed a heavy hitter.
Switch
This is where
2s unite.
Mewtwo kicks in.
That constant damage that Mewtwo brings,
Yeah.
where I guess Mew is relying on those skills, that big burst, or even the disruption with that surf that we saw. But I guess because Team EX have locked in their 5 comp here, it'll be interesting to see what Zeta Division answer back with, and it's going to be
Like I said, like I don't know what the technical, so I don't know what was going on in Talon's end. So like I can't really give an opinion. I'm only seeing what I see on Twitter, and Twitter is obviously not a reputable source of information or a credible source of information.
At the moment with the Galarian Rapidash is that teams are kind of struggling to figure out what is Rapidash's role. Like, what Pokemon are you kind of countering if you're picking that Galarian Rapidash?
I think it's more the nuisance, right? It's just
Yeah, it's annoying.
consistent run in, do your damage with the Dazzling Gleam, but also that Smart Strike, that sure hit movement to go and get that slight stun allows that opening. And like, if you think about it, the amount of crowd control that Zeta Division have on their side going up into Team EX, if they collaborate all of those together at the same time, like, this could actually be quite the nuisance to Team EX to go into.
Well, just going off of the Rapidash, because it's Rom playing it.
Okay.
So because
Do
Rom...
elaborate.
I mean, Rom's great. I'm just trying to think, okay, what is Rom really hoping to do with this Rapidash? Who is he looking to focus on? Obviously, clear as day, Mewtwo Y. If you can jump onto the Mewtwo Y, that would be ideal. But I also think you can even target the Leafeon. Because Leafeon is also very, very squishy, and if the Leafeon makes a misstep, that is a huge opening for a Galarian Rapidash to just run it down as well. So there are 2 key targets.
I think Tomato and Zeta Division.
That Galarian Rapidash.
Go Tomato, go!
And what role he's
I
really
need them to win for my prediction.
There's going to be a little cute Ponyta. Just be super annoying and actually get their first knockout down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, getting that first knockout, getting in those first dunks as well, as we do have that Leafeon only taking that blue buff and going to go and support this Mewtwo because their buddy has been taken down. Otherwise, up in this top path, we do have Garam needing to back on up because the pressure is on from this buff of Buzzwole.
Yeah, Garam really waiting for that berry to come back, but it's going to be a moment. In the meantime, though, Sarab just going to poke away at Tommy here. Ho-Oh versus Buzzwole. Now, unfortunately, there's not really much that's going to be happening here. It's quite difficult for Buzzball to take out the Ho-Oh and vice versa because there's not enough damage from the Ho-Oh to really pressure that Buzzball. So again, it's a bit of a checkmate situation in that top lane. It's going to depend on how things play out in that bottom lane. And Dazzling Gleam is going to be the build there on the Galarian Rapidash. So you do have that AoE damage that's going to be kicking in for the team. And Rom going to continue on looking for that experience. Suicune scouting for the team to see if there was a buff available. It wasn't available, but it has just respawned. Suicune still sticking around, maybe giving an opening for the team or just scouting things out. Okay, we're just going to go for a scout. They know where the Ho-Oh is now.
Yeah, they know where the Ho-Oh is. They did end up getting punished, taken on down, but I guess given that opportunity, the distraction, Garam is trying to look for some levels instead. They're going to end up having to retreat as this Chansey using that jump pad, but Rom is there ready to take them down and lock in with that Smart Strike, Dazzling Gleam combo. I feel like that's really bullying the Chansey there. It's only a Chansey. There's quite surprised that we still have a Chansey in the match, actually. It's quite late, but it looks like they are struggling to get that experience. But down bottom, we do have a 2v2. We've got Blaziken looking to join the fray down here as well. Komi is around as well, so possibly going to be a huge battle in that bottom lane once we do start seeing some major objectives. Up top, though, we did get a knockout on the Buzzball thanks to that Leafeon. And they're going to maybe think about going onto the Clefable, but thankfully Clefable can just outrun this. But Zeta, down bottom, going to go for a big push up against Team EX because this Mewtwo Y not quite threatening yet. No, not as threatening just yet, but this goal has been left on 1 point as Vitopo is on a roll. They do end up getting themselves a KO and breaking that bottom tier 1 pad, which is going to create some space for Zeta Division to go and look at this objective, but Leafeon goes in with a Unite move, and 2 members of Zeta Division have now been knocked on out. But even with that, Team EX, they're not going to worry about this Registeel, instead pivoting up towards the top half, unless Blissey, no, they're not here in time.
No, they're not there in time at all. I do think it was a good idea just to change objectives because you're competing with a Blaziken for that last hit secure. So unless you can reliably knock that Pokemon out, it just makes sense to take the other objective for yourself. So a bit unfortunate that they had to give it away, but I think Team EX, they are making the most out of the situation that is currently out on hand here. We are getting close to the halfway mark here for both of these teams. Level 10, the highest level on Team EX, and that is going to be on that Leafeon. Although it's been a really hard game for the Leafeon because every time they try to jump on somebody, they either are getting knocked out or they're barely getting those eliminations. You want to have these games where Leafeon just becomes an absolute menace, but the lineup that Zeta have is just made the job.
Did you miss the EU game? Yes and no. So EU played. They won. But obviously they still have more games to play.
To be that issue anytime soon. Well, it's a team game after all, and Zeta Division are sticking together as a team, being able to knock out that Ho-Oh, getting some little dunks down in this bottom path, and now overtake that lead. Buzzball goes in, not respecting the Fluxo, looking for some KOs, and now Team EX are missing 2 members. Queenly Ascendant does end up locking onto that Rapidash. They end up getting taken down, and this is Team EX's chance to make a comeback with Zarina picking up 3 KOs for themselves, now reaching that highest level at level 11. And that was a full team wipe
Jesus.
at the end of the day. So that is a huge swing of experience going in favor of Team EX. They do go for the scores. Are they going to be able to break the goal zone? No, it is still there. And EX, maybe they've stuck around a little bit too long. Bliss Assist going to be used on the Saram there, the Ho-Oh. So nobody's going to be knocked out yet, but that does mean there's no Bliss Assist for what could be this upcoming battle. Now, Blaziken is in the top lane, so don't have to worry about those overheats. So Team EX, this is the best time for them to win this team fight, especially with Serena going in for the dive.
They are in for the dive. The freeze is also going to come out from that Suicune to get a massive stun. But 2 members of Team EX are down, but it doesn't matter because they have a Ho-Oh on their side to go and bring those members back. After all of that, Team EX are able to secure themselves that Regirock buff, but it looks like they've taken the prize. They are going to try and run away with it, but Vitopo does try to go in with a poke, but Lip isn't having any of it.
That was such a great play coming out from EX. They managed to get the bottom Reggie. They won that fight as well. Big change of experience. And as an added bonus, they actually forced the Blaziken away from the Aleki in the top lane. So they didn't even manage to take that objective. So that's going to be the next thing, the next point of contention for these teams. And you can see EX, they are rotating up. They're looking to take the Aleki themselves. And Zeta, they've just decided that's not a priority for them. Instead, they just want to go into EX's central area to try and see if they can still experience all buffs, but there's nothing to take.
There is absolutely nothing left for Zeta to go and take, which means Team EX are able to take this Reggie Aleki absolutely free. But we've got to mention how close of a match this is so far. It's 161 to 168. Zeta Division still are in the driver's seat just yet. However, slowly slipping away. Leafeon does end up diving in onto that Suicune, but once again, their Unite move doesn't come to fruition, not able to pick up a KO.
And they're going to go for the dive yet again, but they went into the bush. Was that actually a mistake on the side of Zeta Division? We're starting to see some health bars drop. That Leafeon is crazy low. Serena using the Unite as well. But we get a first knockout. It's going to be the Galarian Rapidash. Zeta not going to be too happy about that. They are down one player, but they want to continue this fight, looking so incredibly healthy, but they can't finish the Ho-Oh.
They couldn't finish the Ho-Oh. It was able to escape by flying over the walls with the Sacred Fire. They're continuing to fight on back, but Boswell says, I have had enough. Get out of my way. You are too much of a nuisance, picking themselves up a 2 KO streak. And once again, Zeta Division, they're hungry. They're looking for more experience in Team EX's side. I don't know if they end up getting away with that red buff, blue buff, but it doesn't matter because, I mean, Reggie's still going into a Rayquaza. Well, that is pretty tasty indeed.
Perfect timing as well with just 15 seconds to go. So that buff is going to last pretty much forever, especially with how short of a game Pokemon Unite is. So now Team EX, they're in a really interesting pickle because they are behind. They need the Rayquaza, but they're going into a team that has the Registeel attack buff. So a couple of things could possibly happen here. They bait Zeta into a fight that they don't want to do. Alternatively, they maybe try and go for some back caps and put them at the advantage, forcing Zeta to go for the Rayquaza. Or third, they find the perfect opening, grab the pick, and force that big team fight. And so far, we're seeing a bit of a catch there. Oh, they found one. They've got the support. Team EX, they have lost their supporter. But at the cost of what? A Galarian Rapidash. 1-for-1 so far. We get the Unite there on the Ho-Oh. So Blissey is going to be able to come back, Kels.
1 for none because Ho-Oh is able to go and bring that member back. And now
Blissey better unite. Blissey?
Serena coming in and stomping, trying to make a statement. As Saran is trying to get towards this Buzzwole. However, that Mosquito doesn't end up getting taken down because Clefable is right there by their side. Buzzwole finally ends up getting taken out of the mix. So reaching this one.
Ooh.
And that is really where the pressure's going to come in. Zeta Division do have the numbers advantage. It looks like they're going in for the rip because Rayquaza's half HP, but Komi, the support Mewtwo, why ends up getting stuck? Can they get the secure? No, they do not lock on in. And Zeta Division run away with the Rayquaza. And
Mewtwo, bro, Mewtwo kind of just stood there. I'm not even like I didn't even see them A pressing. They were like the fight was happening, and then they just like walked off to the left after everyone just started dying, and then they just stood there.
The Ray is gone. Where is your way to the rest of the tournament? They say your way is to go home. We will continue to keep the dream alive here for Japan as they do remain as, I do believe, the final team for the region in the entirety of the World Championships.
Well,
Zeta Division,
Zeta make it to the semi-finals.
Region on their shoulders, and it's tough.
And I think, let me see, let me double check.
For Japan, it's Zeta Division.
Zeta Division with that match win, being able to survive in this tournament. Once again, progressing on through.
Is NA versus EU soon? I have no idea.
As we mentioned earlier,
That's the thing, I have no idea. Let me check the other stream. Relatively soon. There's three more best of three more best of threes. Sorry, three more quarterfinal matches. Peru and Aegis, Nouns and Luminosity, Kakalok, and Santos Laguna.
If let's say Team EX were top of
I don't know if they're doing any more
does that
B stream
mean
those.
Zeta Division might
Sorry,
be
B
out
stream
their toughest opponent
featurettes. I don't like they might do them all in the main broadcast, but I'm not sure.
I do think
We'll see.
there are teams here that probably would be able to challenge and even beat Team EX themselves. So, I mean, those matchups, we're going to be seeing them later today. But Zeta Division, I want to say they played clean and crisp, but I kind of feel like there were a couple of loose ends that they failed to tie up in these matches. Like, they did eventually win them, but it did look a little messy at times.
I mean, I guess it really just came down to these decisions. Definitely seeing that aggression coming from Zeta Division, being able to control the map, constantly going into Team EX's central area and taking away those busts whenever they could. I mean, they weren't even there at one point, but I mean, do have to note just how close of a match this was between these two teams. It was only a 7-point differential going into this final stretch, but I think, as you mentioned, it's that restraint that Zeta Division end up having that ends up paying off, but Blaziken, played by Vitopo there, they did have that note saying that Vitopo ended up having the most KOs so far in the tournament. Well, putting another 11 on there because they got 11 knockouts and that 74k damage dealt as well.
I think you have to include some of the objective knockouts in his knockout list because he's playing Blaziken as well. Not only is he knocking out players, but he's also taking those objectives, but just because how good Blaziken is doing basically to do that job. And moving forward, you know, if I'm one of the teams that are going to potentially go up against Zeta, I think now you kind of have to question, do you need to consider banning Vitopo's Blaziken? Because like, there are definitely other Pokemon out there that deserve bans, but one thing Blaziken does that a lot of other Pokemon really struggle to compete against it is that last hitting game, right? The secure on the Blaziken is so incredibly powerful and reliable in a lot of cases. Like, leaving it in the pool, it's like saying, we're going to potentially forfeit almost all the objectives.
I think it's not just the objectives. Blaziken has some really great team fights, but that is enough talking from us as we are going to send it over to the stage with Sofchin for an interview.
Well, thank you so much, Kelly. We have from Zeta Division, Vitopo, the player that has the most knockouts of the whole Worlds 2025. So that's a very fun stat, isn't it? But how are you feeling in this match in particular, considering that Team EX were very surprising yesterday?
The Australian accent is crazy. Hey man, Australia is great.
すごいいい成績出せて、もうこの試合始まる前にどんな気持ちでしたか？
そうですね。あ、これ喋れてます。そうですね。EX まあかなり強敵だったんですけど、今の僕たちはまあみんな日本勢やまあ今までやってきた敵たちの思いを背負っているので、まあ今まで以上に実力が発揮できた結果、まあ勝てたかなと思っています。
We knew that they were very strong going into this match, but we feel we're representing Japan and we have the spirit of the country behind us, so we felt terrific.
That's wonderful. I was even going to segue to something similar like that. You are the last remaining Japanese.
Imagine if a team called Division won a game called Unite.
And getting into quarterfinals, do you feel like that's a pressure?
That's a good team name. I'll remember that. If I ever form a team, that's my name. That's my team name.
次のラウンドへ行けて、もうプレッシャー感じてるか、もうこのままでいいか、なんかそういう質問ですなんだけど。
プレッシャーは全く感じてないですね。まあやっぱ背負っているものが大きいほど、まあ強くなるというか、まあ楽しめるので、まあやっぱこれまで以上に楽しめるようにやっていきたいと思います。
We're actually not feeling too much pressure, and we're really excited about this next round.
Wonderful. So I look forward to see you play this next round. Thank you so much. Congratulations for making to quarterfinals. Once again, give it up for Zeta Division. Right. Thank you so much. Back to the casters.
So much so, and congratulations to Zeta Division because they get to continue along in the tournament and they're now waiting to figure out who their opponent is going to be. And it's going to be one of two teams. It's either going to be Kakalok or Santos Laguna. That matchup has not happened yet. We are going to find out later on today who will be winning and who will be playing up against Zeta Division, but very exciting times for them. One thing that we are going to be looking at though is another matchup. It is Nouns versus Luminosity because I do believe that game is currently happening. And we need to see what is actually happening in that matchup. And actually,
they're playing this off stream?
I saw the wrong graphic. We have the last minute and a half, I believe, for this matchup, Hells.
Yeah, you can see
That seems like the same game.
Oh wait, never mind.
It's 1-0. Yeah.
Never mind. I panicked and I was just about to say, bro, it's the Talon game.
Over on their side, all Unite moves still available, but
Bro, we already know what happened. Nouns won.
move and get an isolation here.
They're going to try and go for the dive there with the Buzzwall, but immediately...
You're casting the game that's already over. What are you doing?
And for Nouns, all they have to do is play defense. It's up to Talon to either go for the Rayquaza Rip or to go for the Punish. Oh no, we've got a player down there. The Snorlax gone on the side of Nouns. We have that Zacian trying to go onto that Rapidash, who does manage to escape in just the nick of time. The Zacian's still okay, but Talon, they're losing players. They're slowly falling. It's just the Rapidash and the Hooper.
They're losing players, they're losing hope as they are outnumbered by Nouns here, and they are the ones that are behind in points. With only 30 seconds left to go, we can see on the mini-map the Umbreon is looking to go and balloon this lead even further, making it more difficult for Talon to make a comeback, even if they are to shred their Rayquaza, but it doesn't really matter because 4 members are down. Wait, Ho-Oh does end up getting the res, but time's a ticking, and I don't think time is in their favor.
It doesn't seem to be the case here, so Nouns, it looks like they've scored enough points to advance in the competition here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships 2025, taking out Talon 2-0 and moving themselves to their toughest opponent yet, Luminosity in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so we do have Nouns Esports from EU going up against Luminosity Gaming up next from North America. That is going to be one very exciting match, but Zeta Division, they get to sit comfortably for the time being, setting themselves the first team in that semi-final. So lots of fire matches so far here today, and the action is not going to stop at all with all of these teams that we have seen progress on through. And well, next up we can see Kakalok versus Santos Laguna.
So we're settling the score. We're going to find out who is going to be advancing.
Oh, the B stream is done. So now they're okay, so
I don't know if I'd be looking forward to that matchup yet, but let's focus at the task at hand, folks. Who's going to be making it through? We will.
Oh, so now all the matches are just going to be played on the main broadcast. Okay, well, that makes things simpler.
Yeah, but now it's going to take up to 10 p.m.
Facts. Because what? You have 3 best of 3s left, and then you have the semifinals, and I think that actually turns into best of 5s. Okay, so to answer your question from before, when's EU playing? They're the last quarterfinals. That's gonna be if we were to, at the bare minimum, do the bare minimum 10 minutes per match, that would be at least 40, no, there's intermission time, so we'd say at least 50 minutes. Round up to an hour for safety. Nouns versus Luminosity is NA versus NA. Do you know where there's a Badlands biome? been trying to look for one? Yes. So if you go into my house, and you take the desert photo frame to the desert biome, there's a Badlands biome right there, like right beside it. So just take the picture portal from my house. The Badlands is literally right beside it. So how are you doing today, Rezi? Sleep well?
Slept like a baby.
What, no chips?
Not right now, not right now. Thought about it. Just had breakfast, so I'm chilling. There's a hurricane above me, though. Category 5 too, so we're feeling the winds. My power might go out at any second. Well, I didn't tell you, the internet started having problems again in the AMs. Like, worse.
Already? I guess
yeah. Technician didn't fix nothing. So we have another one on Monday, I believe. Another visit. Oh, so happy. I was like, I'm gonna stream today or tomorrow, you know? Chill. Nope. I mean, the internet right now seems fine, despite the weather, which is weird, but I don't know.
What were your predictions? Like, did you put predictions in game?
I did, but on 3 accounts, I'd make them different just to have, like, I don't know, variety. I don't even remember. I know some of them were LG. I had Zeta Division being one of them. I think Nouns, Peru. I think the rest are out. The ones I thought. Team EX might have been one too. I don't know. K-Kalak might have been one as well, actually. So I have some stakes in here, but in different accounts.
That's the name of the brand. That's why I was like, when people are trying to guess the brand of chips he was eating, that's how I was saying, like, no one's gonna get it, because that's what it's called. And then it's sea salt flavored.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are on top of the big stage. We control it like they're marionettes. No, but seriously, I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeet to the Ha, joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Doob Snacks, what a match we have in store for him.
Yes, we do. Can't wait. K-Kalak making it pretty far. Santos Laguna also making it pretty far. 2 teams that I think were a little off the radar. Well, you better know who they are now because they are fighting in our quarterfinal.
Yeah, one of these is going to be heading to the semifinals here, and obviously so many amazing matches, so many upsets, so many surprise games today. We had 4 teams out of Japan at the start of our bracket here, but all of these single elimination matches means that a stellar team can go down to some crazy plays. We saw that earlier, some of those Aegis Flames games. Let's take a look at our bracket here, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, Zeta Division is the first.
I predict Luminosity versus Peru, and Zeta versus
Peru Unite Aegis Flames squaring off. Nouns Esports and Luminosity.
I actually didn't see the Kakalog games. I don't remember them.
We are right here with
Oh no, I did.
Santos Laguna on an absolute run here.
You know what? I gotta go with Santos just because they beat Reject, even though they got lucky in game 1.
I'm excited to see how this shakes out. So many different regions represented as we move through this tournament. Each member of our top 8 from a different region, which is awesome. It just shows the level of competitiveness this game has worldwide, which is really impressive. Again, the only one qualified for the semifinals right now, Zeta Division out of Japan, but we're about to find out what the rest of the semifinals look like.
Yeah, and the team, I believe, if I quick snapshot of the bracket reminded is correct, the team winning here is who is going to face off against them in the next round.
Yeah, that's right. So they're going to know their opponents very, very soon. And then again, we have those exciting matches coming up in just a little bit. NA versus EU. We've got Peru versus Brazil. I mean, just so many good games. And any team, any region could still be your champion.
Yeah, especially some of these upstart teams that, like I said, we're a little bit off the radar when we started maybe even this tournament, less so throughout the day yesterday as these teams started really establishing themselves going into today. Santos Laguna, perfect example. I talked to them on my way over to the booth before they went up and got ready to get up on stage. And Enisa's been playing a Scyther, got 17 knockouts over your Japanese region champions playing Scyther. And that is a Pokemon I don't believe in. So I can't wait to be proven wrong by Enisa's, apparently the only Scyther player on the planet.
That's the only one that you can really trust. Production's telling me they're going to throw something up here for us to take a look at. Let's see. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, you love to see this. This is objectively a hilarious tweet for what it's worth. Watching my lane partner skip the first 2 bunnies. We're, of course, talking about in solo queue, carrying that experience share, and your bot path attacker or your top laner is worried about you taking the last hit and getting all the experience. That's not how experience share works, my friends.
Immediately after this, by the way, they have to ping, please let me level up first, and then you just know this is going to be one of the most chaotic matches of all time.
But not
by
in a
one
cool
of the
way.
most, I mean a normal solo queue match where they don't understand the best item in the game. But that's how it goes sometimes. You know what? These pros don't have to worry about that.
No.
They're playing with a lot of people who understand how that EXP share works.
Correct. And they are not too stressed about skipping the last 2 bunnies in path, because that's also a little strategy that they like to employ. Everybody on the same page, you'd like to think. However, today is the day that if you solo queue, you are learning about the wonderful item that is experience share.
Such an important item, and of course it's
It is
important.
the best item.
It's the best item in the game by far. It's so good. Obviously, you see every pro team running 2 EXP shares. Lots of different Pokemon can use that item in some cool ways. We've seen a lot of Pokemon that sort of move into a support role, even though their natural, characteristics lend them to be an all-rounder or a speedster or even, a defender, but they play that support role so well with that item. This matchup coming up here, Doob Snacks, I'm wondering, I feel like, and I could be wrong here, I could be caster cursing Santos Laguna right now, but I feel like they are on a real hot streak. And they're
Brother,
a tough team to
siete.
They really
Not
were
Sunships.
playing well yesterday. They did 2-1, but in their one loss,
Unless you're asking if he has Sunships at his disposal, do you?
close, which is good going into today. So they kept that momentum going, had a great first set, finding themselves here in our top 8, the quarterfinals. Kakalak, on the other hand, you and I got to cast them. Cast them. We were watching in the back, and they were taking some very clever engagements and really playing the game with purpose and strategy, which allowed them to punch their ticket into the top 8 as well.
Yeah, and now that we're here, moving through our top 8, every single match that you see is going to be up on that main stage. We had games earlier that were on our B stage while we had games on our main stage, and I'm sure you were watching us cut back and forth to those to let you know what was going on. But now every single game is on broadcast. And again, every single game matters. It is a single elimination. We're taking a look at top Pokemon by win rate. Shocking to see.
Yeah, but it's not brand over here. That's a Resi exclusive brand of chips.
When you see teams, or players like Vitopo, Trainer.
Ow, my hair! I
Mantle
just
for
yanked
today,
my hair.
Yeah, they're gonna win some games.
Oh.
Win some games.
Suicune, not surprised to see it. It's obviously at only 54%, but it's so powerful that it's picked up by both sides if it's ever available. So that's why you're seeing it has 28 wins on it, right? Because this
if they were gonna,
picked in so many
they shouldn't have shut off the B stream.
Another Pokemon that specific players are amazing with, and of course, back to encounter rate here. Just talking about it, there's Suicune. 94% of the games today have this Pokemon either picked or banned.
Yeah, down the line here, Charizard and Ho-Oh both performing well when they are in the lobby. You were talking to Flareons with Orange Juicers about Latios a little bit. Can you share some inside baseball for the folks at home about that conversation?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, and I'm kind of with Flareons on this. He was talking to me after their matches on their B stage with Team EX, and he was talking about how he thought Latios was kind of bait for some of these squads, and they felt like they shouldn't have been picking it in some of the games that they did. It's a great Pokemon, but it needs a lot of investment. It needs so many resources to get online. Things have to be going well. It's kind of a win harder Pokemon. When things are going great for Latios, it's amazing, but it takes so much time to get there. We've seen some really impressive ones throughout this weekend, but we've also seen times where it just really doesn't show up. And I think a newer Pokemon like that is incredibly powerful, but requires a lot of strategy and a lot of focus.
Zoroark about to be nerfed to the ground. Zoroark is not okay. I don't want to say it's not strong. It's just I don't think it needs a nerf right now. There are plenty of other things in the game that are strong and are more obnoxious. Like,
and it kind of seems like we're on that Latios downswing, right?
They're probably gonna nerf Charizard. I don't know why Latios wasn't nerfed. Got nerf Clefable. Got a nerf Suicune. What else?
Where all of a sudden they understand
I think most junglers are okay right now. Oh, Rapidash. Rapidash needs some nerf. What the fuck? Forgot about that shit.
Huge, like gut punch where it's like and last type situation. Like, oh no. Like now
what else? What else are people using?
We need to really smother it early.
Yeah, you absolutely can get there, and you do see it happen. Once it starts losing all of that priority, you can pick it in some really interesting spots.
75% win rate in Worlds? Yeah, but its pick rate is not high either. Or at least compared to like other stuff that's picked. Like, okay, let me put it to you this way. If a Pokemon is picked twice in Worlds, and it like pick twice and it wins twice, it's gonna have a 100% win rate. Does it need a ban, or so does it need a nerf? Sorry.
Just want to point out, poor Hitman. They couldn't have grabbed a picture with the kid's eyes open here. Come on, help him out one time. Blacklight locking up Ho-Oh real quick. And that's a great pick based on these stats we've seen and the performance we've seen it have when actually in the Sky Ruins.
I think Ho-Oh's unbelievable. It's one of the best things going in the game right now. Next couple picks over to Santos Laguna here. Locking in that Zacian. We've seen a lot of it today. We've seen both Metal Claw and Sacred Sword, so I'm not sure which version we're going to see. Both have some real strong possibilities. Suicune also picked up. Again, this is the most popular Pokemon by pick and or ban throughout the entire tournament.
Yep.
Shocking no one, probably. I think Suicune is just ridiculous.
It's crazy. You and I haven't actually seen any Miraidon games, I don't believe, this weekend, but it has been played.
Any major upsets? Oh, yeah, there was two of them, man. Two major upsets, but I don't know when you left. Long story short, Japan's #1 got knocked out by Latin America, and then Brazil knocked out one of the other Japanese teams.
Yeah, Eldegoss is having an amazing weekend here. And it's one of the... What?
So now we have one representative from every region going into the top 8. At least, you know, as many as you could possibly have with 8 teams.
It might be that Lucario's power level just isn't there right now. Interestingly enough, Dragonite, 1% pick rate. I haven't seen it all weekend, so whatever games it was played in, I didn't get to watch them. Finally moving over to Absol, kind of a decent substitute if you like Scyther.
No, Zeta made it through. They're the last Japanese team. Insomnia. Insomnia got eliminated by
but I could definitely see a player flexing into that.
Yeah,
the Brazilian team.
It's like, man, it kind of feels like we would have seen a little bit more Absol. We would have seen a little bit more things like Talonflame.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised to see such little Talon. But
Yeah, Zeta just so before this series, Zeta just finished their quarterfinals match, and now they're in the semis. They're the first team to qualify into the semis, and now they're gonna play every single series on the main stream. They turned off the B stream. So now, you know, it's going to take as long as it does, but by the end of today or by the end of the stream, it'll be top 2.
Well, anything that wants to dive in, right, you get to have that opportunity to get them with your Unite move.
Sure.
So Lucario's moving through the battle. Absol decides to jump in. There are a couple good opportunities for that. And Mimikyu is a Zarina, right? Mimikyu is... if you're great on it, this thing is unbelievable. And we're going to see if Kakalak has that. We head into our first game here of our quarterfinals between these two squads. Kakalak, your purple team. Santos Laguna, your orange team. This best of 3 will decide who moves on to the semifinals. And again, these are all single elimination games. So the team that does not win this, heading home.
And I really like Santos Laguna. I really like Kakalak. 2 teams that are, I think, outperforming their expectations and looking to keep that ride continuing here at the World Championship.
Nice secures here from Kakalak, able to get all of that, even though they are being pressured. However, Kira able to take a little bit on the other side. Any sus right here.
That's not something you see too often. I feel like I've seen it a little bit more, but
That's a great pickup.
oh, Dragonite too. I didn't, and oh shit, I did not even realize that.
6 games during the UCS 2025 season, Santos Laguna has almost a 60% win rate.
Dragonite and Mimikyu from Kakalak.
In the world all season.
Santos Laguna season recap. No, I wasn't reading, bro. I was looking at the game.
And they go down immediately.
Yeah, not even giving the chance for Kakalak to sniff them here. Kira quickly going for a stack. And now we've got a little bit of posturing. 3v2 in the top.
Yeah, here we go. Anisus looking to see if they're going to actually move in for this fight. They've got the Metal Claw on Zacian. I was wondering which version we would see. Metal Claw seems to be having a weekend also. Like, I've seen a couple Sacred Swords, but mostly it's Metal Claw.
Yeah, it's been having...
Yeah, Zacian, Suicune, and Lucario. The thing is, I actually, like... sometimes people play Suicune as a carry, but I actually do think it's better as a support. I think it's better off with XP shot, just play whatever else, other items you have on it.
Yeah, Dragonite's a tough Pokemon, right? It takes a long time for this to get online. Moving around as a level 6 Dragonair really does not have the impact that some of these other central area Pokemon might have. We have Absol almost level 8. We have the Zacian level 7 right there. It's a tough spot to be in for Kakalak.
Great efficiency throughout the map by Santos Laguna, right? Every time a wild Pokemon populates, they have multiple people there to make sure that they are the ones getting the experience so they can stay ahead, which they are right now. And now they're looking for an opportunity to leverage that advantage.
And we see, I mean, some real aggressive positioning here from Santos Laguna. We have Blacklight just trying to deal some damage and frustrate the side of Santos as they're continuing to push towards them with this flamethrower, something that Ho-Oh can do and really not get punished for it at all.
No, up top here, Anisus is really trying to put the screws to Nadiza. They do get a knockout with Mufasa following up. Back, which means this goal zone is get some points put into it.
Yeah, right now Santos Laguna just feels like they're winning every exchange they run into. Level-wise, they're doing great. We finally do have the Dragonite online, however, for the side of Kakalak, so we're going to see if the investment in that was worth it.
Heavy slam on Mufasa. Can't quite get the Hyper Beam up in time to get a knockout, and it is a Charge Beam Miraidon as well. So they might be looking for a rip strategy here with the Hyper Beam secure in the days of your big Absol Unite. Can they
Jeez, it's such a late Hyper Beam, man.
Does go down. They're chasing Blacklight. Blacklight is going to be knocked out as well as Mufasa is on the hunt for another target. They see SCG right now. Can they close the gap? They would love to knock out this Dragonite. As Anisus, the Zacian is up top, getting points in a Regieleki that just just hit. And now, finally, SCG goes down. Their target is acquired.
Wow, I mean, this is just devastating for Kakalak right now. They're losing every single fight. They've lost every moment throughout this match almost, except for a few secures early. They need to get their Pokemon online. They finally do have Dragonite. They've got the Mimikyu now level 9. It did pick up a double KO, so obviously things are swinging back the other way for Kakalak. But 11 to 220, losing both objectives.
All the way back to their pad with the E-Speed Lucario is Santos Laguna. They're going to sit on pad 3v2 up top. How are they going to adjust? Going straight in, taking some of those birds for themselves is Hitman, who pivots back off the Bone Rush. Minotaur peeling back. Great Sweet Chin Unite for a couple targets. But nobody in Santos Laguna really wants to fall right now. Any sus decides to dive in. They want SCG. Can they get after it?
Whoa.
Big Aura Cannon from right field gets them done. And all of a sudden, Blacklight finds themselves in the face of 3. Mark G goes down. Santos Laguna is going to beat the brakes off Kakalak right now. They're getting a cake, and they threw it on the ground.
Jesus Christ, this is a stomp. Holy moly.
284. Santos
Well,
Laguna.
you know what? That's what I like to see, because the sooner these series finish, the sooner I get to see LG versus Nouns.
To get this under control, they need to pick up a few KOs. Outside of a Mimikyu moment where they picked up a couple, it feels like everything has been going Santos Laguna's way. Even when they got those KOs and pivot towards the top path, Laguna able to defend and push back. No tier 2 goal zone in the top path for Kakalak. Zacian has free reign up there as 4 members of Santos move down for this fight.
Rolling back through, Hitman's on the chase. Blacklight sees them, they're going to try to burn down the Lucario. Nadiza not willing to get too far ahead now. Their half HP Heavy Slam is there into the Power Nap. That's enough for the Regieleki to be taken by Kakalak, and let's see if they can use it. They're moving forward. Meanwhile, Sus gets the Regieleki up top. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to land on top of Santos Laguna, and the Mimikyu Unite has been used on the Elgatos. Unfortunately, SCG's on the backside. Big Absol Unite is going to deal a ton of damage, and the pressure continues. Mark G is so low. Mark G is gone, and now Kakalak is looking to reset, but they catch the Miraidon, and it's dusted by Eldegoss. Blacklight just does nothing but press their buttons on the controller, and the Absol wants another one. Can they actually get this knockout? Now you're seeing the pressure that a Ho-Oh can actually put on, stemming that tide.
Wow, I mean, unbelievably strong plays there by Santos. They allowed Kakalak to push in. Hiding in the tall grass there was Mufasa on the Absol, just setting up a huge play. 331 right now, 211. Santos Laguna absolutely dominating this match. This is going to be a really tough one for Kakalak to come back from. They have some options, of course. They have a Ho-Oh Unite move for some of the big fights later on. But I mean, look at this level swing right here. They have a level 11 Dragonite and a level 11 Mimikyu. On the other side, that's a 14 Absol, 13 Lucario, 13 Zacian. This is a stomp so far.
Yeah, I'm unimpressed by Lucario's, but if you're this many levels ahead, anything looks good. And that Lucario is e-speeding through the team. Hitman is getting the job done with it. Santos Laguna, with a little bit of an old school draft, saved the Suicune, and I'll tell you what, it's looking solid.
Yeah, Santos Laguna is having an amazing game, and they felt like they were going to have some really solid games. Of course, we're heading into, you know, the quarterfinals here, so all of these teams are insanely good. But right now, Santos Laguna just feels like they have Kakalak's number. They're going for a score here. They know that Kakalak is forced to look at this objective in the top path because it creates a game-winning play. But look at this. Zacian able to rip by themselves, and 4 members of Santos going to put the pressure on this goal zone immediately. Even if Kakalak scores up here, which they will,
is that a clean
we
break?
have points scoring in the bottom path, 80 to 412.
Yeah, I mean, well read by Santos.
When you got 3 bulky ass mons in a healer, like that's so hard to die. Bro, like they got no. Well, I don't want to say they don't have no damage. Like Miraidon has poke, Mimikyu. If they're able to get their skills off, then they're fine too. Dragonite just seems a little underwhelming this game.
If they can get a couple down, then a revive by Ho-Oh, they can turn on Rayquaza and go for that flip. They move in, looking for the sweet.
Kira goes down. Okay, the Mimikyu is in there. It gets a knockout on the Suicune. Eldegoss is still standing, but the pressure continues. Dragonite takes to the sky. Where are they going to land? SCG is looking for more targets here. The Suicune's almost back. Mufasa is getting boxed out. Nadiza's right there for a block separation. Minotaur gets split from the Anysus. Now Minotaur gets taken out. Mark G's looking for a new target. Hitman's low on HP. Anysus is low on HP. Kira's Field finally pulling back. Mark G just misses the Shadow Sneak. The revive is coming back. Can they get more targets in? Rayquaza is getting worked on. SCG need to get in there, but the Unite move catches the Dragonite, and they're down. They don't have their secure tool. Here comes the big charged up Unite move by the Zashi, but it's too early. Rayquaza's on a sliver of HP. Who's gonna take it? It looks like it's gonna be Santos Laguna getting it done with the entire team wiped on the side of Cakealock. Like I said, that cake absolutely thrown on the ground.
Amazing stuff from Santos Laguna, controlling that fight from top to bottom. A quadra KO from the EXP share Suicune as they had to manage a few of their players going down. I love the pivot, throwing Lucario back in, trying to...
Honestly, considering how this game was going up until the Rayquaza fight, I thought it would be a little bit more one-sided, but yeah, it was pretty close. But I was expecting Santos Laguna to win, considering.
Secure that Rayquaza with just the Ho-Oh. It would not have made a difference with how many points Santos Laguna...
You're watching Latin America versus APAC West, specifically.
Incredibly dominant performance from Santos Laguna here in game number 1.
Oh yeah, from beginning to end, this was the Santos Laguna show. There's no doubt about it. And they were just more efficient throughout the map, right? They were making sure and guaranteeing that free farm early, and they were able to easily use that advantage to build and build and build and build till finally they became inevitable.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. I mean, what a game win. Obviously, if you're Santos Laguna, you feel fantastic. You can use that composition again, but with that kind of wind in your sails, I don't think you need to stress about too much. Cakealock is in a lot of trouble right now. Sometimes I think teams bounce back from a stomp pretty well because it's a situation of every single thing going wrong in a match. It's hard to worry too much when not a single thing went right. You know, you can get back in there, you can have a much better game. I don't know if that means their strategy will change or not, but one thing is for sure, they are going to need to look very different in game number 2.
Yeah, if you thought just taking the Scyther out of the hands of Santos Laguna was going to be the end-all be-all, you just learned a tough lesson, Cakealock, because they have more in the tank. That Aura Cannon from Jupiter was awesome.
So unbelievably mean. And you don't know exactly what you're aiming for, but you're hoping that you can grab them. You've got the vision there, but it's always tough to make a play like that work. And they were just putting that pressure on after they saw them heading back to base. Nice fight here from Cakealock, but the Lucario moving in, Zacian moving in to try to pick up some KOs. Nice big Unite move there. Again, even if Blacklight's able to get this secure, it wouldn't have been the difference maker at that point.
No, not at all. Not at all. Staying in the pocket very well were the rest of the team there. As we take a look at our 2 MVPs, we've got Kira, the most valuable player, and we've got Pelipper, the most valuable Pokemon.
That's right. Right below Pelipper, of course, we have Suicune that Kira used in this match. This thing is just so good. It's absolutely bannable, but it's tough. There are a lot of Pokemon that you want to take away from your opponents. Now I think the question is, does it matter whether or not they got Scyther? Doesn't seem to have made really much of a difference there as they got absolutely dominated in game 1. Maybe you'd rather have taken away the Suicune from them instead of that Scyther.
That's a good point. I think it's still fine to ban the Scyther.
Sure. I love targeted bans myself.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
I think that's okay. I didn't really, I think the bans were fine. I think the draft strategy on Cakealock's side left something to be desired. You know, you can kind of argue that they're going for a type of rip strategy.
Yep.
But that doesn't work if the score line is tilted in the direction of Santos Laguna by 300 plus points, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't work if you're so far behind on levels that you can't actually get into any fights to secure an objective. So Cakealock has got some work to do here in game 2.
They absolutely do. As we head back into our draft here, again, they are down 1 game. They're going to take the first pick right now. Blissey banned, Latios banned. It looks like we are peeling out of that draft screen here for just a moment. A real tough one for Cakealock. They picked a couple of those Pokemon that when it goes right, it looks fantastic. You're a genius because you picked Dragonite. When it goes wrong, everyone thinks, why Dragonite? Why Gengar? Why Venusaur? And on and on and on. These things that are not necessarily meta, but sort of on the periphery that some of these teams want to bring in. We've seen some incredible Dragonites throughout the history of the UCS, but it is one of those picks where it's slow to get online, and if it doesn't get there fast and you don't kind of start snowballing with it early, it's really tough to have a great fight with a Dragonite that's under-leveled, which means it's less likely that you're going to be in a good position to rip, which means it's less likely that your Hyper Beam is going to find great value around some of these objectives. It's just tough.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about historically solid Dragonites. How about Kakalog from, like, Japan? Remember when they had a pretty deep run because they just kept running back?
Are you thinking of Kabi-chans?
No. That was at AOS. But it was SCG on the Dragonite. Remember when that crazy Dragonite like Dragon Dance to score the points? You and I were casting that game. It was absolutely wild.
Yes, you're right.
So maybe they're trying to like.
I always find it weird when
into old reliable there.
When teams that qualify, not limited to just this team, but they made it to the quarters, right? And then like when people make it to like the quarters, semis, finals, whatever, and then all of a sudden they start to bring out like the most random Pokemon drafts you'll ever seen that make no sense. Like I like spicy picks as much as the next person, but then when I see like Dragonite pick, which is just like objectively bad because when you play Dragonite, unless you're playing the Outrage build with a proper team composition, they go Hyper Beam. It takes long to scale because you need your level 8 minimum. And then when you're getting smashed in the early game, then it just does nothing. It's like I'm not even surprised that they lost last game. But what are you gonna do?
Get yourself in a great position, right? You can get yourself in a great position, and your opponents are off balance. They might not know how to.
Eevee is like a potato. Bad by itself, but amazing with its variants.
Zones for it, lets it rip an objective, right? But when the other team kind of gets an early advantage and just keeps running it down on you, picking up KO after KO after KO, you're in a lot of trouble with sort of a cheesy strategy, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, understood. In my heart of hearts, as I mentioned, I would like to see Kakalog, I don't want to say go somewhere standard, because a lot of teams have been finding success using their own identity here. And I don't want them to lose themselves after that game. But they need to do what you and I have talked about a lot. After a tough loss like that, you just got to leave it behind you. You almost have to kind of discount it and just say, okay, whatever that was is behind us now. Let's focus on the next thing and not let it jar us too bad. Because there's so many things that went wrong. It's easy to pin it on the Dragonite, like you said, because it's kind of like the big red flag in front of you. But there were so many other aspects of that game that didn't go right for them.
Fully agree. It's one of those tough things. You know, we saw some crazy matches earlier, High Five versus Zeta Division, that had an extremely difficult game 1. Didn't seem to adjust much into game 2, right? They had some adjustments, but Zeta able to kind of play the exact same strategy. So this may be a situation where you either say, look, either as Kakalog, we're not going to play the same stuff, or we're not going to allow Santos to play some of the same stuff. We'll have to see how they want to adjust heading in here to game number 2. Always a tough place to be. You know, your back's against the ropes. One more game could be the difference between you heading home and moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and Santos Laguna getting a lot of targeted bans. Like, don't forget that Blissey was banned against them as well. It looked like that's where Kakalog wanted to go again with their bans, with the quick, brief draft screen we saw. And that's a nod to the players on Santos Laguna that, you know, we
can't do a sit-up? I'm not trying to do sit-ups. I was rolling my back with my roller.
These absolute beast of Pokemon when they're in specific players' hands.
Looks like our players are getting ready to head into this next game. Obviously in a single elim bracket, small choices you might not be able to come back from, right? You might not be able to have one game that just doesn't go your way, because if things get chaotic in another game that you're doing well in, you could have lost it all previously, right? So that Dragonite game, it could be, you know, the beginning of the end from them, but we've seen teams come back from worse. We've seen teams have worse game ones and go on to win their series.
Absolutely. I mean, you can talk about Aegis Flames yesterday. You know what I mean? They were having a heck of a time in that first game against Zeta, right? And then all of a sudden, they had a huge Zero Aura game, and then they had kind of a dismantling of Zeta in that third game using that Charizard. So this is a down, definitely not out yet situation, but they need to win 2 on the hop here.
And here we are, heading into our draft. We have the Blissey and we have the Scyther banned out over to Santos Laguna, Latios, and Charizard. First pick is going over to Kakalot.
So everything's the same in terms of bans.
Is this India team?
The draft is where I need to see Kakalot.
Honestly, I don't, like, I know it's Asia Pacific West, but I don't exactly know what region it is. Or, like, what
I think the draft went sideways. Agreed. I think that's a fine
countries it is, if that makes
no
sense.
incentive for Santos Laguna to change anything yet, as they quickly lock in any Zacian and quickly grab a Suicune as well.
I think all of these picks are great 1-2-3s, right? Ho-Oh's incredible, looked fantastic in that last game. Zacian was amazing, Suicune was amazing. Some of the other picks as they went on got a little trickier. We've got Mewtwo instead of what we had before, and now we also have a Blastoise coming into this game. So definitely a different look from Kakalot, which I think they absolutely need right now.
Yeah, we did see some really clever engagements out of this Blastoise when we were watching Kakalot in the Green Rune here. So this feels a little bit more identity-driven to Kakalot with what they've been successful with this weekend, as Minotaur easily grabs Eldegoss, Hitman snagging up the Mew.
Interesting pick. Mew has been one of those Pokemon that feels like it either has one of the best games ever, that you feel like the player
It's
is on
Mufasa.
another level.
Mufasa's
It
dead.
just doesn't feel like it had much of an impact in a match. We'll have to see how it looks here from Santos Laguna. As we head over to our final 2 picks from Kakalot, we've got Garchomp, and they're bringing Dragonite back, so they like this strategy.
I mean, it was picked last game, and its pick rate went up 1 entire percent.
Yeah.
So it's easy to see that Kakalot is the reason that Dragonite is seeing the game at all right now. And a sword pick. You and I haven't cast the sword yet, but we've talked about how we would like to see more sword throughout the weekend because we think it just fills a decent role on some of these teams when instead they're grasping at straws somewhere else.
I actually really like Aegislash. I think it's a little underrated in this meta. It plays well into tankier Pokemon, that big boosted, able to rip through some of it with some of that max HP shred that it's able to get. I like the pick here for Aegislash, and I like the adjustments from Kakalot. If they came back with the same draft, I think they would be in trouble. They still have a few things that I don't know if they're going to be the winning factor for them. But they bring in the Mewtwo Y, they bring in the Blastoise, they have some different
Dragonite again?
Here's something that stresses me out.
I'll see.
Draft right now. Zacian, great early. Suicune, great early. Mew, great early. You look on the side of Kakalot, Blastoise, woo.
Yeah.
And then you got to go on down like Garchomp. Not bad early, but still needs to.
Their draft is rancid. Like, they have a Ho-Oh, but that's, they got no utility. They got no. Okay, they got no sustain from supports. They got barely any utility, and now it's just like they have a lot of damage, but everyone is kind of just like having to fend for themselves in a way.
Your purple team, Santos Laguna, your orange team, up 1 game. If they win here, they move on. Kakalot will be heading home here at the World Championships.
Looking early here is the pressure, and you're already seeing how good Suicune and Mew are early. I mean, they hit Nadiza so hard on that skirmish over that contestable farm that they had to run all the way back to pad and pretty much just give up. On the other hand, though, Mark G. Blacklight putting on good pressure. Anissus and Minotaur trying to hold it down. Poor little Gossifleur just stepping up and catching shots on behalf of the legendary dog.
You know, it's a tricky one here with this Garchomp. Both of these have great rip early, right? Their auto attacks go very, very quick. They were both trying to see if they could sort of limit test their opponents and pick up a KO in that moment. We have the Dragonair on the top path. We also have the Doublade heading up there to the top path as well. We're watching the Mewtwo make their way up to the top path. seeing if they can join this fight and make something happen here.
Okay, I mean, all
Moving
the
on
birds
in.
eviscerated. We're moving forward. Pressure on. That's a quick knockout there on the.
Oh
Going
my.
back the other way they do. The dub blades are shattered. They're broken swords right here. As Santos Laguna is looking to get some points on the pad.
Huge.
Poor Minotaur is trying to get these points in so they can evolve, and they are successful. So now we have an Eldegoss. Blacklight is incredibly low. Mark G back in the action.
Bro, they're not respecting the Zacian. Like, they're just standing there, like, allowing themselves to get auto-attacked.
Able to have Kira step up and eat that shot on behalf of Minotaur. Not really necessary, but just
This is Nerf Zacian too. It's the Nerf version.
Santos Laguna, and the real difference between them was Dualblade, while not incredible, does outpace that Dragonair a little bit. I think they're able to do a bit more with it, and then Zacian moving in for those clean up KOs. On average, Santos Laguna outperforms Cakewalk with 371 points per game compared to 354.
So if we're just looking at that stat line, still going in the favor of Santos Laguna, and that number certainly both
And dead.
boosted after a pretty lopsided game.
Dead.
Oof, SCG making their way up to the top path, but here we are once again at about the same point of the match, looking at a level 6 Dragonair. Maybe they're getting too confident right now.
Okay.
If they go down, this could be big for Cakewalk, but no, they peel back. Very careful play there, even though they went in for some intense aggression in the enemy central area. Did not work out, but they didn't get punished for it.
Metal Claw goes nutty. Yeah, especially when the people that are getting hit by the Metal Claw don't run away.
Is unprecedented. Big wide guard. We're moving forward now. The sweet
Bro, like, oh my lord, Jesus.
Everyone goes down. That's 4 straight up as the Mewtwo Y doesn't catch a receipt because it's not there at the party.
We're doing some math right here with some beautiful overcaps in that top path as the goal zone does go down. They are now ripping that top objective. Santos Laguna once again in total control here.
They're attacking.
Dragonair was not the play. Bro, you're not even at you're not even at Dragonite before first objective spawns. And at this point, already after the fact. This is exactly why I say their draft was rancid.
Disaster for Cakewalk early is Minotaur's got eyes on him, just A-pressing Nadiza, and here comes Kira as well. The light bulb putting in work against 3.
Yeah, and here we go, taking 5 members now. Cakewalk up into the top path. Anysus deciding whether or not they want to fight here. 2 members of Santos able to easily secure the objective in the bottom path. It takes a village sometimes, but it shouldn't take a village to take down a Regieleki. But when you're this far behind in a match,
They have no healing, like, they barely have any utility. They have no sustain from, like, they have no heals from, like, a support. They have damage, but the problem is everyone's playing from behind, so they're not doing a lot.
It really is, and you're seeing how devastating the Suicune is now in these engagements. Anysus and Mufasa are looking to get active, and when everybody's frozen down, it makes easy work for those two. Nadiza half HP, just trying to contest this Altaria here, and I'm not too sure who got it, but Santos Laguna is showing up in numbers here. As look in the central area, Cakewalk is getting pressured by Santos Laguna as the sword and the dog are just hanging out.
Slowbro has a 0% pick rate this tournament, by the way.
Just have these over-leveled Pokemon hanging on your central area, punishing you every time you.
There goes Dragonite again. Goodbye, Dragonite.
I don't think they're gonna miss it, really. They just kind of accidentally threw it, it seems like, and now they're moving towards the tier 2 as we have a little fight here on the bottom path as well. Garchomp with the Unite, not able to get any value yet. Dragon combo right here. Here comes Dragonite.
Nice wide guard. Okay, crash landing by the Dragonite. SCG sees the pressure and peels back. They need to get Anysus, at least get something. Hyper Beam's a little shy. Anysus goes back in. The Pollen Puff is there, tops him off. Suicune Unite cover. And now Santos Laguna is turning the tides. They're getting on top of the Ho-Oh. They're certainly on top of that Garchomp. Mark G has the eject button out. The sword is relentless. They're poached back to the T2 pad, and they still can't get the sword down. Great coverage by Minotaur as this team is somehow standing, and they're all making the retreat. The surf is in by Nadiza, and they can't close the door. Santos Laguna is just wild right now.
Cakewalk getting absolutely nothing in that exchange. I mean, the amazing plays there, the support core of Santos Laguna between that Suicune and the Eldegoss, which is having an insane run this weekend. The level lead, just padding the HP and defenses enough to make sure that they can make plays like that, unpunished for being in the central area of Takealot the entire game is Santos Laguna. 10 to 202. Level-wise, this is crazy. Fight-wise, Santos Laguna is in control. Points-wise, this looks horrible for Takealot.
Now they're putting pressure on Blacklight. There's 3 players.
Where in Asia Pacific West that is? Oh, where's Cake Room? I have no idea. Just saw a funny post on Twitter. You know what's funny? This game.
Step out, they are going to be in an absolute blender between.
Well, when I see the way, like, okay.
Right, they're just trying to bring someone into some of these fights if they can find them.
Like, I don't know what it is, but me seeing Cakelock play right now makes me wonder how they even made it to the quarters to begin with.
Is there to chop it down as they start to peel back, able to grab that buff, which is really nice for Cakelock, trying to get some of this XP right here, but so much of it's being taken by Santos Laguna.
Yeah, Santos Laguna, you can kind of see they're hiding out kind of in the left side middle of that central area, and they're waiting for the wild Pokemon in the central area of Cakelock to spawn, and when Cakelock goes to get it, they just jump on them. We saw Ho-Oh knockout in the top path if you're taking a look at the mini-map there, and now Santos Laguna finally decides to go take their free farm on the side of the map as they're also taking the Swablu and Altaria in the middle.
I mean, look at this here. This is just obviously theirs. No one is here to contest it. You've seen Santos Laguna essentially push the dividing line of this map all the way over the central area of Cakelock. And right now, with 30 seconds until Rayquaza, Cakelock is in a very difficult position.
What's even worse about Dragonite, and like one of the reasons why I stopped playing Dragonite, despite like after Dragonite got nerfed way back in the day, the biggest reason why I stopped playing it more than anything else is because the auto attack range is so short that you can't even auto it from over the wall. If you could auto attack and stack your Dragon Dance from over the wall against Rayquaza, I would probably still be playing it to a certain extent.
We have Anysus moving in, ripping through Blastoise, but they are going to peel back from this. Santos Laguna does not need to start this fight. Cakelock has to be the one to make a decision. Santos Laguna looking to punish whatever they choose to do. We have the Ho-Oh, we have the Flamethrower, we have a Psy Strike, but they're still not moving in on this fight. Time is ticking down. 10 points, 202. Santos Laguna in complete control. Cakelock has to make a decision. They have to pick their moment. They have to decide to fight.
They're going to have to go in here. Time is running thin, as you said. They're down by a bucket load of points, and the pressure's on Cakelock to make a move. They're finding a hard way in. Here comes Naughty's Eye. It almost looks like Santos Laguna let them into the middle area. We'll see how we can get engaged. Anysus on the backside. Sun Sage is there. A little bit of pressure on, but we...
Bro, they're getting baited by the freaking Zacian, man.
Now they're moving in for a fight. Here comes Garchomp, but they're very low and they get taken down.
Oh no! Oh, heal! Heal!
Chipped up, forcing out the Hydro Typhoon, does hit 3 targets. Can they convert? SCG is sitting there. Blacklight is trying to burn down.
Oh! Wait, Zacian missed their Unite move! Oh no! Oh, it's over.
That is losing members. Blacklight's the last thing standing in front of Santos Laguna. They are so low on HP. The chase is
Bro, Latin America pulling up to the tourney and they're just like, yo, let's ham on top, boys.
And let them know that it's Santos Laguna that let the dogs out.
Unbelievable from Santos Laguna, making this look easy in this best of 3, completely dominating game 1 and 2, heading to put some more points on the board. They don't need it, however, as they sit in the middle of the map. They are heading to the semifinals, and they are on fire.
And what a convincing win, too.
I mean,
what a convincing win, too. It kind of seems like that's the aura you and I are bringing to the booth today, is just these lopsided 2-0s. You got one team that seems like they're ready to take on the world, and one team that's just rolling out of bed. Santos Laguna, I'll tell you what, Anysus is looking really good. Holy, that Zacian, that sword combination just wreaking havoc.
You know, what you saw right there was a clinic in what to do with a lead. right?
Yes.
They took their lead, they kept the pressure on the entire time, and the way they played around each other, making sure that every time they moved in to sort of punish Kekalok for being behind, they didn't give up any experience, they didn't give up any big KOs. So impressive. Santos Laguna just looking absolutely dominant in this match against a top team.
I mentioned Any Sauce, right? You have to give flowers to Kira. To Kira and Minotaur.
That's sweet.
They played crazy. Those Eldegoss, Any Sauce was operating on like 15% HP. It almost felt like especially in that big central area catch where Anisas almost went down, and we were following, and all of a sudden that big Suicune unite, nice pollen puffs, and are able to turn the tide there. I mean, that to me was a difference maker, and here we just kind of see the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, a great Hydro type.
Dragonite didn't work game 1, why try it again game 2?
By the Ho-Oh, but it's not enough. The level
If you didn't succeed, try again.
And they're even trying to get this Zachi. It takes a long time. Ho has to get them with the Sacred Fire. At that point, everyone else is down. We now finally see Blacklight get taken down. Ho trying their best, but they are gone. Just such an impressive match from Santos Laguna. It was, I mean, just dominant, top to bottom. MVP, Mufasa on the Aegis Slash.
Great tip of the cap to Mufasa on this Aegis Slash. I think they were moving around the map incredibly well. They were using the advantages they had, not necessarily in levels, but like you said, the power level of some of these Pokemon in the early stages of the game, right? Able to get on top of that Dragonair. They were both level 6, but Mufasa coming out ahead in the early stages. So really understanding their Pokemon and the relationship it has to what the opponent is trying to do. Well done, not only by Mufasa, but by Santos Laguna.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't much you can say negative about what they did at all. It was pretty dominant top to bottom.
Kekalok, more like cakewalk, am I right? Oh, bro.
Aggression and never giving up knockouts in key moments.
Look, they made it. I kind of like. The thing is,
they really did.
Although they did not have a good showing in this series, they made it further than 60% of the NA teams, man.
Ironically enough, was when
You know what? Maybe we just suck, guys. Maybe NA's just fucking cooked. Is that the problem? Like, NA's just down bad? NA first to airport. Zugrug back in Canada. He went over there and it's just like, yeah, it's over. Now he's back here on the other side of the pond. Like, EU has one team left, NA has one team left, everyone else has one team left, but like, guys, we had the majority. That's the thing. We had the most teams going into Worlds, and now we have the most teams out.
Alatam North representatives, and we have Kira for this lovely interview. You just beat Kekalok, and it was, to be fair, a very dominant 2-0. So, do you want to talk a little bit about it?
Durante la partida habéis estado dominando constantemente. Parece que ha sido una victoria aplastante. ¿Quieres comentar algo sobre la partida?
La verdad veníamos súper confiados después de vencer al top 1 de Japón. Sabíamos que podíamos contra ellos y vamos por más.
We were very confident after winning in the #1 of Japan, and we knew we could win, and we want more.
Yeah, and I know that wanting more means that you're going to have to really accomplish that on the semifinals, because you are going to be facing Japan once again in Zeta Division. So how are you feeling towards that one?
Para conseguir eso vais a tener que volver en la semifinal y vais a volver a enfrentaros a Japón de nuevo. ¿Cómo os sentís sobre ese reto?
Me siento muy emocionado y lo vamos a tomar de la mejor manera posible.
I'm very happy, and we are going to do it in the best way possible.
Lovely, and to be fair, you did it today already, defeating Reject on the V stage. That was lovely to watch, and I think your performance was amazing. And my favorite point from your team is the macro. So I'd love for you to talk a little bit about how do you guys navigate the late game.
Ella te está preguntando ahora por la estrategia, ha disfrutado mucho viendo la parte del macro. ¿Puedes hablarles un poco sobre cómo lo habéis hecho, cómo lo habéis preparado?
lo teníamos ya trabajado de tiempo. La verdad que nos han ayudado a las screens bastante para poder llegar a este nivel y la verdad que los resultados se ven reflejados. Y también gracias a nuestros analistas y coach, a Rixo y a Dioiva, les mandamos un fuerte saludo de parte de Santa Laguna.
We have been working for a while. We have been preparing. We have also had some help. Our coach, he mentioned an analyst, data analyst.
Damn, guys, I can't believe it. After tomorrow, no more Pokemon Unite. No more competitive. What do we do with our time? The closer we get to the end of this stream, the closer we get to the end of Unite for the year.
And back to you, casters.
That's us. That's us. We're the casters.
Yeah, thank you very much, Soph. I mean, wow, that was just incredible. The games really weren't too close. They look phenomenal. They have taken down the #1 seed out of Japan. They just took down Kekalok. They're going to be moving forward to face off against Zeta Division, a team that is just on a run as well. We're taking a look at our quarterfinals right here. Still to come, Peru Unite, Aegis Flames, Nouns Esports Luminosity. Unbelievable. I can't wait. Team EX goes down to Zeta Division. Kekalok goes down to Santos Laguna. The first two teams heading to our semifinals. Zeta versus
No more solo queue?
I truly do not know how that's
Yeah, what's the point of playing solo queue? Like, my dream was to win Worlds 2026. I mean, sorry, 2025. Now that the dream is dead, what's the point of playing solo queue?
And they've been 2-0 sweeping everyone today here on day 2 on quite.
No, I'll still be playing solo queue.
However, we still have our other semifinals to get set, and you highlighted them: Peru Unite and Aegis Flames. Peru Unite, a known quantity, trying to find themselves back into their old.
You know, I'm gonna change my stream title, guys.
And Aegis
Hold on.
Flames quite literally lighting up the stage and lighting up our hearts because they are playing like monsters, and it's been amazing to watch.
And then, of course, we have Nouns Esports out of EU having an incredible tournament run. Some of these live events, they've been a little shaky.
All right, guys, I changed my stream title. Now it's accurate.
Up against LG. Obviously, I love this matchup. It's going to be unbelievably good. I mean, you got kind of Ender against Slash once again. There's that little TTV rivalry from a few years ago. I just cannot wait to see that match on the main stage.
Absolutely. I think you and I might have to slink out into the crowd here and catch that one because we will not be casting it. We will be returning for a semifinals best of 5, which is a courtesy reminder to you at home that our semifinals will be best of 5s. But before we can tackle those, we need to figure out who is forming the other semifinals match. And to get that going, we need to take a break.
We're going to take a break. You don't go anywhere. We actually do
we
go
have
somewhere.
to go somewhere.
We'll be right back, everybody.
Love you. Bye.
Is LG the last NA team left? That is correct. Guys, it's either going to be NA on top or EU on top. There's no in between. Where's Team TTV when you need him? Guys, someone needs to make a Pokemon Unite team and just take the TTV name. Time to bring him back. You know how much... what? You already get infinite clout because that name's already been used. My prediction... I need Luminosity to win. I need Luminosity to win for my predictions. 1/5 of TTP is on nouns. 1/5 of... Alright guys, I'm gonna use the restroom. Be right back.
Action, thrills, upset, Pokemon Unite. What more could you want from the Pokemon World Championships 2025 here in Anaheim, California? We are narrowing down our impressive field of competitors, and we're getting closer and closer to that top 4 semifinal range. What's up, everyone? I am Zoinks, and this is Wonder Chef.
This is Wonder Chef. Absolutely accurate. You know, I cannot believe how close to the end we are. I was just talking about it. I feel like we very quickly went from anything can happen at the start of the day to only a few things can happen.
Yeah. And a lot of things to happen.
Yes. The end is within sight, and I cannot believe that it has played out like this. I feel pretty confident that nobody has a correct fantasy bracket at this point in the day, but look at the 2 matches we have left in the quarterfinals. Peru versus Aegis Flames and Nouns versus Luminosity. What bangers.
I mean, just storied history in that second quarterfinal. In this first one, though, some new additions to the scene as well as some age-old favorites in Peru Unite. And then, of course, Aegis Flames kind of taken center stage of the spotlight of the story of our tournament. A bunch of brand new players to the scene mixed in with a few Brazil favorites to form a team that has taken down Titans throughout this matchup and is now in a position to become top 4 in the World Championships? Are you kidding me? What a story from this squad.
I know. And of course, that's going to match what we're going to be watching very soon. I'm so excited. I got to cast their first game on Broadcast of the Weekend, and it was amazing. We got to watch their second match of the weekend. It was amazing. And the third, if it's not amazing, I would be very surprised.
So you got to witness the Zero Aura masterclass from Aegis Flames.
Yes.
Well, against this team from every other squad leading up to it, I'm extremely curious if
What up, Greedent?
is going to follow suit. I mean, it's a big swing, but this target ban might pay off.
Right, as far as all of our matches on broadcast, after that game, every single game was a Zera or a ban after that. They said, no, we're never letting that happen ever again. But despite that, it still has, I mean, they've played around it in really, really great ways. They haven't even needed it at all.
Exactly. Now, we're obviously excited about the booth. I know the players on the stage are as well, but we also got people and players in the crowd. So let's hear something from the floor here in the venue.
So Zoinks and Chef, we have here Ollie Cosplays, a lovely content creator for Pokemon that has been enjoying Pokemon Worlds quite a bit. Do you want to talk a little bit about your experience?
Yeah, I've been having the time of my life here, seeing all the cosplays, the amazing community, the TCG, the VGC. I'm totally just in awe of everyone, and it's just a beautiful community being a part of it, Pokemon.
And how about your journey with Pokemon? Because it feels like, I mean, you are literally in character, and I love that for you. Why did you choose Bug? Is it your style, or is it just something that you chose for this event?
They're a little quirky, they're different, they're underrated. I love the weird ones, you know? We got Volcarona, we got Beautifly, Masquerain. I'm repping the Bugs always.
That's wonderful. And how about Pokemon Unite? Do you rock anything in particular?
Well, I'm a little bit of a Serena main, but Goocher's my boy. Goocher is my boy. Those are my favorites.
I love that. So we have a defender and an all-rounder. Quite different styles.
Yeah, totally. I like to change it up. And sometimes I'll do support. I love my girl Blissey. She's cool. You know, gotta help the team. Be a team player.
Can I be your Blissey?
Please. Will you? Can we play right now?
Yes.
A match made in heaven.
Yes.
We're gonna slay.
Oh, we're so gonna slay. Just like Aegis Flames and Peru Unite in his next match. Back to you, Cosmos.
This is definitely going to slay. And you know, the quirky ones, the different ones, that's, I think, Unite in a nutshell.
Yeah, no, if you were into those style of Pokemon, I think pick it up. Bug types, I think we all were requesting a few more.
Hey,
however, one that has been making a name for
Great
itself.
segue.
Yeah,
Great
so
segue.
much. Thank you. I'll be here. Well, not for too much longer, just for 2 more days. I can't believe the World Championship is almost over. But a Pokemon like Scyther has also been tearing it up. Is where I was eventually getting to with that one.
Should have pretended you were going to talk about Buzzword.
Yeah, that's true. But one thing we did talk about right before we cut to that interview was where is the Zera Aura ban? It is absent from this draft. However, Aegis Flames
Serena main. Serena main. The community is smarter in terms of IQ.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty surprising that it's been
Come to Apex.
It's been doing really
FPS games, brother. Brother, those days, dude. I have. Do you know how much I have arthritis from playing so much Unite, man? I will not be able to play a shooter. Like, do you see how slow my fingers move? Like, look at this, man. Like this is here. You know what? It's time for the hand cam. Ready? Like, bro.
I think it's also
That's how fast my fingers move. They just barely move.
Outside of Peru United. I think Mammoth One is actually an incredible matchup into that particular, and yeah, Aegis Flames, all of their damage is going to be coming from these melee all-rounders, and of course a speedster in the case of Zera Aura. So we're going to have a lot of up-close personal damage.
It's not that hard, man. Bro, that's a lot of buttons, man. Trust me.
I mean, I talked about how Peru Unite is a story team. That's one way to do it. And yeah, why not just throw in the Armorers? We got the Char Cadet Bros.
Yeah,
on opposite sides.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I've ever seen in a tournament match both of them on the opposite sides. They're actually also on their own perfect, like, purple and orange side.
Wow,
it's pretty perfect. This is accurate, lore accurate match.
Production, the script is getting a little too easy to tell that it's scripted. If we could, just throw in a few twists, maybe. But yeah, no, it's some really, really interesting stuff in this draft. I think Peru Unite really doing their homework on what Aegis Flames likes to play, and specifically how their strategies play out on the map, and trying to counter that.
Hold on a minute.
Strong focus on anti-melee fights. We got the Mamoswine for the Ice Fang, Clefable just for that big pocket healing, and then Armarouge is basically this great counter pick that's starting to see not a lot of play, only an 11% pick rate on our tournament, but we have seen the evidence of it doing extremely well into these brawl-style compositions.
Right. One thing as well that I think needs to be watched out for, though, and kind of like the opposite direction, is the Clefable being so dependent on everybody being around you means that there are some huge AoE plays that could be made from the side of Aegis Flames, specifically. I would say maybe some of the Unites could be gigantic. We've seen, I'd say this weekend, a few plays. Oh, wow, they went right into it. That was extremely fast. But we've seen some plays so far this weekend that have just torn entire teams apart.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, you're talking about that Sarah Ledge Unite move that has this huge hitbox hitting multiple targets at a time. One of those kind of soft answers is a cleanse, some kind of full heal or something. However, there's no other support Pokemon on the side that can do that. Clefairy having amazing healing. Or sorry,
Ooh, lane 0. Okay.
healing, but will not be able to cleanse that Sarah Ledge kind of time.
Let him cook, boys.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there are a few other things as well. I mean, the Sarah Ledge would be the scariest, of course, if it does fully land. We've seen that literally wipe entire teams. But Hoopa can, of course, stun big, gigantic circles of people. Zeraora itself can do just a lot of normal damage. And then Snorlax, honestly, you usually use it a little bit more defensively, but if everybody's stacked up, it can launch an entire team.
Yeah, we have seen some really proactive offensive Unite moves from Snorlax in the past. It's kind of a do-it-all Unite move sometimes when you just flop on the ground and get that big shield. So we're going to be looking forward to seeing what Atharas can pull off with this Pokemon, especially against such a world-class defender in Draken. I know Spraggles and Duke Snacks have gotten the chance to cast over Peru Unite matches a lot, and they love talking about the support of Kea and the tank of Draken. Nemo going in for the offensive pressure, but we're also pushing here on bot side.
Yeah, pushes from both sides, or I should say in both paths from Peru. However, they're getting pushed back up top. Anemo just trying to escape. A great counter engage from Tempo, who, oh my goodness, is barely escaping. Tries to get chased down using the Mobi for a little bit of mobility, but not going to be able to catch. And that healing, like you said, it is huge. It is some of the most, I guess, concentrated healing in the game. It is so incredibly fast at pulling you back up. You just got to be close.
Yeah, and not to mention when you get that plus upgrade of it, it just AoE becomes gigantic.
Yes.
It's covering just entire areas of where team fights are going to be going on. I like Tempo's play on the Lucario there. We are going to power up punch. We don't have access to our second move yet on Lucario, so we find a way to weave in that damage. I think they were kind of hoping the boosted auto after would get themselves the KO. Comes up a little bit short, but they do make it safely back. Lucario's passive in Steadfast really helping it out of the early game, and I think one of the major reasons why this matchup with Buzzwole versus Lucario is actually going so well for Peru Unite right now on the top side. Problem is, Aegis Flames has a big successful push as Anemo goes down. Leafeon KO'd, Aegis Flames dumping in points into tier 1 on bot side.
That's a lot of points, and especially with Hoopa, they've got to be careful of that. Get a little sad on the bottom. Both Peru and Aegis sit at 71%, but Peru with 31 more games played. We have a hat count coming next game.
Okay,
are we getting spoilers?
Okay, all right. Well, I do love that we have incoming warning of these lower thirds. I love that a lot. But wow, what impressive win percentage for both these squads.
Yeah.
Aegis Flames having quite the tournament run, but Peru Unite a bit longer of a chance to be playing in these events, clearly. These Hoopa portals from the Ocean are going to be pretty important, specifically around the basement and Reggie Alecki battlefields. You can see Snorlax already trying to take up space. Peru Unite taking this one a little bit slower, as Anemo is actually going on a bit of a central area invade for experience instead of trying to fight over the red steel.
I like that idea a lot. The rotation ability from Aegis is so strong from Aegis Flames. Ooh, but they are going to all rotate down to the side of Peru Unite, trying to push down this tier 1. Tons of damage here, just all on top of this pad. They're going to have to back up. Even with the potential of maybe getting some players down, it seems like they timed it really perfectly, as Aegis Flames is actually pushing down the top tier 1 on the other side. So not enough members to come down and help. They will be breaking this pretty exactly, I think, right there. Like 5-point overdone, something like that.
Yeah, I was honestly shocked that they didn't do it earlier. I saw Simon sitting there with 7 points, but against the Hoopa team, you want to do that as early as possible. Shatter that tier 1 goal zone. But I saw there Anemo wanting to get just a couple more attack weight stacks on that Leafeon, wanted to knock out one more ball toy before you break, and they were able to do so and rally back for the Reggie Alecki defense. Aegis Flames not going to take that line down, though, as they're pushing towards this tier 1.
Ooh, I like this thought. They're going to go in really, really far. Buzzwole starting the initiation. Big Unite coming out. That's going to be 1 KO already on the Swinub. Double altogether, and that should be a third with, oh, well, I was going to say with Zynas going down, but hold on. They're actually managing to escape really, really well. Then, especially the extra damage of the birds is actually starting to add up. Finally manages to catch all the way down, but that was a pretty good delay as far as things go. One more target with Tempo on that Lucario, who most likely won't be able to escape yet. Finally getting KO'd, but delayed long enough that we are going to get some revenge KOs as Anemo comes back into the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Nemo stacking.
Ooh, nice kill.
What an eject button earthquake combo from Dragon to finish things off. And Nemo going to be
I've noticed a lot of people, the people that are playing Mamoswine in this tournament, like I don't like that moveset. Like I understand why people eject. It's to you eject button mid animation, so there's like they have less time to react. But like, I don't know, I just don't like that moveset. Oh, jeez.
Exploded right there. That's going to be a double for Mats. Maybe going for a triple. Oh, yep, 3 all together. Actually, maybe a 4th up there. There's a 1v1 happening as this Regirock is going down very quickly. And oh, finally a little bit of an assist. Oh, the Unite, I think, maybe connecting. I'm not sure if that connector barely missed, but regardless, they're both going to get out of that. Oh, maybe a little bit too risky. Some damage coming in the other direction. The Armor Rouge definitely could melt both of those melee Pokemon just by standing close to them.
Yeah, and Matt's just getting this discharge shield, becoming such an important factor in a lot of these engagements, allowing them to just barely escape getting KO'd, and then of course get some of that return damage. And yet again, Lucario getting punished. Let's Unite hits 3 targets, sets themselves up for a KO streak of 2, but that's just so far. Making a triple as Draken and an MO trying to create a little bit of space, looking for the last hit of the Regieleki, but it comes via the Zeraledge.
Wow, they do manage to get it, but then once more, we're going back to the chase game. It feels like there's been a lot of just chasing within this game, especially maybe like right after some of these team fights, but Anemo doing a great job. Being able to kite using Razor Leaf is such a strong, nice skill to have.
I think they could have lived if they didn't stay for the red buff. Because then they would have got to that spring sooner.
Altogether, it's not like it's a one-sided game, but they're ahead in most areas.
Yeah, they are. I think right now Peru Unite has been relying, though, a lot on Draken's Mamoswine to achieve anything in these team fights. It feels like it has been an uncharacteristically quiet game from both Anemo and Tempo, who have not found a way to get a good shutdown on what Aegis Flames is trying to pull off. I think this Zero Aura Zeraledge, I have to imagine this Brazil squad is kind of surprised they got it in the draft. Yeah. And they had the chance to play it. And so far, it's been looking amazing. Big Unite, like you called out. Zero Aura having some clean plays. So exciting so far.
Yeah, couple huge Zeraledge Unites. Yeah. They've been looking really good. Another thing that I was talking about, I talk about this at every tournament, I feel like. I don't fully understand still why we see so much priority on Lucario from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, we've been talking about that a lot today.
Yes. But I talk about literally every tournament. I feel like we have this discussion. But I was just talking about it to some of the other casters too. I feel like that's not. I mean, Tempo's an amazing player. We know that. But I always feel like the impact of Lucario is a little bit low compared to a lot of the other picks you can see around it. I mean, obviously Blaziken was banned, but that's an option. Serena does some similar things. That's an option. Buzzwole obviously on the other side. But we'll see if maybe I eat my words here as we're getting down to the final stretch. Relatively close in score. Level 15 already on Aegis Flames, though. That's 2 levels above anyone else in the game.
And a latent Regirock buff on Aegis Flames as well. So a bit of damage reduction due to those bonus defenses. Twistom at level 15 on this Zeraledge, by the way. He's going to try to threaten, and here's a pull. They actually grab the...
Oh, the snapback with the Volt Switch is huge.
Already 1 down. We are going to be uniting from Draken in the middle of the pit. Everybody just on top of everybody. I don't even know what got that last hit. It was the Armor Rouge of all things. Peru managing to grab it, but only 3 members up. And certainly Draken's shield is already down. A few members low on the side of Aegis Flames. 1 member running up to score in the northwest side. And it looks like they're getting stopped. That shield is so close to being broken. An inch away. They got it in. The lead now going to Peru's side.
Yeah, 2 games is able to kind of crowd control Zinus for a little bit, but can't break that final piece of shield. There's still over a minute left on the clock. Aegis Flames with a very remarkable team fight. Maybe they lose the Rayquaza, but not a lot of Peru Unite walking out of that fight with Rayquaza's shields. There is still room for Aegis Flames to rally back and take the point lead.
The biggest thing here is they've got a decent amount of time to build back the Unite move for the Hoopa. Hoopa, as far as Unite moves, is one of the biggest comeback scoring Unites in the entire game. And they don't need that many points. If they actually keep small points in their pockets, that would be beneficial. It's almost unfortunate that they've got 50 in pockets for 3 of their members.
Yeah, they at least have a little bit of time on the clock, so a team fight is still available. 10 seconds on the respawn timer for Zinus for this Armor Rouge. Draken going to be first one to rally up. Kea there as well. The support core, the first line of defense. Zeraledge Unite hits every single defender at the exact same time. Unstoppable for the Snorlax, looking to get that push as Mamoswine is already down. Make that Kea as well. All 3 down, just the armor is just the leap beyond left to defend, but still, Aegis Flames has not found an angle to get these scores in. Hoopa too low. Antares needs to make it back to the portal, but all they can do is run.
Hoopa's running to the top path. There's 5 seconds left. They need to get it in. There's somebody on pad. No, they're not going to be able to make it. And Peru with the comeback, taking game number 1 just barely.
Zainus with 2 hero plays on that Armor Rouge, not only securing the Rayquaza with what I have to imagine was that Psy Kaboom Unite move right on top of the Rayquaza pit, just out of the melee range, charging up with a huge explosive psychic attack to knock that one out. But
It's unfortunate because Aegis Flames had a good initiation to the fight with the Zera.
Really close call for Peru. I
The-
think
the-
Aegis Flames having the advantage in that final fight, surely, since they were able to catch out Kea with the
They should have used the Hoopa more.
Still, Peru Unite finding a way to push past that.
Oh, I feel like, honestly, Aegis were ahead the entire game in every single situation, but that Rayquaza fight was one of the most chaotic, unpredictable Rayquaza fights I've ever seen. I believe I just said it just every player was on top of everybody else, and there were just a bunch of AoEs going, which is exactly what it was. I don't think anybody really had a read on what exactly was going to happen in that situation, because there honestly is a similarity, or was a similarity, in both of the comps that we just saw, where there was a lot of AoE damage and a lot of melee and a lot of punishing people sticking together. Unfortunately, when everybody's all sticking together all in one place that happens to be on top of the main objective, something's going to hit it, whether you want it to or not.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you're all focused on that, you're not focusing on the outside threat, which is that Armor Rouge, right? Who is outside of that melee, is a little bit out of danger, which normally this build of Armor Rouge loves to be in the thick of it. That Armor Rouge loves to be playing in the mix, but Zainus very smartly knowing that their Unite move is a gigantic burst of damage. Can
I'm trying to fix this issue I have on my computer. It's so annoying. It's like I'm window capturing my
Things got real dangerous. And
like the Twitch stream so I could see it on my OBS, but like it's like my browser's like flickering through my OBS. It's so annoying. I'm trying to figure out what's causing it.
Literally the startup of the move
I don't know if it's my GPU.
They were getting the dunk off, it just didn't quite happen. But as close as that one was, I feel like this could go to a game 3 for sure. But I'm sure Peru doesn't want that. We're going to be starting off with a very same bans, it looks like, from both sides.
All right, we're going to be running it back. I do think that Zera Aura was phenomenal for Aegis Flames again in game number 1. So Peru Unite, I guess we're all hoping they're not going to be punished by the hubris a little bit in this situation, but they do have the 1-0 score lead. There is the Buzzwole on the other side yet again. Dragon could try to steal away the Snorlax and pick it up for their own side. However, the Mamoswine being the on-paper counter for the future Zera Aura pick does feel like the wise decision here.
We may actually not even get the Zera Aura pick, though. Matt's already picking up this Buzzwole. Obviously, they can switch, but we did see Matt's go to Buzzwole in a lot of the games where Zera Aura was banned. So it may be one of those decisions where it's like, okay, let's go for something else. And honestly, the Zera Aura, while it didn't look bad, it certainly didn't look quite as dominant as it did in a lot of the other games that we've seen so far this weekend. So maybe they're just going for a different idea.
Yeah, they could be. I mean, I was pretty, my jaw hit the floor when they pulled Kea in with that crazy pull right at the start of that Ray fight. So, I mean, I guess I don't need a whole lot of evidence to cheer for the Zera Aura. I'm a bit of a easy laugh in that way, I suppose. But it looks like Aegis Flames is going to be hovering almost the exact same 5 Pokemon will be locked in place. Peru Unite kind of doing the same thing. So this has been a really fun screen where we're just kind of doing the exact identical thing. Tempo was Lucario in a match previous. This is going to be their one chance to change up the composition from the former 5. Currently, they're hovering the Zarina, and they did not change anything. It is Lucario. This is not a replay. It is not a pre-record. This is game number 2.
That was an opportunity for them to make me look smart by going. Unfortunately, they instead made me look stupid, which I usually do to myself, but we'll take it here. No, honestly, I still do feel like Serena would be really, really strong in this comp as opposed to the Lucario, but they feel comfortable, and I mean, if you feel comfortable, that means a whole lot. You know, if there's stuff you don't have to worry about, if you don't have to worry about changing up your strategy, that can leave you able to kind of adapt more and talk about different ideas more. There's only so much time.
Who do I pick between these two? Is that me or the stream? That's the stream. What's happening? Wait, is it me? Why is it not loading?
Is the biggest advantage, I think, and that's actually, you know, I was just speaking to some of the other casters in the green room, and we came to that decision as well that the big advantage for Lucario is the very, very early game. But here we go, Aegis Flames on their last life.
Latios not banned, but no one picked it. Damn. What is happening? Is my internet shit?
Got to make it now 2 in a row. Peru Unite looking to move into the top 4.
We have seen a total of 5,862 games on and off stream, and in those, over 23,000 hats have been witnessed. So, shout out to the Hollowware with hats. We know it's a certain content Cowboys favorite, and good to see it's a favorite of the players as well.
Of course, hats, most important thing in this game. But
absolutely.
Right now, I don't know if we have any hats in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Aura has a cowboy hat on one of its Hollowware, so crazy work.
Really far push from the side of Peru Unite. Draken maybe being punished a little bit for it, and Matt's already getting that KO.
Well, let me see something. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Yeah.
Really wanted to find that KO, but unfortunately,
Let me see if YouTube is better.
already gone. Matt's going a little bit far right there in that last engagement, by the way. Really wanted to find that KO, but unfortunately we saw the rotation down, and it was a lot of experience for a lot of people who really wanted experience, and so that's going to be a nice little early boost for the side of Peru Unite. You can see they've already got a couple level 7s, only one level 7 on the side of Aegis Flames. Looks like an attempt here, maybe for an ambush. That is a scary set of Pokemon to try and ambush you. Still a Clefairy right now. Tempo only has a little bit of help, not nearly enough. Finally, though, a Nemo coming up with the Leafeon. That's going to be a huge chunk of damage on everybody. But, oh, not if you're the one who gets dunked. They, again, managed to sneak out just barely, picking up both berries in a row, finally getting KO'd. A ton of points in this top tier 1. Draken coming back to push, but probably going to get KO'd themselves. Yeah, not that much damage to support them. And I think eventually we're going to have to see Peru give this up. Well, I think they're taking relatively uncontested the basic red.
Yeah, that as well as Kea, I think, on the other tier 1 in the same path, going worthy sacrifice, as I will stack up my special.
Too early from the Snorlax.
Will save you now, but my Moonlight healing will save you truly later.
yeah, eventually. And wow, okay, they do manage to take this. There was a little bit of a turnaround here as Peru sent a lot of members up top for that Regieleki. It seemed like it could have been pretty easy for Aegis Flames to take it, but they are now on bottom. There was a big like rotation around from both sides.
And just now we witnessed kind of that Ceruledge soft counter with the Armarouge. So Zinus does have the full heal equipped. So the Ceruledge Unite does cut through the Armarouge, leaves that huge mark that'll explode momentarily after. But it was cleansed with Armarouge's full heal as they just kind of walk back to their base. So it's a long cooldown on that battle item though, so you gotta watch out. Maybe they can find a way to expose the, lack of battle item from Zinus a little bit later.
Yeah, I mean, there are a good amount of things that you could potentially want to try and use full heal on the Aegis Flames team. A little bit of crowd control from pretty much everybody. Nobody's really all that pure damage, so we'll see if they end up making it come into play. The pull attempted, not going to land this time. Zyna's safe for the moment. That certainly would have been a situation you could not have gotten out of.
Yeah, a nasty Volt switch angle as well, so far and right on the enemy goal zone. Like, even if there is a Unite move to contend with, I don't think Zynus is walking out of that one scot-free. They are posturing for a fight here on the bottom side.
Oh, nice pull. Huge.
Immediately after, Zynus is able to walk away, though, with that unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean, Clefable healing is now at a hugely significant power level, so you can see how fast that managed to heal them back up. I believe that we probably need a combo of something like the Buzzwall to land another crowd control. They really wanted that to happen. Oh no, an attempt at a pull, but they get caught out, and Matt's gonna go down. Maybe another follow-up KO here onto Snorlax. This is gonna be a tough situation. This is also opening the door for them to push down this tier 1 gold zone, and yeah, they're certainly gonna break this as soon as possible. They managed to get a big overdunk this time as well, but with the Hoopa on board, that is a big win for them.
Follow Me repositioning Zera Aura for its ult, which is actually diabolical.
Oh, that is so bad. Mamoswine's gonna be so late.
It seems like in this one, though, all they're going to be doing is setting.
See, the thing about that is, like, if the team makes the decision to play for the objective, they need to be there in advance, especially against the Hoopa. Like, if you're playing against the Hoopa team, they have the luxury of split pushing, because as long as Hoopa has a Unite move, then they can just teleport or whatever. But, like, if you're the team that doesn't have that Hoopa, like, you should not be, like, sitting top lane if your intention is to play for that objective. Because then it's like you have to wait for that one person to rotate, but somehow they 5v1 and somehow they get 5 kills and ace the team and lose 1, so okay.
About as much as their opponents were in the last game. I feel like the levels are similar, the points are similar. We'll see if Aegis Flames can make it 100% similar and make a comeback.
Yeah, not to mention the drafts being exactly similar. So truly mirror images in this game number 2. Peru Unite going to land on this Regieleki, a very cheeky steal attempt via the hyperspace hole, which does do a little bit of damage, but will not knock out the Regieleki, instead walking down towards that tier 2. Peru Unite now with a little bit of information on their screens. They will be able to see that 3 members of Aegis Flames are fighting that Regieleki, which of course means they're absent from every other part of the map. You see Draken and Kea playing all over the place, trying to find the other 2 missing Brazil players.
Yeah, on the bottom, we just see again a little bit of vision as they were able to see a few members of Aegis Flames down, again farming these last minute birds. The only thing that's really going to be spawning, I believe, in time, that Regieleki certainly won't come back, but this basement Regi could be a big target. It's going to have about 30 seconds left when we get to it spawning, and everybody is down here. You can see, look how far forward this positioning is from Peru Unite. They're standing in this tall grass, but they're visible. You know, you can see them, and they're actually going to initiate. They're going to move in already and just get ambushed. But the thing is, the target is a defender, so they do manage to take on the Serral Edge. It's a pretty good win for them. They're all backed up. They've taken a KO each, but this Regirock is almost being ignored from Aegis Flames. They're like, okay, that was enough for us.
Right. Yeah, I think Peru Unite is so happy with that trade. They'll take the Mamoswine for the Serral Edge any day of the week.
Yeah.
However, they won't have their defender for this initial positioning skirmish, right? So Rayquaza spawning in about 10 seconds. Aegis Flames does have map positioning, but I think the Armor Rouge and the Lucario, enough of a disincentive. They actually feel like they have to retreat back to their side of the map. Mondaras, with this block, has been pretty proficient at trying to steal away an enemy target, but this time just trying to defend that Buzzwole.
Hope Unite coming out. Everybody once again jumping on the south. Who knows what's going to happen?
It's over.
But once again, it looks
Flippity,
like
flippity, dippity, dip.
same way that it happened last time. Impossible to tell, but we can see the result, and Peru confident in their secure ability. That's a triple for Armor Rouge.
Honestly, like,
certainly was an amazing pick. Almost a
that must be the most that's a painful way to lose. Like, losing to Rayquaza flips is like the most gimmicky thing about this game. It's like, I'm not saying, okay, like flipping Rayquaza and making sure you're doing it optimally, like it takes a little bit of skill, but realistically it's like the lowest skill, it's like the lowest form the lowest form of skill expression in Pokemon Unite. when you're literally just like, oh, everyone spam skills, let's go rip the Rayquaza, whatever happens, happens.
To their tier 2 for the healing and safety.
At this point,
Single targets away and let Anemo and Draken get to work. Anemo has 2 KOs.
yeah, I don't know. They did that a lot, though. That's the thing. They did that a lot. They don't. They do not. That's how they won a lot. Like, if you rewatch the series that they played leading up to this quarterfinals, they won that. They won the game a lot like that.
Peru Unite have ended one of the most legendary runs that we have ever seen in UCS, any UCS tournament, but especially a World's Championship tournament. So great stuff to Aegis Flames, but Peru are monsters this weekend.
Peru Unite fighting yet another.
I'm pretty sure that's how they beat Reject as well. Flipping, like, Rayquaza flips.
Extremely well and celebrating alongside the crowd who is here to support this squad. Peru Unite have now hit the same benchmark they have laid for themselves in Honolulu. Yet again, a top 4 spot for them, but different from that one, their potential still unlimited, having a chance to push even farther in this tournament.
Without a doubt, one of our most consistent teams of all time.
Yeah.
They're a team that not only has shown up to Worlds and placed extremely well multiple times, they have shown up to a lot of different international championships and placed well. They really take every opportunity that they can to prove themselves on an international stage at offline events, and it shows. Their level of experience is nearly unparalleled.
Yeah, I love what this team has been able to accomplish this year. Maybe it has been kind of a, a tougher year for them than years prior, right? I mean, it's tough to compare to the year prior. They were just unbelievably dominant in so many events. But now, finding a time to truly return to form at the World Championships here in Anaheim in 2025. I mean, what a time to do so, reaching top 4 2 years in a row. I mean, so few teams.
Well, you know what? The only thing I will say is that because they won without Tate requiring to play a third game, we get to watch LG versus Nouns now rather than later. So hurry up and go on your intermission so we can see these games now.
Some wonderful replays here of specifically, honestly, I gotta say, the Cerulege Unites were hitting. They were absolutely on target, and it wasn't quite enough. It's just the chaos of these final moments were ridiculous.
And in those moments, there is a Pokemon that thrives. Please watch Clefable in the situation. We got self-destruct. Follow Me absorbs so much of the priority attacks right there. You watch KO's Follow Me right when their Rayquaza is about to be KO'd. Oh my word, what a player. KO has just proved time and time again that they are an important part of this team. They are not going to be awarded the MVP this time. Instead, it is going to be Anemo on this Leafeon. 72,000 damage, 11 knockouts. Very impressive showcase.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've seen every member of this team be an MVP at points, at many different points.
True.
They're a team that has stuck together for a long time and played together and synergized so well together. But Anemo, great to see, although, are we going to see the Scythe back?
Oh, maybe. Well, hey, if we have an all Latin America Grand Finals on Sunday, only one of those teams will be able to get Scyther at a time.
Wow, what a possibility that we have.
That'd be so crazy.
I mean, we could have seen it from Insomnia as well. But we've got an interview. Maybe we can have Soph ask them if we're going to see some Scyther. Maybe not, though. We'll see what she's got to say as we head up on the stage.
All right, thank you so much, Chef, and I'm so excited to have Anemo here with you from Peru Unite.
My
Ready, qualified for.
All right, so my biggest issues about Worlds right now is that there's very little flexibility when it comes to these drafts because of and it's not the player's fault, it's more so the dev's fault for not balancing out Pokemon properly. For example, Ho-Oh is still too strong. Latios, despite its poor showing in Worlds, is strong. Charizard, obviously, much stronger than it was before. Suicune, obnoxious. then you have like a bunch of supports that are solid Pokemon in general. Like, it's funny that it's funny that we live in a world where supports or Pokemon that act as a support role are more ban-worthy than, like, quote-unquote speedsters and all-rounders, attackers, whatever. Because they're just that much more obnoxious to play against, or objectively are just better. But yeah, like, we've run into... It's reached a point where people feel compelled to ban the same things over and over again. Not because they want to, but because it's more of a necessity. And you don't really want to give up those... Like, even if you don't want to play it yourself, you don't really want to run the risk of allowing the other team to play it, because then it's just like, you gotta play against something obnoxious and annoying and strong. So you have the same bans over and over again, so it just feels like very redundant watching these drafts, because you can already guess like what's gonna happen before it happens. And a part of me wishes in the future, when maybe like a couple of more Pokemon are added, we get more bans. Like, I don't know. Let's say, for example, like, I don't think we have 100 Pokemon in the game yet. Like, maybe when we reach 100 Pokemon available in Pokemon Unite, we go up to 3 bans. And then, you know, like, at 150, you have 4 bans. And then maybe, like, if it ever gets to, like, 200, then 5 bans, that type of thing. Like, because if you're stuck with, like, 2 bans each, it's gonna reach the point where there's just too many quote-unquote strong or overpowered things available, and then it's like you can't deal with them all.
It's been very tough. It's been a lot of hard work, but we are gonna fight till the end.
Okay, so confidence, a lot of hard work that you have put in and that you will keep on putting into getting into grand finals. So give it up again for Peru Unite and Anemo! Thank you so much, you both, for the interview. Back to the casters.
Thank you. So, wow, it's such a cool storyline, honestly. We were talking about how, I guess they've been together for such a long time, and then Anemo's the exact same thing. We didn't know that they were training partners.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Yeah, also, I mean, I really like Anemo's interview there. A lot of honesty. Like, it's been a hard year. This team has had a hard year, both in just accomplishments, but just it sounds like it's been a journey for this team. So awesome to see that the work is paying off for this Peru squad. And now they're going to be moving to our top 4 for the semifinals, eagerly awaiting their opponent that will be the next match played on stage. Nouns Esports from EU versus Luminosity Gaming from North America. The Inder versus LG rematch on stage here in NA.
And we got to see some cinematic foreshadowing there. We got to see a few familiar faces in the background setting up. We got to see some square glasses in the crowd. And I know that this is going to be a loud one from them for sure. Nouns versus Luminosity. I'm so excited for that. Like you said, some storied history with Inder in particular up against.
And even just the general Nouns team, if we want to go back to the first ever World Championship on that London stage, we did have this squad competing against Nouns Esports. That three-player core from LG versus that three-player core from Nouns Esports. This is going to be, I mean, such an amazing matchup. I cannot wait. I love seeing the Noggles in crowd. I know LG's got their fair amount of fans out there as well. This is going to be an exciting one.
I know, and of course to see who's going to make it as our final member of the top 4.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness, we are getting so close. And of course 2 teams that are both kind of the, you know, they're like our teams in a way. You know, we get a chance to do Europe a lot, we get a chance to do North America a lot, so for sure we're going to be excited to be watching that one from behind the stage. But so cool.
Do you think we'll see the day Unite removes the absurd comeback mechanics? I think comeback experience will always be a thing, but maybe someday it will get some tweaking or some nerfs, because right now it's ridiculously overpowered.
We're not going to be here. There's going to be a few other casters, but you got to go do whatever you got to do to get ready for this.
We already know Rayquaza is leaving, but Groudon is replacing it. Maybe one day that will also get changed as well. it like changed in the sense that it becomes less potent.
Hey there, trainers. Welcome back to another Meet Your Casters segment. This time with Danily and Soph-chan, your Pokemon Unite casters.
Zenkai boost.
And, we're going to be asking each other some questions so that you guys get to learn a little bit more about us. So, first question, Soph-chan. What is your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, it has to be the legendary Jigglypuff, and I'm just so happy that there's a world's exclusive plushie for Jigglypuff, and the bird just looks amazing. So, yes, I feel very privileged. What about yours?
So my favorite Pokemon is Mandibuzz, a little bit out there, but I don't know, it's just something about Mandibuzz. It looks cool, but it also looks odd, and I like odd things, so Mandibuzz has been a huge favorite of mine for a very long time. I know both of us would love to have these Pokemon added to Pokemon Unite, but if you could pick another Pokemon to add into the Pokemon Unite game, who would you like added?
So, I am a very big fan of round Pokemon, as you could tell for the Jigglypuff. And, Danily, I think that the rodent types of Pokemon are also in my heart. We love the Pikachus, but to me, it's the Dedenne. I love the Dedenne. It's round, it holds its own tail, it's the most adorable little thing, and I kind of look like it a little bit if I do like this.
So sweet! I could totally see it. I hope it's a support because we need more support Pokemon. So I think if I wanted to add somebody, we're adding all the evolutions.
Yeah, about time.
I want to see support Vaporeon.
This is probably as long as it doesn't end in Rayquaza flips, I'll be fine.
I agree. And
But this is probably like okay.
About Worlds because this is my first time here. So
right now, this is probably my